Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger roll, Atlantic.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flighting down for SC off. Bring in SC off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, you know the drill. It's a big day today. We've gotten as far as the pad being cleared out there at Starbase. Boca Chica, Texas, the NASA spaceflight team is standing by for what may very well be the first static fire test for a booster, a super heavy booster with the Starship program down there at Starbase. I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. Y'all know the drill. Let me know that everything is good. You should see a fantastic live view, one of our mini cameras down at Starbase. Make sure you can see that, and you should be able to hear me as well. Some of you probably don't want to hear me. You can go back to the 24/7 stream where there's no commentary. But I see a ton of 5x5s in the chat. That's what I like to see. And we are ready to get going. Let me go ahead and introduce the folks that are going to be with me today. You've heard the voice just a couple, how many days ago was that, Matt? Like yesterday, day before?
I think so. It all blurs together.
I don't even remember. They were just, it seems so soon or so long ago that they were just stacking things on the tower. Matt Anderson is with me here today. How you doing, Matt?
Doing really good. Very happy to be back.
All right. He will be joining us for some commentary. It says guest commentator. At some point, we may remove that guest. But you can find him over on Twitter at Bad News Baron. One of my friends from Twitch, twitch.tv/Bad News Baron as well.
I'm still
But,
in a trial period until I, decide if I'm going to burn things down or not.
Yeah, still in a trial period. I like it. Didn't we threaten them that if they didn't behave, you would come back on the next stream? Like, what did they do wrong?
Yep.
Hey, also with us, we're going to do a comms check on this because we know he's on the road. Jack Beyer, are you here?
Yeah, can you hear me, or am I a robot?
I mean, I personally think you're a robot. I haven't found the little synth chip in you, but I think you're a robot regardless of whether or not I can hear you. You sound fine, though. Chat, can y'all hear Jack? Say hi, Jack.
Hi, Jack. Beep boop. I'm a robot.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Dad. Jack Beyer is here as well. You've heard his voice quite a bit. I said you're on the road, Jack.
Yep. Sure enough, I'm in El
Where are
Paso.
you? Why
Soon
would you
to
be in El
be-
Paso?
Soon to be Van Horn. I'm actually supposed to get on a shuttle bus late tonight. So, yeah, New Shepard. First team space flight for New Shepard. So that'll be exciting.
Wait, photographer Jack Beyer?
Yeah, that guy.
Your work is incredible. Sorry, I have to
so much.
just fanboy a little bit.
It's just point and shoot. No big deal.
No, it's
But
not
thank
just
you.
because I've tried and it's not nearly as good.
It's honestly, it's like 50% luck, 20% skill, and what is it, 30% being in the right place at the right time. So don't chalk it all up to skill. But thank you, I appreciate. I'll take all the accolades you want to give me.
I thought it was supposed to be like sheer power of will or something in there. Isn't that how that
Oh, yeah.
ends?
Yeah, sure
Anyways.
enough.
Anyways, y'all, Jack's going to be here as well. He's at the Jack Beyer over on Twitter. Also, pulling the levers and pressing the buttons in the background, Michael Baylor. We got you, right, Michael?
Yes, you do, and I'm going to keep it short because I'm pulling a lot of levers right now.
Well, if you need any help pulling levers, let me know if there's something I can do to help you out. But Michael is running the stream today, and we are working on getting all the cameras online to share with y'all what's going on. At Next Spaceflight over there on Twitter. Of course, as we go through, we'll have commentators rotating in and out, and we are now standing by, like I said, if you're just joining us, for what may very well be the first static fire of the Super Heavy booster. This is B3, Booster 3. It's got 3 Raptors underneath. You can see that. We're actually going to change some cameras here in just a minute. But hopefully today we're expecting all 3 of those Raptors to fire up. Now, big old negative Nancy that I am, this is the first time that SpaceX has gotten this far and attempted this entire process. It's a new vehicle. The engines have been doing pretty well, it seems, but there may very well be a couple of recycles. We don't know. Remember, the engines are smart, the vehicle's smart, there's thousands of sensors being watched, and if one of those sensors doesn't like something, instead of blowing the whole thing up, it may call itself off. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go through a recycle today where we see all this activity, we see all this venting, it looks like it's about to go, and cryogenic liquids just spewing out of the rocket, and then it all stops and it recycles. I would not be surprised today. But, of course, that's part of the test. That's how you earn your wings as a Texas Tank Watcher, and we will be here watching it, sharing it with you. Again, the housekeeping, the streams are live. Over here, this is our commentary stream, not to be confused with our 24/7 Starbase live stream that stays live all the time. No commentary over there. You can actually see some different camera angles over there as well that we may not be showing on the commentary stream. But here on the commentary stream in this chat, tag us in chat at NASA Spaceflight. You got a question for us? We've got some cool software on the back end where we can actually read your questions. Same things with super chats. If you do a super chat, you have the ability to support what we do in this live coverage we share with you. We will go through and read the super chats on occasion. Sometimes they wait a little bit depending on what's going on, but we appreciate you being patient. We do try to say thank you to a bunch of the people that make this possible. So without anything
Yeah, including all the new
else.
members. We got a bunch of new members already.
Absolutely. Jack, do you have that up right now? Could you say thanks to
do.
some people showing up here?
Ryan, thank you for the new membership. Kendall, thank you for the new membership. And Steve Bowen, thank you for the new membership. We love all of our members. We love all of our viewers equally, but we especially love our members. Thank you so much to everybody who supports us in that way. And super chat from Taylor R137, thank you so much. Super chat from Ken. saying, let's hear some Raptors roar. I can talk. Thank you, Ken. And Moldy Space Industries, always got to pop in at the beginning of these streams and throughout. What's up, Moldy Space? Thank you for all of the support throughout the years? Can I say throughout the years at this point? It's been a while. And
It's
they
more
say
than a year.
yeah, I'll buy it. Years. And they say shiny rocket tall. So thank you so much, Moldy Space. Thank you, Jack LaRue, for the new membership, and thank you, Jim, for the super chat there. So we're all cleared out. We're all caught up. Thank you, everybody, for the support. You help us keep the lights on, pay the bills, and do the thing. I mean, hey, if you like Starship coverage, and now I guess super heavy coverage, that's how you get it, is by supporting us and what we do. So thank you, everybody that does that. I'll shut up now.
This is Texas, so it's officially a tall boy.
It's a tall boy.
Yeah.
I think somebody was joking about putting a tap on the side of this and making it the world's largest keg party.
It looks like it. So we're at 3 engines right now, but the planned configuration is 33?
So eventually they want to get to 33. This vehicle physically does not have mount points for 33. This variant has 29, and it's expected that the next couple of builds that they do are going to only have 29 mount points. And then they're going to eventually get to 33 mount points. But here today, there are 3 engines underneath that, and we hope to see all. We think that all 3 of them are going to light today. We'll see. We'll see.
So why 29?
Because that's as many as they could fit at this point, I presume.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a matter of packaging them all in the space that they have. And this design has gone through so many revisions, probably a bunch that we haven't even ever seen or gotten wind of. But I think at one point it was supposed to have a flared base so that there was even more room for more engines. But yeah, I think at this point they're trying to not do that, and they are just trying to pack as many in as possible. And perhaps 29 now and 33 later is just a function of shrinking the engines or components of the engines, or figuring out ways to package them. Or it's like steel origami, or steel and rocket engine origami. Like, it's going to be very tight to pack even 29 in there. So 33, I think, is just going to be, as they get better at packaging and making Raptors more compact, they'll be able to jam more in there. But it's curious. It's definitely curious that they're.
Is heat dissipation at all a concern when you start getting so many engines that tightly packed together?
I think that's a DOS question. What do you think, DOS?
So yes, we've seen some insulation on the Falcon 9s. The way that the Octaweb is sort of put together, they do have some separators to sort of separate out some of the engine bays, and you don't see that here on Super Heavy. Clearly, SpaceX has done the math, and they know how much energy that engine puts out. It's definitely a guest test and revise sort of thing, so that's why they do this test program. Static fires, all that sort of stuff. They're always gathering data to see how the engines behave when there's other engines nearby being very hot. So it's something that I'm sure they've thought of, but we haven't really seen any plans for them to put any dividers or anything like that in between the engines. At least there doesn't seem to be anything on the thrust pucks or the aft end of the Super Heavy booster that would sort of hint towards them putting any sort of dividers in. We do know that unlike the Starships, the Raptors are just going to hang off the back of the rocket. So on Starship, they're sort of tucked up underneath a skirt, and here on Super Heavy, they're literally just going to be exposed. That's why we can see them here. And at some point, we're going to get a little bit closer shot of these just to change the contrast around, so we can talk a little bit more of those. But that's a really good question, and I guarantee you SpaceX has done the math.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question, and it immediately gives me Kerbal Space Program vibes. Like, oops, I packaged too many engines too close together with a solid booster on the side.
Exactly why I asked, yeah.
It's just going to immediately overheat. Whoops.
Wait,
Look,
go
ahead.
We say Kerbal and we sort of joke about it, but that's another thing. If you've ever built a rocket in Kerbal Space Program is a video game where you get to build your own rockets, right? And in Kerbal doesn't care if your engine bells phase through each other. It's like some sort of quantum multi-position phase state. I don't know. The engine bells can touch each other, and the game doesn't care. And in real life, if you crash 2 engine bells together, not only do they make a huge bonging noise, they break and don't work very well. So they don't want, as these engines are gimbaling, them to hit each other. So packing 29 or 33 engines up underneath the bottom of the Super Heavy booster, it takes some planning, because it's not just, okay, the circles fit, we're cool. Some of those circles actually need to wiggle back and forth, and if they wiggle back and forth and hit each other, you're not going to have a good day.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I don't think we know even at this point how many are going to gimbal. Maybe there's an Elon tweet from the last couple days that I've missed, but I think just the center cluster, or maybe just
That
the
hotel.
middle cluster, or that's something they have to take in. Is it cutting out?
Yeah, we get it. It sounds like we got that hotel Wi-Fi. It's really not bad though, Jack. It was just one little hiccup there.
Let me know if it keeps happening. My bad.
It just hold still and try to put a little tinfoil around the side of your cell phone. Does that work?
I'm on my computer. I was hoping the bigger antennas on the computer would do me well.
Yeah, you need some tinfoil on the computer, it seems, because you're sort of phasing in and out a little bit. But see if we can we grab a question and just toss it over to the class here, maybe out of the panel, Jack, if you got that.
Do you think militaries will use Starship for point-to-point troop deployment?
Wow, you're just going to start with that one?
Yep.
Jeez. I don't know, Matt, what do you think? Starship military uses? That's a heavy topic.
Typically, in a military situation, countries get really antsy when you're launching giant missiles at each other.
That's a good point. I mean, it's one thing to have a C-130 flying into your airspace. It's another thing entirely to have a suborbital rocket coming in hot to deploy the troops. That's in the communication of that. You don't want to be deploying troops somewhere over on the other side of the world and have somebody wonder or get spooked out that maybe something else is going on. That's
I
definitely
don't really know
something
that there's
you
an established protocol yet.
I know. I mean, who do we do we post up on the internet? Hey, by the way, we're deploying troops and they're coming in a suborbital rocket. Like that seems
We
like
promise
something.
it's not a nuke. We swear it's definitely not a nuke. It's just troops. It's just troops.
Yeah, that sounds like a very sticky situation. So I think there's a lot of stuff that would be. I mean, hey, let's be realistic. That's something that may happen at some point. It may be that the Department of Defense, we know that the Department of Defense funds SpaceX operations. They hire SpaceX for missions. SpaceX deploys satellites and stuff like that for the DoD. So will at some point Starship become actual Starship troopers? I don't know. I don't know. A lot to think about there. Of course, we're super interested in the peaceful uses, the exploration. We want to be able to live and work in space. We want bigger space stations. We want to be able to go and put a moon base that's actually sustainable, not just boots and flags. So that's what we're really interested in. Elon's plan all the way out to Mars one day, right? So I know that is Elon's goal for the program. However, pragmatically, it has to be funded. Things have to be paid for, and that's Elon's call, y'all. That's something that's going to be up to SpaceX.
My understanding, anyway, after the last Jurassic World, was that the military is more interested in the Raptors anyway, so.
And
Uh,
sorry, really
ahead,
quickly,
Michael.
Jost.
Yep.
We have good news in our technical end. I need you to proceed with the robot swap.
All right, stand by, Jack and Matt. Y'all hold it down. I got some tech stuff to do.
Cool. Hopefully my voice doesn't cut out too bad. Let's see. Orc Cloud asking if they think we will see the hot gas thrusters being tested today. That's always a possibility. We've seen a number of static fires where during that same window they did a test of the thrusters or what have you. So that's always a possibility. Sorry, Matt, didn't really have a way to bring you in on that one. Let's see.
I hope we get to see it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, more testing is more better, right? Let's see. Mr. Gonzinator asking, what do we snack on during a long live stream? I mean, I've just got some soda here, maybe some chips or something. Not really relevant to the booster thing, but you know, sometimes we like to have fun. Do you have any live stream snacks of choice, Matt? We're building a rapport here. We're getting the audience to know you.
I have lots of Topo Chico.
Topo Chico.
Just
We're
bottles
immediately
and
best
bottles of Topo
friends.
Chico, yes.
We're immediately best friends. It's the best drink.
Form of water. Yeah.
NASA Spaceflight not sponsored by Topo Chico, but it's delicious. Have you ever
But we'd
considered?
like to be.
Yeah. Right. Oh man. Let's see what else we got here. Asking how many Raptors are installed. There are 3 currently installed, right, Matt?
Yes, that's correct.
Cool.
The
3
thrust.
Raptors.
The thrust
Yeah,
is
and
3. I told
Therefore, the
y'all.
thrust is 3. Correct. That is correct. Go do the work things. You're not allowed to make jokes.
I can still make snide remarks.
Okay, fine. Let's see. Sathinel asking, the Raptors are off center, or aren't the Raptors off center? Yes, they are. They are not installed on the central, or the center part of the mount. I forget.
Should we tell SpaceX?
Shh. Maybe they won't static fire then. We gotta be quiet. Quiet. No. Was it what stream the other day? I saw Michael like annotating a diagram of what engines were installed, but it is not the center engines only. They are in fact off to the side.
Why would that be?
I don't know. That's a very good question. You know, just spitballing here. Perhaps they're confident in the plumbing for the central portion, given as there might be some commonality there with Starship and its engines which are centered, and which they have static fired 3 of them many times. Maybe they wanted to get a test of engines further out on the mount and see what that would be like. That's a really good question. I'm not quite sure why they would mount them like that and
Weight
not just
distribution
go
isn't
with.
too much of a concern there, right? Because they gimbal.
Well, they're. I mean, I don't think it's a matter of they would need to install them centered so that the weight on the booster is uniform, and I don't think they'll be gimbling at all during the test. I'm not sure why they would.
They're static. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I wish it was flying today. Let's see, but yeah, I don't know. That's a really good question. Why they might do that?
Mentioning Kerbal earlier.
Yeah, wait, but that was me. No.
Exactly.
Let's see. Here's a question that we don't really have a concrete answer to, but it's a good question either way. SpaceX Gamer asking, what is the maximum amount of engines that can be static fired on Pad A simultaneously? Well, the maximum that we've seen so far is 3. And they sort of fire them in a couple milliseconds apart sort of scheme. So they're not necessarily all firing with full intensity all the exact same moment, is my understanding. But we don't know how many engines Pad A can handle maximum. And I do wonder, you can sort of see Pad A and Pad B in this shot. Pad B has the thrust ram installed there for pressure testing ships.
Yep.
But Pad A, you can see between Pad A and the booster, there is sort of that adapter that the booster is sitting on. I do wonder, even though it's not too much, it's maybe 6 feet or so, that extra height, I wonder if that gives them the ability to fire more than 3 at once on that pad, since the engines are further off the ground. But maybe that's not a big factor. But there was a time, Matt, where back in the and forgive me, I'm not sure if you've been following this stuff for super long or what, but there was a time last year, I think, where there was scuttlebutt. There was talk of, they're not going to be able to fire do many more static fires on Pad A because the concrete under the rocket is just absolutely fried by being blasted by Raptor exhaust over and over and over again. And I'm not sure what they did there to mitigate that, but that seems to clearly no longer be a problem because they flew multiple starships since then. But I do think there's certainly going to be a limit of a number of Raptors they can fire on Pad A. We don't know that limit yet, but that's a good question there from SpaceX Gamer. I mean, if you want to go engage in any wild speculation, Matt, feel free.
So right now, I just want to take a moment just to appreciate this shot and have some scale appreciation. That little truck up front in the middle.
Yep.
With the booster in the background, and the booster is way further back.
Yep.
It
It's
looks like
big.
a toy. It's like a little toy truck there in the
Hot Wheels
foreground.
toy.
Yeah.
And in that same vein, when we're slightly more zoomed out with this same shot, and you can see the launch tower and the booster, knowing how huge the booster is, it looks tiny next to the launch tower, which just tells you how freaking massive the launch tower is. Which, yeah, we're playing a game of scales here. Which it's cool that we have that little truck there. Every now and then you'll see, obviously, when the pad is not clear, which it is clear right now, but when it's not clear, you can see some people walking around, and that's always a good way to get a sense of scale too. It's just like, oh my gosh, this thing is utterly massive.
Some school buses once. I found some footage on the beach cam where literally kids from Brownsville go on a field trip. Like, I went to the dinosaur museum, which was awesome, by the way. But they took a field trip out to Starbase, and I had footage off the beach camera of these school buses. Because school buses are huge, right? With big yellow bus. And it looked teeny tiny. It was next to landed SN-15 in the background. They did like a little turn right in front of it, so...
You gotta love little opportunities like that. I mean, so many times with rockets, the cameras are far enough away for safety that having a sense of scale can be hard. I mean, Falcon 9 first stages are what, like a 15-story building or something like that. I mean, they're not tiny. It's insane that they're able to land those, and it's just one of those things where anytime you can sort of get that context, it's extremely useful. So good call there, Matt. Let's see. Princess Jules asking what the name of the intro song is. It is A New Way Out by Dennis. Good luck finding that online. I really should just put up a full version of the song in a video on our channel so people that want to listen to it can. But A New Way Out by Dennis. Super good. I've actually tried to reach out to that artist multiple times and just crickets. I would love to reach out to them and be able to be like, hey, can we get this version and can we get that version? But I digress. We are 15 minutes behind on the super chats, so
I've got them up.
Oh,
Wait,
perfect.
you have them now? Nice.
Yeah, I've got access.
You want to go through some of them? Go for it. I will
Sure.
take a break and sip some soda here.
Calmly Shield, thank you so much for being a new member here. Jack Carpenter asked, knowing where the right place is, and well, I guess not asking, knowing the right place is, and when is the right time is a skill on its own. Props to Jack.
Well, thank you, Jack.
to Tyrannus Cygnus for being a new member here, as well as Fabsy, welcome. Chininator, Chin says hi. Hi, Chin.
That's another one of those names that pops up a lot. What up, Chininator?
Jack Moore says, it's work night at 11 p.m. UK. Late tomorrow, then.
What is this, a Jack meeting? There's like 4 Jacks so far in the super
Did you
chat.
get the memo?
Jack
Yes.
fight! Jack fight!
A jack fight. Nice.
I would win.
ATL Tom says, hashtag Team Flappy Things. I like that.
I think
Musical
that was-
Wolves.
That was happening in the 24/7 stream. Apparently, there was a Flappy Thing meme that was going around, and everybody caught
Okay.
it. So that's where the Flappy Thing is coming from.
Well, I'm
Love
on
you
board with
24/7.
Flappy Things.
I popped
musical-
into the 24/7 chat earlier, and everyone was like, Jack, what do you think about the Flappy Things? And I was like, I have to go.
What did I miss? You just frantically scroll up to try and see what the heck they're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Musical Wolves asks, guesses on time from clear to SF for Super Heavy. Static fire.
Yeah, how long between pad clear and static fire? I have no guesses. I'm sorry. I'm not exciting.
Well, you're going to go home empty-handed, Musical Wolves. And I hope that disappointment is not too bitter. Future
Okay,
Martin, thank you
how
for
about
being
this?
a member.
2.5 hours. Let's just go with that. 2.5 hours, just
Okay.
so that they have a guess for their trouble. Thank you, Musical Wolves, for the support.
Keep going?
Yeah.
All right, Charles Schutrick says, here's to hoping for some time to kill for BAD Booster After Dark.
Nice.
Pebmits. I know it's late in the game, but the more engines they keep adding, I cannot help but think SRBs would not be a bad idea, which is less dangerous, 33 engines or SRBs, which have been enhanced.
I don't like SRBs on crew vehicles. That's me. That's my personal preference. Maybe I'm dumb. But yeah, that would be my response to that is no SRBs on crewed vehicles, please.
Rough Rider Show. How can Jack read this while driving? Will they test S20 and Booster 4 on the suborbit pads before stacking them on the OLP? Well, Jack didn't read this. He heard it.
Also, I'm not driving. I'm in a hotel room. Yeah.
Upsetting.
And then the second part of the question is, yeah, I mean, it would make sense that they would test Booster 4 and Ship 20 before stacking them. That would make sense to me, yeah. I mean, in SpaceX's test facility in McGregor, Texas, they test second stages, right? And they definitely test first stages, so.
Oh, we have a good question here. Dean Batha, by the way, thank you for being a new member. Chase Lang asks, how do you manage all the remote camera data needs?
That's a DOS question.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you, I get up early, and I don't go to sleep until I've used a lot of mobile data.
You've got a big shovel, and you shovel data from sunrise to sunset, and yeah.
He just downloads more when he needs it.
I download more data, yeah, when I need it. No, like in all seriousness, we did do the math on it. We have some special tricks behind the scenes. The system's actually really intelligent And one of the cool things we do is it goes into sleep mode. So if you're watching the 24/7 stream, the Starbase Live cameras we have up all the time, at a certain time, DOS will pop in and say, good handoff. And I'm watching the system go from broadcast quality mode to sleep mode. And we get to watch what the robots dream of at night as the cameras all spool down. There's like a central control server, and it commands all the cameras to spool down to a lower bandwidth mode. Because at night, there's not as much going on, and the sky is black. We don't need a bunch of bitrate to do that, so we spool down to sort of a lower bandwidth mode at night. And then before the sun comes up, the auto control system comes back online and tells all the cameras to wake back up again, and we go back to full broadcast quality on all the robots automatically from central control before the sun comes up, so that you can get the high quality shots of the sun rising, all the colors in the sky, and that sort of stuff. So a big part of saving on data is we're not just being dumb about the type of data that we use, just, oh, I don't know, just make it do that 24/7. The system is actually, it can be smart to help us minimize the data. We also have the ability to turn individual feeds on and off and change bitrate qualities and stuff like that. Like here today, since this is a big event, we've actually boosted the quality on all the cameras. We've bumped it up to a much higher bitrate so that a big event like a static fire, a lot of detail, a lot of motion, plumes of smoke, fire probably from danger cam. Hope we'll have more bitrate to capture more detail in those. Whereas 24/7, a lift, a crane is moving around, you don't need to be broadcasting at 20,000 kilobits per second for that, right? 4K for the crane moving, not really needed there. So just trying to be smart, and we did the math to figure out how it works. What do we mean?
I mean, 4K not needed? When is it not needed, though?
Well, that's the trick, though, right? Because I could make the stream say 4K, but it wouldn't actually be a 4K stream because it's in the field and the camera doesn't really have the bit rate. There's a difference between something saying that it's 4K resolution and actually having the instantaneous bandwidth to support a 4K quality picture. I don't want to lie about it.
Watch a 4K picture on my 1080p monitor.
See? Exactly. The human eye can only see 60. How many hertz can it see? I forget what the joke is.
5 frames a second.
5 frames per second.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're always improving, but we do have a couple intelligent things that we use to manage the data needs. And I will say, one way that we manage the data needs is by paying for it with super chats. So thanks.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a lot. Having seen it firsthand, oh god, it's a lot of data. So thank you everybody for enabling that 24/7 stream. Here's sort of a follow-on question, just really quickly. Sorry, Matt.
Sure.
Sam Adams asking, do we use H.265? Which I think we do, right, Das?
It depends. That's one of the options that we have. 265 is interesting. I won't go into the details on exactly what's good and bad about 265, but certainly that is an option that we have on a lot of our cameras, yes.
Cool.
We're still pretty behind on the super chat, so I'm just going to keep going through them, if that's okay.
Yeah, please. We're 20 minutes behind, and I'll stop interjecting every time there's one that I'll just let you run through them.
Dale Kaufman comments, largest Coors can.
Largest Coors can.
Does it turn blue, though, when it gets cold?
But we'll see. Play the Planet brought everybody marshmallows. Let's toast some, light the fire. Bensis asks, how will Starship protect passengers from radiation? 3mm steel seems awfully thin, and there doesn't seem to be space for a solar shelter unless the crew is way less than 100 people. Thanks for the coverage.
Jack?
I mean, you point the engine compartment towards the source of the radiation, right? And just the sheer bulk of all of the engines and all that metal, I think, is part of the mitigation plan, and all the propellant as well. I think that is part of it. I am not a scientist, and I am not an expert on this matter, so feel free to tell me I'm completely wrong in the comments. But the idea, part of the mitigation for radiation for Starship flights to Mars, I think, is just get there fast. Get there fast and don't spend a lot of time on the transit. And if you do that, then you minimize the exposure right there. And then I've also heard a lot of people say it's really not that big of a deal. It's an overblown concern. Obviously, if you're on the trip and a coronal mass ejection occurs and there's a wave of radiation coming your way, that's a bit of a different story. But everything nominal, I don't think it's too big of a deal. But again, I could really be wrong.
Well, one of the interesting things is we don't exactly understand exactly how big of a deal it is. We haven't been there.
Yeah.
How much time have we even spent out of the Van Allen belts? Earth has literally a force shield around it. It's got a magnetic force shield around it that protects us from radiation. The Van Allen belts, and this is, when we went to the moon, the only time we've been out of the Van Allen belts is when we went to the moon. I don't think a shuttle mission even ever approached the Van Allen belts. We'd have a shuttle expert on for that, right? Fact check can hit me on that one. But we don't have a lot of human experience outside the Earth's natural radiation shield. So we've got to get out there living and working in space. We need to go out and hang out at the moon and say, well, here's what happens to a human being who's gotten a year's worth of radiation in cislunar space without that big shield. And we don't have the ground truth on that yet. We can guess, we can send out instruments
Space
and
truth.
sensors, all space truth, thank you. We can send out all the sensors that we want, but we don't know 100% because a very, very small number of human beings have spent a very, very small amount of time outside of our natural shielding that just exists on the Earth. So I think that's one of the important things here, just not going all the way to Mars on the first shot, but let's get out there, let's get around the moon, let's hang out in cislunar orbit, right, the space between the Earth and moon, that sort of stuff, and let's get that information. And I don't think that on the first Starship that goes to Mars, with crew even, it's going to be 100 people. You got an awful lot of room for activities in there, and I don't think you just stuff it with seats like an economy airline and then just ship them to Mars. You're going to have a small crew, you're going to have a lot of equipment, and then you have room for things like radiation shielding and that sort of thing, solar storm shelters, et cetera, because you're not trying to be Ryanair on the first flight to Mars, okay? That's an airline, isn't it? I think it is an airline.
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe.
Aren't they famous for like crushing like tons of people into like a little small plane? I don't know. I hope
Use
so.
the bathroom, and the safety card is printed on the back of the seat in front of you, not a separate actual card.
Wait, for real?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's been a long time. But I have flown on Ryanair, and it was hilariously cheap and hilariously it's just every single thing they could cut. They cut. It was like £1 to use the bathroom. They didn't serve drinks. There's no Wi-Fi, of course. There's no TVs or anything. It's just, and if you want to read the safety card, just look at your seat back. I don't even think there was tray tables. It was a lot.
They give you a bungee cord to strap your knees to your chest when you sit down.
But you know what? I'll take that over Spirit. Anyways.
Okay, not talking about specific brands here, but moving right along.
All right, Robbie's 315. Thank you for being a member. Welcome. Dave Wolf asks, do we think that maybe they have an engine in each of the three rings, center, middle, and outer?
I don't think so. I think it's one center and two outer, or sorry, one center and two middle, no outer. But I could be wrong.
Mr. Jelhu says, all hail Michael, download next Spackle Fight, which I assume is about interior renovations.
What?
It's a Spackle Fight.
Spackle Fight?
Spackle Fight.
That's a different live stream. That's like the NASA Spaceflight Home Renovation channel where we just constantly find load-bearing walls and lament about it.
That's what I'm getting out of this, so.
I'm imagining like a BattleBots style thing where the robotic cameras are fighting each other with home improvement tools. Anyways.
Yep. Jonas.
Seriously though, next Spaceflight
Spaceflight.
is a great app. Yeah, it's a great app. Michael develops it. If you want to know when things are going to happen in any kind of spaceflight, Next Spaceflight is the app for you. Download Next Spaceflight.
Jonas
it
asks,
really is
can
cool.
Jack do a tongue twister?
Nope.
Oh, jeez. Nope is a valid answer, I think, actually.
Okay.
Another
Moving along.
There is some grass venting. I know that's not a concrete sign, but it is a sign we usually see before they test. So that is slightly promising.
Excellent.
The grass vent would be on the lower left-hand side. You see Jonas's name right there? Here you go, Jonas. You know you signed up for this. Right above Jonas's name, the little white bar, Super Chat Jonas, you can see some venting coming out of the grass right now. I'm gonna move that camera around a little bit so we can look at that. But that is the grass vent. It doesn't really mean anything. We can't really gain any timing numbers or anything like that from the fact that the grass is venting, but it is a good sign. If the grass never vents, that might be a sign. We certainly don't want them to go back to the pad, but we can't tell you, oh, good, look, T-minus 45 minutes, the grass vent came on. Ask Adrian. He'll tell you.
Yep, it is meaningless. It is completely mostly meaningless. It does mean they're doing something in terms of propellant conditioning in the tank farm, but the first indication that we know from starships anyways is the recondenser. That's something we can actually time stuff off of, but grass vent, no.
Yeah. And I'm going to edit that camera real quick. Let's see if we can't show the grass vent pretty clearly here.
Nice.
There we go. You see just a little bit of vapor. Again, that atmospheric turbulence down there in Texas, you can literally see the energy in the air. That air is like roiling and jumping over itself. Makes it a little bit fuzzy at this range, but there is a little bit of vapor coming out of the grass there. That's why we call it the grass vent.
It's so literal.
It is.
It is.
We like to keep it simple around here. I mean, it's not rocket science. It's rocket engineering.
And the good
Well-
news is this is going to push, as the more this pushes into the window,
Yes.
the cleaner the air is going to get with the sun setting. So I don't know about you, chat. I know we want to see a static fire, but if this pushes towards 6, 7, 8, I'm not going to be complaining personally.
Yeah. The image will definitely clear up a lot as we get later into the later into the evening here.
We all know they're waiting for magic hour.
They should. It'd look fantastic.
I feel like sometimes they actually have.
All right, so when we started, we were 20 minutes behind. Now we're 23. I'm just
That's
going to
how
make
it
this
goes.
my baby now.
That's just how it goes.
It is.
Invisible says, if Starship will go military, we will have Starship troopers. We must be ready for the Klendathu invasion, which I agree, which is why here at NASA Spaceflight, we're doing our part.
You want to know more?
That's why you're here. Gun Fox, moving military point to point, supply-wise, sure likely. Personnel, highly unlikely. Rockets are too obvious than a plane.
Compare with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd love to see it for humanitarian aid too, like disaster areas. If
Yeah.
you could, get a bulldozer in there and clear off a flat area, maybe prep a landing pad, and then use a Starship to bring in however many tons of aid. Not the easiest unload in the world, but they could figure it out. We've seen some renderings for things like that. So, personally, I'd love to see peaceful purposes first, but I'm also a realist. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if it pays the bills for exploration, that's one way to do it, I suppose. But you're right, peaceful use is good.
To an extent, to an extent. I wish we could just do everything peacefully, but I live in the real world.
Yep.
Reese asks, how would rocket flight between USA and Russia work? And Das, I know we spent about 40 years trying to avoid that.
I think we did. It's the same sort of thing. I mean, I think we're a very long way between now and Starships taking either payloads or people on suborbital trajectories, and there's going to be a lot of discussions that have to occur. I will tell you that I think that humanity is probably... It would restore some of my faith in humanity if you could board the noon rocket from DC to Moscow, and that wasn't going to make us all end up in World War III. You know what I mean? Like, that would show maybe the world has hope. I have faith in people,
David says, thanks for all the great coverage. Let's light this candle. Spot Lizard 03, thank you very much for being a new member, as well as Snake Pliskin. Welcome. I like the reference. Vin Smoke says, still here since Frank and Crane first tried to lift the 8th OLIT section. Glad to have you guys back live so soon.
Good deal. Hey, let me point out something on the camera right now.
Yep.
There's a small war happening in our back channel. Those Raptors aren't centered, but I can see that Michael has centered them in the frame. He was telling me that the camera wasn't centered, and I'm like, well, Michael, the Raptors aren't centered. So I centered it on Starship, and Michael has centered it on the Raptors here. But you can actually see the numbers painted on the sides of the Raptors. Look, I got 62, and I think that's... See? There you go. Now he's undoing the crop.
There's your comparison.
Yeah, that's Starship centered versus the Raptors centered.
So we need like a hashtag team centered and hashtag team uncentered.
Oh God.
I mean, we can do a poll. There's a new poll feature on YouTube.
Oh no.
It's team
One that you
centered.
can't dismiss.
See, the good news is we're a quasi-professional team. So Michael was able to work it out. Even though I went for the accurate Starship centering, he was able to get the centering he was looking for by just adjusting the crop a little bit there. So we all work it out. Nice.
Nicholas Williamson, thank you so much for being a new member. Monty Arnold, do you think at some point they'll install a mass simulator on Booster 3?
Oh, wow. No, I don't think so. We saw here, back before we had starships, and we just had the back ends of starships. So basically the fuel tanks, the LOX and the methane tanks, and then the engines on the bottom, and they actually hopped it that way with no nose cone on it, right? We saw them install some mass simulators, 20-something tons worth of steel that they just put on top of the thing, like a huge cube of steel, so that the center of mass would be a little bit different, more like it had a nose cone up there, and to provide something for those Raptors to push against. Since we have not heard plans for any hops
God, what is the poll?
from a booster, oh geez, I don't know.
You know, what happened was
T
I
in
made a
chat.
poll. I did hashtag Team Raptor Centered and hashtag Team Booster Centered, and I guess the YouTube new feature only had hashtag T and hashtag T for both options. So I made a new poll. The new poll is now up. T is no longer an option, but Team Raptor Centered and Team Booster Centered are now an option. And I can see that I am off to an early lead, Doss.
I've seen
Hey.
F's in chat, but I haven't seen T's in chat before. So
That's your bug right there. We always have to have one bug in a live stream. The other one occurred before the stream happened, so you can't count that one. So that's our bug. We should be good to go for now.
Can I just say it's absolutely wild to see the number of votes just skyrocketing as like it's already over 1,800 votes. I mean, holy cow, you guys are awesome.
Can we convert some of those into likes for the stream, maybe? Like, can we skyrocket some likes?
Yeah, we got
every like is
17.
a chance I won't come back.
We've got we've got 17,000 watching. We've got 3.3K likes. So hit that like. Oh, 3.7 now. Thank you, everybody.
Wow. All right. Somebody must have mentioned it out loud, huh?
Yeah, good call.
Gator, thanks for being a new member. Appreciate you. Janine and Carl Barter, hi from Australia, watching as I work.
Right.
Chininator, if y'all need someone to move to Starbase to help out Boca Chica Gal, hit me up. I'd love an opportunity to be part of of documenting history. Space Nerd, what is the deal with the stairs being removed and some being added on some of the tower sections after stacking? Going back to yesterday.
I think that's part of the construction method that they're using there. They need the stairs for before it's stacked, but then when they're going to stack them, they remove the stairs because then they're going to have the elevator there. I think that's what that is chalk-upable, if that's even a phrase, too. But I'm not quite sure. That's a good question. Speaking of questions, if you guys have any questions, you don't have to super chat to ask them. Just at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and that will help your question pop up in our software that Michael wrote. Thank you for writing that software, Michael. Let's see. So let's see. Tolly is saying, after SN15 static fire, a few thermal protection tiles broke. Considering the amount of vibration created by 33 super heavy engines, is there a risk of tiles breaking again? Well, I don't know. We can kind of take
Always a
that.
risk.
We can take that question two ways, though, right? Because the booster, I don't think we expect to have tiles, right?
I don't think so, actually. Yeah. Huh.
Booster's not going to have tiles, as far as I know.
Yeah.
But there still could be a risk of tiles on whatever ship is on top of the booster breaking. But it's one of those things where, like you said, Doss, I bet SpaceX has done the math, and when it comes time to orbit a ship, they will have that taken care of. That's a good question, though. I mean, definitely going to be a significant amount of vibration coming from those 33 or 29 Raptor engines.
Yeah. They definitely, that's why they do the test program. You don't just put together a rocket and ship it. There's a lot of testing that has to happen, and that's why we're seeing a static fire today. Because they're going to do the static fire. They're going to get, they have sensors all over this booster, and that they're going to be recording the data from that sensors, and I would not be surprised if there's not vibration sensors in there to show forces that are acting and resonating throughout the body of the thing when the static fire occurs. SpaceX knows what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
Yep. Let's see. Wig Nasty asking if they'll fill the launch tower legs with concrete. I don't think so, but what do I know? I think the weight of the tower itself is going to be plenty.
You know a lot, Jack.
I've been wrong plenty of times. Anne, thank you. Or let's see. Anne says, have any of you been there to watch a Starship flight? I have. Mary has, of course. Doss, you have not, right?
No, I haven't. Nope.
You've been there a bunch for robots and other
Yeah.
things, but
See, this is the peril of my position, right? Like, I go to Boca Chica when there's no testing happening because that's when you should be upgrading all of your infrastructure. So you don't go out there when they have an active test happening because then I can't get to the robots to upgrade them and work on them. So my unfortunate situation is that I only really should be going out there when nothing's going on because that's when I have access to all the robots.
I
Poor
feel
me.
your pain.
Yeah, right, Michael?
Let's
I
see.
am going to stop the poll because I'm assuming that new people coming to the stream are going to be quite confused by it. But for the record, Team Raptor Center taked it with 56%. So, Doss, your framing skills need work.
Well, no, you just did it correctly by cropping it and using the feed that you were provided. Well done.
Let's see. Fireworking asking, how often are Martian transfer windows? Is that what, every 16 months or something like that? 18 months?
I roughly 2 years is what the number I hear, but is it 16 or 18 months? In Kerbal or in real life? That's why I'm confused.
Googling Martian transfer every 26 months
There you go. So a little bit more than 2 years.
is what a quick Google is leading me to believe.
Yeah.
If you're just
let's-
joining us quickly, we're waiting for the tank farm to come to life. That's why we keep showing these wide shots. We are trying to see when we see vapors from the tank farm. That will be a sign that they've entered the countdown. So keep your eyes out for any sort of venting activity from the tank farm.
How long does it take to grow a tank?
Well, the early tanks, back when tanks first crawled forth from the primordial goo of Boca Chica, it took a while to build a tank. I'm not actually going to be able to say a number, but it seems like they're getting better at building those tanks. Every day you see new ring sections. You see these massive rolls of stainless steel. I'll tell you, I was driving down to Starbase, and I was coming from Corpus Christi. I was born and bred up in Corpus, right? And I was driving down the interstate, and I saw a truck, big flatbed truck, and it had a huge roll on it. And I'm like, I know where that's going, all the way to Starbase. So you can tell some of the raw materials that are going in there because they are really banging out. I mean, in some cases, quite literally banging out the rings and sections and starships and flipping domes and all sorts of stuff. Remember, part of the program is not just learning to fly starships or designing a starship that can fly. Part of the program for SpaceX is learning to build starships. How do you build them? How do you build them reliably? How do you build them quickly? How do you build them in such a way that they can be reused? That's something that nobody's really done before for this sort of aerospace rocket equipment, right? So just learning how to build something at this scale to the speeds that Elon wants if they're going to have fleets of starships colonizing Mars, that's part of what they need to learn here. And even we've seen them go through and build a dome or build some rings or build a tank and then just throw it out to the scrapyard. All right, good. We learned how to weld that. Get another one. Absolutely.
We got some bending?
Yep. I think even Elon has. There's been Elon tweets where he's saying aiming for a ship every month or something like that, where they want to build one ship a month, one booster a month, or I forget what the exact numbers were there. But yeah, it's like you said, Doss, building the machine that builds the machine. That classic Elonism that he's said, and I think he said that in relation to both Tesla and SpaceX's activities there in South Texas, where testing and design are relatively easy, but production is the hard part. Getting a assembly line and conveyor belt of rockets coming out of a factory is extremely difficult. So, very good, very interesting there. Did you say we might have some venting?
No, that's what chat was saying. The grass, I don't know.
Well, we saw the grass venting a little bit, but that doesn't really mean anything. What we're really looking for on the skyline beach view here in the tank farm, we're looking for some venting to come from the tank farm itself. So we know about the grass vent, but what we really want to see here is some venting showing that the tank farm has spooled up. We may also hear this. We're piping in a live microphone that's literally, it's in this shot. It's right across the street from Danger Cam. And we might start to hear the tank farm activate a bunch of noises and stuff like that. I was trying to decide whether I was going to make the noise or not. But we may also hear some signs that the tank farm has come to life. But right now, I'm not really seeing anything in the tank farm that would that would really make me excited about venting.
Are you able to telestrate right now, Doss, and sort of draw an arrow to where the recondenser is?
Right now, no.
I'm sorry. I
Not
always
set
put
up
you
to
on the
that.
spot with that. I should stop doing that.
No. So this it may be tough to do in this stream because we're juggling. We keep the 24/7 stream up, so I'm making sure the 24/7 stream is good while we also do the commentary, while we also manage these cameras, and I don't have that set up right now. That's maybe for a future thing.
Okay, so basically the recondenser, if you guys don't know, if you're relatively new, recondenser is the thing that takes the propellant from the vehicle as it warms up and recondenses it and makes it cold in the appropriate temperature again. And that is one of the items in the tank farm that we are able to sort of gauge fueling progress by. And that's one of the things that Adrian, who we always talk about with his spreadsheets, is able to track. Oh, when recondenser starts, we know we're roughly 50, 58, something like that minutes away from a Starship static fire. Who knows if those timings will hold for a Super Heavy? But if you're looking for where that is, you can see that sort of that little truck. Oh, never mind.
Oh, sorry, Jack. I was not paying attention. I
You're
apologize.
Perfect timing.
The little tanker truck that we were talking about earlier, if you look above that and to the right of it, sort of there's those white horizontal tanks and the black vertical tanks. Sort of that leftmost black vertical tank in that region right there. Sort of that's where the recondenser is, and so that is where we are looking for vapor from right now. Go ahead, Michael. Switch your fancy angle.
No, so I'm doing too many things at once, so my bad, but yes, good description on the recondenser, Jack. We'll keep an eye out for that. That is usually first, but not always first. Sometimes the rest of the tank farm spools up first, so
Yep.
we'll keep an eye on it, but either way, whatever spools up first is the sign we're looking for.
Yeah,
That
I guess
the
I
static
shouldn't
fire
say.
attempt is to go.
I guess I shouldn't say the recondenser is first, but it's the first thing that we have historically been able to time things off of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
All right.
clockwork. Like the recondenser fires up and we're like, up. Now we know where they are. That's a huge deal for us. Unlike the grass vent, which means nothing.
Yeah, I mean, so much so that we have a T-shirt with a testing corridor design that Adrian has put together. So that it's crazy how much we're able to, or we're able to track Starship testing at a certain point, and hopefully we get to that point again with boosters.
We literally have a T-shirt that has a spreadsheet and a graph on it. Like,
It's literally the best. It's the best piece of merch that we have, and I practically demanded it in our merch channel. I was like, please make this a thing, and everyone was like, I don't know, but I hear from people that they really like that shirt. So I'm glad that we made it. I'm glad that Adrian is tracking the data, and I know Adrian is tracking today's test as well. So any sort of information that we can glean from today's testing, you better believe it will be spreadsheeted, and Adrian will provide that to us. And breaking news! He says he's wearing his spreadsheet shirt right now, which is hilarious.
Nice.
It's like a band member wearing the shirt of the band they're in. I love it.
I've
Let
worn
me-
my
let
own
me take-
shirt before.
Oh yeah, I've got some Kerbal Space Academy shirts and stuff. I think it's a legitimate strategy. Plus, if he needs to reference the timings, he can just look down at his shirt and be like, "Oh yeah, 20 minutes. Okay, makes sense." It's like an extra monitor that only displays one spreadsheet. Bit of a stretch there. Hey, let me do this, folks. We are standing by to hopefully witness the first static fire of 3 Raptor engines on a super heavy booster. This is the SpaceX Starship program, that big massive rocket they've been putting together down on the beach in South Texas. And right now you can see that's booster 3 on the screen. Down underneath there's 3 Raptor engines installed, and hopefully we see some fire come out of the bottom of those here in just a bit. However, we can't tell you exactly what time that's going to happen. That's what we keep talking about, spreadsheets and venting in the tank farm. We're trying to watch what happens on the screen, but unfortunately SpaceX doesn't publish an exact time. They don't put out a press release that says like, okay, yeah, at 6:42 p.m. Central Time we're going to try a test. SpaceX says, all right, people, sometime between noon and 10 p.m. we may start a test. And that's all the information we get. It literally says, if you hear a police siren, come out of your house so you don't get showered with broken glass. It's an overpressure event, and they recommend for safety reasons you come out of your house in case something happens that breaks windows. But they don't tell us the exact time, and as of right now, we don't have any information for you on the time. I can tell you that it's 5:43 p.m. there. Window goes all the way to 10 p.m., so they still have 4 hours and just over 15 minutes to perform the test. But unfortunately, I cannot tell you that it's going to be in 45 minutes or it's going to be in an hour or anything like that. Maybe what you should do is follow NASA Spaceflight on Twitter at NASA Spaceflight, because Chris B, who runs that account, he's the founder of NASA Spaceflight. He'll give periodic updates, and if we start to see some venting or we start to see ice freezing onto the side of the fuel tanks, I guarantee you there will be Bandicam, like flames coming out the side of Bandicam as he puts together little video clips and lets you know. So at NASA Spaceflight on Twitter is where you want to be if you can't sit around and run this. Of course, you could just put this up on your TV in the living room and subject the entire house to our commentary. You may not be allowed back in your own house, but, you know, what you going to do?
Should we do some more chats?
I think so, yeah. There's no way we're going to keep up with all of them. Like, it's impossible, but we don't want the entire stream just to be reading Super Chats, but we do appreciate you. Let's grab a couple more of those and see if some questions come out of there.
Okay, Darian Craig says, speaking of SRBs and crew, did the Buran shuttle avoid any of the fatal issues with shuttle, especially heat shields?
Heat shields? Well,
It was still
I think
side mounted on the stack, right? So that's got to be a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the interesting thing is Buran didn't really go anywhere.
Or do anything.
Yeah, so they didn't really get a lot of actual test data out of it. Were the Russian engineers trying to learn or glean anything from the shuttle program? I'm sure, right? I mean, I think the entire design was gleaned from the United States shuttle program. But in terms of any details on that, I haven't heard anything specifically. Not sure. But I can tell you, I know that the SpaceX engineers who are working on the heat tiles for Starship have definitely taken a lot of education from NASA folks. Folks that worked on the shuttle program dealing with tiles there, and all the lessons learned with ceramic tiles on the sides of ships that go to space, and how do you seal them, and how do you replace them, and what are some pitfalls and stuff. We've definitely seen some improvements on Starship in terms of that. Maybe the biggest one being most of the tiles are the same. Hexagons for days, instead of having so many very specific shapes and, you know, tile 1834765, it goes in position, whatever. The majority down the side of Starship of the tiles are that same hexagonal shape. So an improvement already, just making sure you don't have as many little artisanal boutique pieces. You have a bunch of interchangeable hexagons instead of, you know, this one tile that only fits in one place on the complicated bottom of the shuttle. How's that? I turned it back around to Starship.
Yeah.
I think even with shuttle, each individual orbiter had special tile. Like you couldn't swap tile from Discovery to Atlantis. Like each individual orbiter had oh my god. Anyways,
a lot.
And really quick, I know we're trying to do this fast, but I will fight anybody that says Buran is better than shuttle. It was not. It is demonstrably worse. Go look at the farewell dossier. Farewell dossier CIA.gov. Bye.
Boom.
Did you just reference CIA.gov on a live stream?
Yes, the farewell dossier is crazy. We fed Russia known bad designs in order to mess them up. It's like reverse technical espionage, and one of the known bad designs we fed them was used on Buran, at least according to a former NASA administrator. Anyways, CIA.gov, farewell dossier.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah,
Somebody,
a little bit of tinfoil for your hat there.
Let's keep on going with some of the super chats there, Matt.
Gonna say hello to some new members. Martian Brotherhood, hello. Thank you so much for joining. John Doepker. I'm gonna say it wrong, but thank you so much again for becoming a member. Doc Watson as well. Appreciate you. Game Cage 2001. There we go. I messed it up, but I still like you. Jason Dulong, thank you for becoming a member. And Yorkshire Phaser as well. Welcome and thank you. Going back to the little notes here, Civilian Space says, thanks, Chris B, for appearing on the podcast. Gudjun Bjornson says, little help with the stream, sitting in my tent on a camping trip, watching the stream here from South Norway, just after midnight, when light. No commentary. Are you guys sure there's going to be a static fire? No.
Well,
Probably.
no, we can't guarantee, but we know that SpaceX is moving towards a static fire. The road's closed. The tank farm is clear. The pad is clear. We know that they are setting up. Oh, look at that. Oh, my
Hey.
handwriting. What is that? What happened here?
It's hard to write with a mouse, I must say.
When tablet.
That's
Did
actually floating in the air in Boca Chica.
Yes.
Mary got an alert notice too, right, Das?
Yeah, Mary got an alert notice as well that said between noon and 10 p.m. they were going to be trying to to do a test today, and when she gets that specific type of alert notice, it usually means they're going to try to light an engine. A cryo test, they won't do an alert notice that warns about an overpressure. Anytime they're dealing with fire, they'll put out a specific notice on a specific type of piece of paper with information in it that has that overpressure warning, and that's an indication that SpaceX is interested in lighting a candle today. So can we guarantee it's going to happen? Absolutely not. I can't even guarantee the sun's going to come up tomorrow, much less whether or not SpaceX is going to static fire today. But we'll be here. We're watching, and I feel like we're hearing some more sounds from the tank farm there.
Yeah, it's starting to get venti.
And that is the approximate area of the condenser. We can't actually see the condenser from this angle, but that's the general area that we're going to be looking at to see that venting start.
Good deal.
Let's see, Sergey, thank you for the super chat. Eider, thank you for the super chat there, for the support. Logan, thank you for the support there. What happens if B3 blows? Will they need to test B4 and B5 for the first orbital flight? Yeah, I think they're still going to, even if B3 doesn't blow, I think they'll still test B4 and B5. But if it does, something bad does happen to B3, I mean, we've seen test anomalies occur in the past. They clean up the pieces and keep on keeping on. Invisible Kinkaju, thank you for the support. Let's see, we were talking about radiation earlier. Move around at maximum speed, don't go through the maximum flux zone. Yep, that makes sense. Darga, Carol, thank you for the support. Talking about Ryanair, saying they should buy a fleet of starships. I mean, that's not completely out of the realm of possibility, hopefully, in the next 10, 20 years. I don't know. Hopefully what we're seeing is...
We should buy starships, or the airline should buy starships?
I thought they meant Ryanair should buy starships.
Okay.
I mean, ideally, we get Starship point to point, and that's a thing. I mean, sign me up. Although I know how you feel about that, Das.
You know.
John, thank you for the support. Saying his daughter Victoria would like to know why they're using 30 small engines instead of just a few big ones like Saturn V. Well, they are still fairly big, and they produce a lot of thrust. I think part of it is it's harder to make a bigger engine than it is a smaller one, right? Like, I remember the F1 engines on Saturn V had a bunch of problems with flow instability, and also if you lose an engine out of 30, it's sort of a less big of a deal than if you lose one of 4 or one of 2. Does anyone else have any input they want to throw in there?
Yeah, it depends on how small the engine is, because if you make it real tiny, that's pretty hard.
Have you ever tried to make a like crude ship in Kerbal with just electric engines? It's hard.
Yeah, I mean, there seems to be there's some economies of smaller scale, I guess. That's not really the right way to say that. But once you get to a certain point, the engine gets a little bit more complicated to make and make power out of. So there's sort of a sweet spot based on your application. And I think what they're doing with the Raptors is they're sort of trying to go for that sweet spot. I also know that they want a lot of commonality. So you don't want, this type of Raptor on the bottom, and then a different type of Raptor, and then a different engine, a completely different thing on the top, and then the fourth stage is going to be completely, totally different. So they're trying to design an engine that sort of fits all their needs for Starship. And we know there's a couple variants of Raptor. So we know there's like the Big Bell Raptor, the vacuum optimized Raptor, and you have the sea level Raptor, right? But that's not a totally, completely green grass, different engine design. That's a lot of it's the same. And they make some tweaks to optimize it to be more efficient in space, where there's a vacuum, there's no air, and a different type to be more efficient down where there's atmosphere around. So I think they're sort of splitting the difference here, the size of the engine, the mass of the components, how you can use it in more than one way, in more than one place. Everybody likes to say, oh yeah, engine out, engine out. Certain phases of flight, the Starship might be able to, or Starship or Super Heavy, might be able to actually lose an engine, like an engine flames out, and as long as it's in a nice controlled manner, it may be able to keep on going with the mission, right?
Yeah, Falcon 9 can already do that.
Yeah. So there are a lot of different considerations that you take into account when choosing this, but I think that they're looking for that sweet spot. They don't want one big, massive Sea Dragon engine underneath it or anything like that, but they don't want a bunch of teeny tiny Rocket Lab engines. Like, that wouldn't work very well. So they're shooting for the sweet spot.
Yeah, I mean that commonality thing, it really makes a lot of sense because there are rockets that have a completely different set of propellants and engines for the second stage, and that is not what we want here. We want everything to be as common as possible for economies of scale and for simplicity and for weight savings and all of that. So there's a lot of follow-on effects that occur there, and in that case, you don't want a giant engine on the second stage that is way oversized for it or what have you. So very, very good thinking there.
And I'm still listening. Michael, what level are we at there? Are we at nominal audio level, or did I mess that up?
I think I can turn it up more if we want. We just have to balance the wind noise versus the actual exciting noise. I'm not hearing on my preview. I'm not hearing much ambient noise to the pad right
Gotcha.
now, but I can try turning it up more. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
no,
try
no.
turning it up more, and we'll see if chat complains because it is kind of quiet right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, because we have to boost that mic a certain way, and if I clicked on it wrong, I may have removed the boost and it would be too quiet. But
Everybody says okay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's good. They
I
hear
just
the
boosted
ambient.
it 3 decibels. So if chat, let us know if it still sounds good, if you can hear it clearly. If it needs to be louder or quieter, I can change that.
More questions really quick. Thomas Ryman asking, how do they get one of those alert notices? It's a little bit tricky. You have to live in Boca Chica Village, which at this point not a lot of people do, but Mary does, and so she gets those notices. DJ Plath asking, has McGregor ever tested a Raptor vac? Yes, they have. They have tested at least 2. I think it was what we've seen from Gary's aerial photos on the forum, which if you don't know, there is a member of the NASA Spaceflight Forum named Gary who does flyovers of the McGregor facility and provides those amazing images to the forum. So check those out. If you're curious what's going on in McGregor, that's probably the best resource out there. And TJ Moore asking, isn't B3 basically the same as S20, but with bigger tanks? No, it's very different. I mean, the tanks are bigger, but the plumbing involved and the aft dome, aka thrust puck, whatever you want to call it, the part where all the engines attach, is very different, and presumably the plumbing associated with that is very different. That said, it wouldn't shock me if they basically ran a Starship fueling and countdown for this. You know, loaded a Starship amount of fuel, or a Starship static fire amount of fuel, and conducted it in that way, because there are 3 engines. That is what they did with Starship, was fire 3 engines for their static fires. At least they got to that point. So, interesting question, but no, I would say B3 is significantly different. I'm going to run through a couple more super chats if there's no objections.
Have Matt do it.
Matt,
Put him
go
to
for it.
work. Put him to work.
Whip crack, horse money.
Whip crack horse winning.
Let's see. Jim says, has there been any discussion about using the boring company to help with construction on Mars? I would think building underground would be a lot cheaper than above ground. I think subterranean is probably an idea they're exploring. I don't know if they're doing it with the boring company.
Yeah, haven't heard anything specific about that, but they may just not be there yet, right?
Seems like a
Certainly,
no-brainer.
yeah, they could learn some things in underground boring and utilize that on Mars. I don't see why not.
Wouldn't shock me.
Chris, thanks for the support. Ethanet says, would Super Heavy have to be fueled before secking Starship to prevent something like SN3 happening? What are the safety implications of yes?
I think pressurized, yes. Fueled, no.
Let's see. Steven says, are we going to have to keep a poll to see if we keep Baron? No.
Oh wow,
No.
what is it? It's like an episode of Big Boca Chica all of a sudden.
I don't
We
want it.
vote him. We vote him off the sandbar or something.
I'll give you cookies. Your MJK. Here's something for 4K gear upgrades. What do you think will be the next big milestone after a successful first orbital hop?
First operational mission.
Another orbital hop that actually
Yeah.
goes to orbit for some
That-
sustained amount of time.
That too. Good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, that could certainly be some sort of mission, like they could send a Cybertruck up or something like that, right?
Starlinks.
But yeah, Starlinks, they could put some Starlinks up. I think that this next test, that's not next test, but this suborbital hop, or this orbital hop, the orbital flight test they've been talking about, that's going to be good, but that's not a Starship in orbit for like 5 days or anything like that. And they're going to have to get into testing, sending a Starship up, leaving it in orbit, putting solar panels on it, getting power positive, being able to control it for a couple days' time, and then bring it down in a controlled manner. And that may not come back down to the landing pad. It may not come down to Boca Chica. It may also target the Pacific Ocean again, just installing a new stainless steel reef or whatever. I think that's definitely not going to be the end all be all, and that is a very, very first step towards trying to make the Starship program a reality. That orbital hop is just the first step. Lots more tests to stream.
I could even see them doing, like an orbit that was had a really high apogee, so that when they come back in, they have a lot of energy, so they can really stress test the heat shield. Something like that too might be on the cards. Who knows?
Yeah.
Universal, thank you for the support. Appreciate you. R4, thank you very much for becoming a new member. Jack asks, is it possible to one day see multiple production facilities if they can nail the production right? SS from BC to KSC is a logistical nightmare.
Yes.
Interesting.
Interesting
Interesting there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can see them build Starship in more than one place.
Yeah, I think once they get it down, they could certainly build it in more than one place. But I have to say, you said Starship from Boca Chica to KSC is a logistical nightmare. Well, it's just going to hop itself. It's super easy. They build it, they put it on the pad, and they just fly it to KSC and land it there. Starship.
You joked, us, but honestly, what do you think is a bigger hurdle? Getting Highway 4 fully buttoned up and nice and because you've driven on Highway 4. There's like a 12-mile stretch there between the launch site and the port connector road, which they could, in theory, use. But that huge 12 or 18-mile or whatever it is stretch of Highway 4 is not in the shape that you could transport a self-propelled modular transporter down that thing with a super heavy or a star. I don't think that's, there's going to be a lot of work. So what's more work, fixing up 18 miles of Highway 4 or the logistical nightmare of hopping a ship to KSC? I don't know.
I think the biggest logistical nightmare is going to be 120 tons of stainless steel coming in hot over Universal Orlando. That's going to be the trick there.
Well,
so,
what if they go retrograde and then it comes in over the Atlantic? Okay, I'll stop.
It's going to do a dog leg. Like, it's going to go past the Keys down south and then dog leg up to the Cape. Starship's crazy, y'all. All sorts of ideas. We'll see what pans out.
Very serious question here from James. Asks, what's the giant Pringles can for? Love you guys. The answer to that is so many people complained about not being able to fit their hand inside of the Pringles can that Elon said, I got you.
I was just going to say it's for Pringles, duh.
Now, somebody calculate how many Pringles you could put inside of a Starship. I'm not doing the math, but
they will calculate it. They will.
Volume of a cylinder, volume of a Pringles can. Do the math. If you're super complicated, figure out the wasted space in between cylinders. Then take the chips out of the Pringle can and just crush them up and put them into the Starship. Like,
Dean has
STEM project.
Dean has a couple questions here about the environmental study. Is it true that they didn't get the environmental study before building a tower, and the FAA says that the tower has to be torn down? No, I don't think that they have to tear it down.
Did you click on it? Did you click on that news article?
I think no.
Me? Or Dean?
No, everyone. The class. I'm asking everyone if they clicked on that news article. Remember, that letter that was cited was months old. This was sort of a much ado about nothing. Certainly SpaceX is continuing to proceed. You'll also note in the letter, the FAA didn't say stop work, halt everything until this is done. They did say SpaceX was proceeding at their own risk, but they did not say stop everything. Yeah. So I think it's going to get figured out. I think it was the FAA saying, something, there's process, there's procedure. Maybe we need to update our process and procedure to keep up with you, Elon. But I think it was the FAA reminding people back months ago when they first sent that, there is still a process and a procedure that needs to be followed. You can't just say, I'm saving the universe by building Starship and then just ignore all the rules. But I think it's a matter of paperwork. I think it's a matter of SpaceX dotting the T's and crossing the I's, and they might get sort of looked at like a disappointed father, but in the end, I don't think that tower is coming down. We'll see.
It was the FAA just sort of going, you may need to make changes to it because you're jumping the gun a little bit.
Right, I think the FUD factory or the clickbait factory kind of got out of control on that one. And I don't think anywhere they said it needs to be torn down. They just kind of said, hey, this might complicate your environmental review, or you might need to make some changes. But just heads up, maybe something. it's a far cry from you need to tear this down, which
Yeah.
obviously they didn't say. But
Compounded, right? Made a little bit worse by the fact that the FAA is a favorite punching bag. Government organization, been around forever. SpaceX is new and hip and moves fast and breaks things and stuff. So we're gonna have to land somewhere in the middle between the two. But I know that people like to give the FAA some grief. I don't give the FAA that much grief. I mean, I don't think they're in the wrong for telling SpaceX, hey, we got to make sure this paperwork's good. I don't think that the FAA has significantly delayed the Starship program. They didn't come in here and say, shut everything down for 9 months. You know what I mean? I think that the FAA is a little bit of a whipping boy, I guess. Yeah, you know what I mean. Just like an easy somebody to bag on a little bit because they just have the government agency thing going against them. But I don't think that the negative impact of a couple little delays from the FAA is really the impact that people want to make it out to be. Maybe that's an unpopular opinion, but I want it to be done safely. I want the FAA to also evolve. I want to see Starship fly, and I hope that everybody comes to the table and works together to make it happen,
Yep, I couldn't have said that better myself, and I don't think any of us wants to see the FAA just rubber stamp things because that's how you get the 737 MAX. Anyways.
Rockwell points out that we're on the eve of the 52nd anniversary of Apollo 11 moon landing. Godspeed, B3.
Excellent.
Kathy says, making another drink and settling in. You and SpaceX are the best entertainment going. Great job, team. Mary needs a t-shirt design.
T-shirt design? Well, I know that every now and then a box just shows up at Mary's house and she's like, what am I going to do with another 20 t-shirts? I don't know. I think what you mean there.
Shirt, though.
Yeah, like a specific Mary shirt. That's something to think about. Lots of cool t-shirt design ideas. Huh. I'll put that over in the store and see what they think.
No C says, shout out to Felix's Space Time and great interview with Das. Leslie, thank you very much for becoming a member.
Let me jump back real quick. I know a lot of people are super interested in our robotic cameras. And Felix Spacetime is a young person over in the UK who does his own sort of space podcast and interviews some space people, right? And I'm very edge of a space person there. I mean, I think he interviewed Tori Bruno after me, so that's a little bit of a scale to stay within. But he did an interview with me while I was out at Starbase working on our robots. And if you're interested in learning a little bit more about the behind the scenes of how the robots work, no secrets or anything. I'm not going to tell you how to solve the icing problem, but you could head over to Felix's video. I'll get a link to that and put it in chat so y'all can check it out. It's some cool information, and he was a cool kid to talk to. So good, thank you for the super chat there.
Yeah, he's asked me to do an interview multiple times and just hasn't worked out yet, but I definitely want to because he rules.
Mark Davidson. Hashtag #OneOrbit equals 2021.
Mark got a
All right.
fancy pronunciation of his name. He got the extra spice on there.
Nick Salve, what are those towers around the launch pad? What are they? If only we had some sort of visual that could identify the towers.
No, there's no towers. It's a running joke, Matt, about at the other launch sites that we commonly stream from, there are lightning mitigation towers that, but it's basically giant lightning rods. And on every single one of those streams, somebody asks, "What are the towers? What are the towers?" And it's gotten to the point where people know that we kind of roll our eyes when we're asked that, and so now people ask that even more. So
I thought they were talking about the tanks and the hover lettering that we had above there earlier, the telestrator. I've got no sense of history.
Yeah, well, you'll catch on quick. You're
I'll
a smart
learn the
kid.
memes.
Yeah.
Jack, there are no bad questions for new people. We do not roll our eyes. Come on.
Okay, that's fair. But
true.
okay, we don't roll our eyes at the question when it's posed genuinely. I think at least when someone asks in a joking manner, I'm like, oh geez, they're asking about the towers. It's like, it's just like a joke. But when someone's asking in earnest, no, that's not a bad question. You're right. Good to clarify.
Correct.
Yes.
I agree. Concur.
Send in your questions, folk. We don't make fun of questions. Every now and then we have like a funny meme or a joke or something about a question, and that is sort of a joking question that's memed around here a little bit. But please don't hesitate to put your questions, and we can't get to all of them for sure. But no such thing as a silly question. If you're interested in space, you're interested in Starship, you want to learn about what's going on, we will try our best to talk nonstop for 5 hours while we wait for a little fire to come out the back of this thing.
You know, next time the towers are on, I'm going to ask about it, right?
It's true.
As you should.
Incessantly.
But speaking of questions here, don't forget to @NASA Spaceflight, and we will see your questions and potentially answer them. Here's one.
There are a few, yeah.
Here's one. Are they using the old tank farm, the suborbital tank farm, or the new ground support equipment, which is the new orbital tank farm? They're using the suborbital one, same one they used for all the Starship testing previously. I do not think the orbital tank farm is ready to go even close. Let's see. Is the FAA in charge of all orbital launches on the globe? Like we have a World Ship Rescue Center in Norway that covers the world? No, FAA is just in charge of U.S. companies, right? Isn't that how that works, guys?
So here's the deal. This is something that everybody likes to say, so I'll address it. I'm not scared of addressing things like this. Oh, Elon's just going to go to a different country and launch his rockets from there. We'll never guess where SpaceX gets an awful lot of business from. NASA. If you run off to an oil rig or another country and you think that you're going to just thumb your nose at the FAA, that's not going to happen. Because SpaceX works with NASA, I don't see that changing anytime soon. And you're not going to thumb your nose at the FAA and expect that you're still going to continue to launch NASA missions, or Department of Defense missions, or missions for other American companies. So I know people like this because it's sort of a stick it to the man thing, right? Oh, he's got an oil rig and he's going to go out in the Gulf and nobody can tell him he can't launch. There's a lot back home with SpaceX. SpaceX is an American company. They do a ton of work for NASA, and also Gwyn Shotwell's around. I do not think that SpaceX would just drive across the border to Mexico and launch a Starship. Don't foresee that happening. You know,
That's just not how it works. Like Rocket Lab, for example, has a launch site in New Zealand, but they are a U.S. company and so are under the jurisdiction of the FAA. And so, like you said, SpaceX is a U.S. company, therefore under the jurisdiction of the FAA, regardless where on the globe they launch.
Yeah. So I know people like that because they want to root for Elon and they want to stick it to the man. But you got to realize this isn't just we're going to take our ball and play elsewhere, because most of the play that SpaceX gets is with NASA and U.S. missions and Department of Defense and all that sort of stuff. And that's not happening. I'm not scared to say that out loud. Certainly, 20 years in the future, maybe Elon owns an island somewhere and it's a different situation because he owns 100,000 starships or something. But right now, NASA and SpaceX work together. You're not going to see SpaceX say, forget you, U.S. government. Oh, oops, sorry, NASA, you're involved with that? That's not a thing, y'all. So I don't mind saying that out loud.
Here's a good question. Why aren't there lightning towers?
Well, I had a tweet for that. There is a lightning tower there. It's shaped
very
like
large
a booster.
and silver.
Why
yes.
aren't there more?
It's we've actually got some footage, a tweet the other day of lightning. It really did look like lightning struck either SN15 or SN16 over from our river cam angle. And I had tweeted that out a couple days ago. I can maybe find that tweet, but they can handle it, I guess, is the headline, right? So SpaceX has designed them in such a way. Certainly they know that it's a possibility that they may get struck by lightning, and it's something that SpaceX has thought about. Does that mean there would be zero impact at all? They certainly go and check it all again, right? But it's something that SpaceX has thought about, and they just have the booster sitting there. They also have the big tower off the side. We don't see the big tower right now, but that orbital launch tower is even taller. And the craziest thing is, we've got footage off of the cameras of a lightning bolt hitting the ground, not choosing the booster, not choosing the massive tower, but hitting the ground somewhere behind them. And look, lightning, how does it work? I don't know that I can predict exactly where lightning will strike, but it's got to be something SpaceX has thought about, you know?
Absolutely. And, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I'm trying to make a joke here. Let's see. You know how people always say the orbital launch site doesn't need a flame diverter because there's no flame diverter on Mars? But they don't have lightning towers because there's no lightning towers. There's going to be no lightning towers on Mars. So I butchered that. Anyways.
I wonder how much lightning there is on Mars.
Yeah, that was the joke. Anyways.
Here, I got you. There you go, Jack.
Yeah,
Moving along.
Yeah, much needed. Martin saying, can you please talk about the Raptors being lower placed and showing? The Raptors are placed lower and they are showing. Does anyone else have anything to add there?
Good job.
I mean, it's different. The way that the booster is laid out is different than Starship. That's why it has to have that sort of adapter between it and Pad A, which we didn't see on Starship. But yeah, that's just down to how the booster is constructed. It does not have an aft skirt that covers up those Raptor engines.
They wanted to flex the muscles a little bit.
I mean, for one, I'm glad for it because we get to see so much more detail in terms of what the Raptors are doing. The other day, when they were doing a cryo test, we could see a little vent off the side of one of the Raptor nozzles just blasting out condensation. It was just or gaseous whatever. I assume liquid nitrogen. But yeah, it's really cool that the booster is different in this way. Looks like we have a pip going on
Look at
here
Michael.
of the roadblock. That's the roadblock.
Booster's getting arrested.
Pulled over.
Do you know how fast you were going? Mach 24.
Or 0. It's more likely that it didn't have the right paperwork. Like,
There
it's
you
not registered. Do you have a license? Yeah. Michael, what are we looking at? Is there changes there, or are we just checking out the roadblock?
No, just the longer this goes on without venting, the higher the probability it is that they are working issues. Of course, we don't know that they're working issues, but the longer it takes for the countdown to start, the more the odds they are working issues increases. So if they are working an issue that requires them to return to the pad, we will see that happen first on that camera pointed at the roadblock, because obviously they will move the roadblock so some cars can pass. So we put that up on the screen a bit so we can keep an eye on that. I won't have it on permanently, but we'll keep an eye on the roadblock as well as we wait to see what's going to happen here.
If they do go to the pad, it's not the end of the world, right? Because we've seen them go to the pad, work a thing, and then come back and get all that done within the test window before. That's not a big deal. And thank you. I was just about to ask what the window was today, and oh, look at this photo. This is one of my favorite photos I've ever taken. Oh, Starhopper. Anyways, window looks like it goes till 10 p.m. local tonight. So they have what? Another 4 hours or so? 3 hours?
3 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah, it's 6:15 local time, Central Daylight Time there, going until 10, so they've got 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Excellent. Really
Good
quickly, let's see. Emily asking, when they are testing Booster 4, could they static fire all engines without the booster lifting off? I don't think we know, but if they're static firing on the orbital launch pad, something tells me the hold downs on that pad will be robust enough to hold down the booster. But then again, it probably wouldn't have a Starship on top, so maybe we would see a mass simulator in that case? Question mark? I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think we'll ever get to a point where they do a full-up booster static fire? Maybe when the orbital launch pad is done?
Ooh. A full-up static fire on the orbital launch platform?
I mean, my gut says yes, but I honestly, who knows? Maybe that's not a good idea for various reasons. No flame diverter.
Yeah, so the reason I sort of like about that is you see these big test stands, right? I know people love to say, oh, NASA built this big, massive test stand, and yet in SpaceX just lights it in a field. Well, that's because NASA can do a full duration burn on 4 RS-25s, and all of the energy gets handled correctly and distributed out so they can do the full duration burns. In here, going fast on the beach, SpaceX hasn't built any of that energy management, like a flame redirector to make sure that the energy of the engines isn't bouncing back up and hitting them. Because that's a massive concern. You see the Rainbirds, like the shuttle, taking off, and you see this water start to spray under. Some other rockets do that as well. Managing the reflective energy of a rocket launch is super important. If you just light your engines pointed at a flat piece of ground, the energy has to go somewhere. It's not all going to neatly go out to the side. A significant portion is going to bounce off the ground and come right back at you. And the engines put out so much power that you can actually destroy parts of the engines by reflecting that energy back at them. So we have all sorts of mitigation tactics there. Pieces of concrete that deflect it off to the side, throwing water like Rainbirds or some sort of water deluge system it's called, where you actually put water in there and you suck energy literally out of the fire because it has to flash that water to steam, helps dampen out some of the energy reflecting as well. And we don't have a lot of that energy mitigation even on the orbital pad. biggest we've seen really is lifting it up higher. So just getting further away from the ground so the energy can spread out some more before it hits the ground and reflects back up. And I'm sure they're going to have deluge systems and stuff like that as well. So could you do a full duration burn on a full complement of Raptors on that pad? I don't think you could do full duration. Maybe a static fire. Like
That's
a 3
kinda what I
second. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is not full duration, but maybe
Yeah.
all of the engines, but not full duration, and maybe even staggered by a couple hundred milliseconds apiece or something like that. But I don't think full duration. I think a full duration static fire of the booster is the equivalent of that they're going to do is literally just fly the booster.
Yeah, it's important because one of the biggest problems with a big multi-engine rocket is getting all the engines to light at the same time and making sure they're all stable before you take off, right? The Russians had a problem with that on the massive rocket that they made. That big N1, it didn't go so well, and there were problems with engines. So if you certainly being able to light up all the engines at the same time in static fire configuration for a few seconds, maybe that's going to be something they need to make sure they can do. On the flip side, sort of my opinion on that, and this is my opinion, I think that some of our systems and controls, our electronics, how quickly sensors work, how quickly computers can make decisions, we may be a little bit better off than when the Russians tried their big rocket. And so it might be that you could just go for launch.
Sorry, Doss. Look at that.
That's okay. That's
Speaking of-
very exciting.
Computers are
get it,
fast.
you
Maybe that's
vape.
okay. Yeah.
Also, they couldn't test the engines on the N1. They could batch test them, but they couldn't actually test the individual engines.
Yeah. So we'll see on that. That's up to SpaceX. But you see there behind the 3 tanks, there's a little bit of vapor coming out. You'll see little wisps happening. That is the area of what we call the recondenser. We never actually confirmed with SpaceX that's exactly what it is, but that's what we call it.
It is what it
Oh,
is. I have worked on getting that right.
Okay, that is the recondenser. So you can see some plumes of vapor there. That is an indication. This is a good indication that SpaceX is preparing that tank farm to start putting those cryogenic fuels, liquid oxygen, liquid methane into Booster 3. Well, you got to fuel it before you can light the engines. So this is what we've been waiting to see. Who's excited?
I'm excited. Woo! Future history.
Eh. I'm just kidding. I'm hyped.
Yeah, here we go again. You can see from that angle some vapor happening in the middle of those tanks. That should get more and more valves should open up. So what they're like, literally, think about this picture right here. The cryogenic fuel, the liquid oxygen, super cold methane is in the tanks over on the right-hand side. Don't ask me which ones, but it's in those tanks. And what they need to do is start moving it over to the booster. So you're going to see some venting start to move in that direction. And at some point, we're going to start to see some venting happening at the bottom of the booster itself. If you watch really closely, sometimes you can see the progression of those super cold liquids going from the tank farm over to the booster. Not because you can see the liquid itself, but because you can see evidence that something there is really cold. So now is the time that we really like this angle. We can watch from the side and see as SpaceX continues to hopefully push towards what may be the historic first static fire of a, well, I don't want to say full up because it doesn't have all the engines, but a full-sized super heavy booster. We'll see. Can't tell you the exact time, but we're going to keep watching more and more vapors. Go ahead.
Although we do have an estimate, which I'm not comfortable sharing at this moment, from Adrian, but Adrian is tracking this. And like I said earlier, recondenser is one of those things where back in the Starship testing days, it was a very good indicator of how things were going to go timing-wise. So if the previous countdown holds, we have an indication of when it would be, but I don't think we should necessarily broadcast that time because this is a completely new vehicle, a completely new test, so who knows exactly how it'll go, but maybe we'll put it in a sealed envelope and open up that envelope and see if Adrian was right, if and when we get a fire.
Yeah, but it is a good sign. That's what we want to see. Go ahead, Matt.
In terms of fuel, would they top it up or would they just partial put it in there?
Yeah, we think they're just going to put a little bit in it, not fill the entire thing up. We're not even sure somebody at SpaceX probably chuckles when we say this. We're not even sure this little teeny tiny tank farm is big enough to fill up a booster. There
Well,
may
it's
not
positive
be
it isn't.
enough
look at
volume there.
Just look at the booster compared to the tanks. I mean, I
Yeah.
think there's no way this tank farm has enough volume to fill the booster. And even if it did, Matt, we saw with starships, they would sort of minimally fuel them with the minimum amount of fuel that they would need to do the static fire. And the only time they ever really fully fueled starship was when they were going to launch. And I think part of that is a safety consideration, because if you snap your fingers and detonate that much fuel, you have a pretty significant explosion. So if with these kind of tests you want to fill it up only as much as necessary. Good question, though.
I feel silly with that question after looking at the tanks after asking it.
No
but
bad question.
You.
No bad question.
Only bad people.
We've thought about that a lot, and just looking at the volumes there, it's just not a thing. Especially when you get a shot that shows the size of the orbital tanks that's not even completed yet, and the size of this tank farm. Michael, you mind if I bring that up real quick? Like if I back beach off and show the orbital tank farm in comparison to this wee baby tank farm.
Yes, you don't even have to ask, but thank you for the heads up, and we'll take a look at that. But all I will say is that orbital launch tower is tall.
It's
I had
huge.
a preset for it. So there, over on the left-hand side, that's the full-up orbital facility. And look at the size of the tanks there. That's not even their final form. They're going to put...
There's going to be more of them, too.
Yeah, they're going to put more tanks over there, and they're going to be too deep. And then look at the size of this little wee baby tank farm over on the right-hand side. So that's the real deal to go to space on the left. On the right-hand side, that's their test facility. That's where they test the engines, do static fires, but not looking like enough to completely fill that booster up. I think that's a pretty confident thing to say.
Yep. And before we cut away, that same truck, the tanker truck that we were using for scale with the booster, is visible in this shot.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it just further gives you a sense of scale. Good call on that, Matt. That is a really cool thing to point out.
I almost feel like we should frame the camera like this for the static fire. It looks so cool.
It's a fantastic shot.
It does look super cool.
You know what I'm going to do, Michael, right? I'm going to put more cameras out there so we can frame them multiple ways.
Hey, if you need someone to carry cameras, you know who to call.
Of course, don't worry, folks. We have many cameras. We will show a tighter shot for the static fire no matter what. But as one of the cameras that might be off air, I think this shot could be cool. But don't worry, we're not going to show this shot live, I promise.
Yeah. We have all sorts of cameras. One of our things is we throw so many cameras at it that if one has a problem while we're live, we just switch to the others. And sometimes you're none the wiser that there's a problem with the camera until it's T-minus 10 seconds and danger cam's not up and we're all have our hair on fire even though no static fire has occurred yet.
Throw cameras at the wall and keep what sticks.
There you go.
Matt, do you want to do some more super chats before we get too far behind here?
Fat Donkey says, for parts with the complicated heat tiles like the flaps, do you think they might just replace the whole part if there's a damaged tile, then send it off to someone to fix it?
I think it depends on the installation method, but I think it's always less work to replace a tile than it is to take off an entire Elanaron or flap or something like that.
Call him Matt. I hate that name.
You hate that name?
I'm not a fan. I'm sorry. They're
It's been
flat.
patented already. Sorry.
I'm going to call him that twice.
Wait, say it again.
Elanaron?
Elanaron. Elanaron. All right, got it.
You got it? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Jack, you can call him Flaps.
Thanks.
Jack is going to, go throw up now. Go ahead.
Axie says, go Internet Route! Wait, wrong rocket. Go Starship! Wait, no. Go Super Heavy, go!
There you go. More memes. Thanks, Axie. We appreciate you.
G Forbes joining late. Are there 3 Raptors on this test shuttle? Yes, there are 3 Raptors on this.
Yes, you can see right there. 2
They're
engine
not
bells.
active yet.
Yeah, 2 engine bells really obvious. You can actually see the stenciled numbers on the side. And the 3rd engine bell is right there in the middle. You see the big V-shaped adapter. And then just to the bottom right of that, you can see the side of another engine bell sort of blocking that. I think it's 62, isn't it? I should probably, can we type that out so I get it right the next time? I think it's 57 and
57,
62.
59, and 62, and I think 59 is partially obscured.
Yeah, that's the one we can't see. So this is a really interesting shot as well, apart from the 3 Raptors underneath. The pad that the booster is on is actually the Starship suborbital test pad. It's test pad A for Starship, but they had to install an adapter so that you could put a Super Heavy on the top of it. And I think it has to do with the number of hard points, like the structurally sound points that carry the load of the rocket. I think there's 12 points on the bottom of the booster, and the Starship pad only has 6 points around where the landing gear are. So y'all correct me, like fact check me on that. But I think what they've done with that adapter, the sort of rusty bit in the middle, right, is they took one Starship hard point and they turned it into 2 spots for the booster to sit on and transfer that load of that massive booster down. And look at the venting now, by the way, on Mars.
I do wonder if part of that adapter's use is to keep the Raptors from being too close to the ground, because they would be hanging down lower than they would be if a Starship was on that pad. So this is kind
That's
of
a good
keeping
point,
them,
too.
this is kind of keeping them at the same elevation as we saw them for Starship testing. And just really quickly, it's a dongle. It's a space dongle because it's an
Look at
adapter
the grass vent in the bottom left.
from
Oh,
one thing
no.
to another. Anyways, yeah. Oh wow, look at that.
Yep. And I've got that up closer on the beach where you can really see the grass venting going as well from the side. I need to back it off just a hair, don't I? But the lower right-hand corner, you can... Oh, Michael's got it. Look at that. So there's our toy truck again. And there.
Tank
Oh,
farm activity.
yeah, look. Do you remember how I said you were going to start to see things going from sort of the tank farm over towards the booster? You see the vents that are happening right above our toy truck there? It's a real truck. It's a toy truck. That's what I'm going to call it. Those things start to vent, and that's another good sign.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll be able to see on Danger Cam the feed lines going into the booster getting all frosty and goodness.
Yeah. We'll definitely... Again, right now we have this super in on the Raptors, so we can see that. But I think what we're going to do is crop this a little bit differently so we can see some of those feed lines, because you could literally see ice forming on the feed lines as we get closer to the test.
You can just barely see them on the right side of the frame right now. So if you didn't change it, I think it would be fine, but a little bit wider might be a good call there.
More context, yeah.
Either way, this is looking great. We are progressing towards a 3-engine, we think, static fire of Super Heavy. And yeah, this is looking great. I think the next thing we would look for after this is condensation around those Raptors, correct? Yes, Jack.
I think so. Yes, Jack. I think we'll see some vapors start to come out from the booster, and then we'll really see that condensation start to form. So
very cool. Let's see. Go for it.
William asks, "What are the 4 white towers for? Are they lightning towers?"
They're for fashion. They look good.
Kevin is visiting Boca Chica next week. What should he do and see while there?
Well,
go to Sea Turtle Inc. Go get a surf lesson from Gene and Rachel, Space Padre. Definitely go see Starship. Trying to think of what else. I mean, get some beach time. I don't know where you're from, where you're visiting from, but there's some nice beaches out there. You could always just be a beach bum for a little bit, even just there in Boca Chica, hang out on the beach with Starship. That's always cool. Pick up some trash. Why not? Pick up some trash on the beach, because that's always a good thing. I know that might not sound super fun, but hey, it'll feel good in your heart.
Indy asks, do you think SLS will be the last NASA-built rocket? Probably not.
Oh, no.
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah. I
kind of hope so.
NASA's so good at building missions, right?
Yes.
I want to see more Mars rovers. I want to see more deep space probes that outlast their mission time frame by decades. Like, NASA is so good at those things, I almost wish they didn't have to worry about the rockets, and they could just get the rockets from the providers, SpaceX, ULA. You know what I mean? And let them focus on building more of those crazy Mars rovers, or like a bigger helicopter for Mars. NASA does such a good job at that stuff, and I'd love to see them freed up from a budget and a focus perspective so that they can rely on some other providers. Now, SLS not going anywhere in the meantime, but it may be the last NASA-designed rocket is sort of where I'm going with that, you know?
Yeah. Here's kind of a fun one. George asks, what year will the first Enterprise-style starship be operational based on the leaps and bounds we're seeing here?
2500.
No, 24, 27 in January, I think,
Nice.
at the latest.
Nice.
Lynn,
2420.
Lynn, thank you very much for becoming a member here. Glenn says, the towers point to direction to the future.
They point towards the future. They're upvotes. Every rocket starts with 4 upvotes. And, okay, moving right along.
Nice comment from Taylor, who says, hi, guys. Hope you all are having a great day. Keep up the good work. When load-bearing LEDs.
Did I miss the LED talk on a previous stream? What is with that?
The lift stream. SpaceX is actually developing new load-bearing LEDs to clad the tower with so that they can put awesome designs on the side of the orbital integration tower and help hold up. All right, I made most of that up, okay?
Yeah,
We just
yeah.
wish we
Pixel
wish there's
map,
LEDs
so,
on the tower.
So as they
Yeah.
put in fuel, it fills up along the side of the tower.
Yeah,
Yeah, nice.
like the tower LEDs light up as Starship fills up with fuel. That's what I want to see.
I should do the thing where they like used to do on the Duracell batteries or whatever, where you like press the sides of the
Yeah,
battery.
yeah.
Press
Like
the side of
different
the tower.
colors. Yeah, like
just
red,
press
it goes
the
into
sides.
yellow.
Yeah, to press the sides of the tower, you'll see how. Okay, I'll stop.
Duke asks, how the heck are they going to get the Starship on top of Super Heavy? Probably a ladder.
Crane.
Crane. I'm gonna go with Crane. I don't know that they're gonna stack the first one using any sort of infrastructure on the tower itself. I think they're gonna use a crane.
I'm just going to carry it up.
Yeah, just pick it up,
Just step ladder.
put it on top. It's pretty heavy. You'd need a big ladder.
Estimates on how many Pringle cans can fit inside that thing from Evan.
Did we get that? Oh,
He says 21,316. I feel like that's shy.
Is that a single stack, or is that like filling the volume?
I think the volume could carry more than that.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I am notoriously bad at estimates of weight and distance and time and all of that stuff. So
it's like that game at the you go to the little thing and it's like, guess how many things are in here to win a prize.
We've got one better though from Istan. Assuming chips are kept in their cans and cans optimally packed into booster. Oh my! Wow.
How many is that?
Could you read that number? I can't even parse that number in my head.
512 million.
1,000. Yeah.
In one.
In one.
Wow. That's a lot more than 21,000.
That is a lot. Oh, look, there's all sorts of different answers, though. Folks, not a one of you, Dad Doss here, not a one of you have shown your work. Show your work if you're giving us an answer. I see 3 different answers over here, and I want to see the work. Yes.
Brian says
Michael,
345 million. Pringles.
This is like the time that people were asking how many bushels of corn or whatever would fit in but with Pringle. I mean, this is what we're here for. We're answering the important questions.
Kelsix asks, how do you know which way to point the Super Heavy booster since there's no pointy end?
Oh. Well,
There is a flamey end though.
flamey end.
There is a flamey end, yeah.
down. So, thanks to Tim for that very critical mnemonic there.
Thanks to ULA, too.
Fred would like to point out that according to space.com, there's weak and rare lightning on Mars, especially during dust storms.
Cool. So
Perfect
yeah, no
for
lightning
building
towers
towers.
here. No lightning towers here because no lightning towers on Mars. Test as you fly.
Okay.
/S.
Keith, thank you very much for becoming a new member. Are we doing shout-outs to people?
Hey, sure, why not? Why not?
Shout out to Rob and Justin watching from work in Detroit Diesel in Michigan. Good job,
Nice.
Justin.
Hey, Robin, Justin, how you doing? That was a very shout-out voice as well, Matt. Nice.
Yeah.
That was really good. I feel excited
Yeah.
for that shout out.
Like a sincere shout-out on occasion, I'm okay with. We don't want to make it like shout-outs are us or anything like that. So
I could
if
just
now-
read every super
Yeah.
chat in the shout-out voice.
Yeah, exactly.
David asks, how much fuel will it hold?
Oh my gosh. Jack, do we know, like, I don't know off the top of my head, like a volume number or anything like that. Do you know that one? I don't know that one.
I am going to just stall for time. Stall for time. Put that back in the queue. I'll get back to you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we can go to our help and see if we can find it.
Okay. Would the booster get FTS or is it just Starship from Chris K?
FTS is a flight termination system. Oh,
Look at that. We've got venting under the skirt, or I guess there's no skirt, but we've got aft venting, and look at the feed lines. Those are just steaming with coldness. I can't even talk.
Getting
I'm so
frosty.
excited. Awesome.
yep, definitely active there. You could see the vapors. I'm not kidding you, y'all. We sort of know what we're talking about. You see the vapors coming out from under Starship, and that is a sign that they're starting to put those super cold liquids into the vehicle itself. Very cool.
That's neat. If Elon ever
Wow.
asks me, that's what I tell him. Neat.
Neat. And I'm gonna go work on a technical issue real quick here, y'all. So Jack and Matt, y'all just keep on keeping on.
Okay. Is there anything more immediate going to happen, or you want to go back to the questions?
I mean, this is really something here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So,
sorry,
for anybody who
interrupt
doesn't
that
know, could you
channel.
explain the fuel composition?
Yeah, it's
What they're loading?
it's liquid oxygen and liquid methane, and methane is the fuel. Oxygen is the
Wow.
wow.
Nice.
And yeah, that is
Like a dragon.
Thomas saying approximately 3,400 tons of propellant in super heavy when fully fueled, also known as 7.5 million pounds of propellant. So that is a lot. As a technical term, a lot. Look at this. What a sight. Booster 3 is coming to life for its first ever static fire. Hopefully soon here. I mean, we're progressing down the timeline rapidly. I think the next thing we would look for if this follows the Starship flow would be the methane vent, which is a small vent from that upper tank. The bottom tank is liquid oxygen, and you can see sort of that row of corrugated metal looking thing. Those are stringers that are strengthening the portion where the liquid oxygen tank on the bottom and the liquid methane tank on the top sort of meet.
Coming to life is such a good way to describe this.
Especially
Weird
with
how
the
it is
venting,
just
right?
screaming with vents.
Yep. Yeah, it's like it's taking its first breath. It's like, I'm gonna fire my engines.
Yes.
Wow.
I like just don't even want to talk anymore because it sounds so cool.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna inevitably talk over some of this stuff, but
This is like the same as talking over commentators. Like when we're using an official stream,
Yeah.
you feel like you need to be quiet every time it vents.
you know
Chad,
what?
how many excitements do you have? Quantify them.
Lots. 3. Wait, no, 100. No, wait. You know what? That vent, that from the bottom of the booster right there, it kind of looks like one of the tri-vents. Obviously, there's only one right now, but I'm getting a chill down, an engine chill down vent vibe from that lower vent there. But who knows if that's actually what it is?
It might be that skirt vent we saw on Starship. Because I think people. I wish I could remember who told me this. It was a good thought, so I would like to credit it. But somebody said, whose name I've forgotten, that on Starship they have to have the engine chill vents go outside the vehicle because there's an interstage with super heavy. So they have to vent that chill down liquid oxygen outside the vehicle. But on super heavy, because the engines point out after the full stack, they can just basically vent that engine chill straight down through the Raptors. Or outside the vent on the side of the Raptor. So it might be that the engine chill vent on super heavy is just simply right next to the engines themselves.
And the tank farm is just going absolutely bonkers. Clearly, they are loading propellant into the vehicle and progressing towards a historic first ever static fire of a super heavy booster. How exciting! I hope you all are excited as we are.
So I'm up in Dallas, but I am curious if you were there, since they're loading methane, would there be a methane smell?
No. Well,
Yeah, should
actually, hmm.
like if you're at the pad, should there be a strong methane
If you
smell?
were wafting the vapors, which you
Yeah.
wouldn't want to do, but
I don't think they add mercaptans, which is the thing that makes, like natural gas or whatever in your home smell, into rocket fuel. But I will say, having been there after static fires and after flights, there is a distinct smell. I mean, I remember I watched serial number 6 hop alongside Gene from Space Padre, and the wind was blowing at us, and a few minutes or a few seconds after the launch, we just got hit by an entire wave of smell, and I think that was more the smell of combustion from the Raptor rather than methane itself. But that's a really good question. I wonder if they add mercaptans into rocket fuel just for safety or no.
Chad's informing me that methane has no natural smell when it's pure, which is something I didn't know. Thank you, Chad.
Yeah, that's like they add in a stinky smell into natural gas, like when the gas comes into your home for like a stove or a heater or something. They add that smell in for safety, so you know when there's a leak. And I don't think someone just messaged me something terrible. I don't think that they do that, but that's a good question. I would really like to know the answer to that.
Just a little fun fact here from Luis, who says an explosion of a full Starship plus super heavy stack would easily surpass that of the Soviet N-1 moon rocket's second test launch.
Yeah, and that would be bad, and we don't want to see that happen because windows would break on South Padre Island, I bet, even though it's 5 miles away, and that's not good. We don't want any test setbacks if we can avoid it. But yeah, I wonder how many kilotons that would be equivalent to. Like 1 or 2 or something, who knows? If you know, comment. And show your work.
I guess one problem here is we have seen the Starship timeline, and we know it's supposed to be a siren at T-minus 10 minutes, but the siren has been hit or miss in the past, so hopefully we'll get a 10-minute warning, but there's a non-zero probability that static fire could just happen without any warning. Because again, our timeline is based on previous static fires, but those static fires were with Starship, not a Super Heavy. So far, it's gone about how we expected it to go with Starship. But with a Super Heavy booster, perhaps there could be some changes. So just be aware of that, and we will do our best to not talk over the static fire, but we need a warning for the static fire, hopefully.
Would the venting calm down before that happens?
No.
Yeah, it keeps going. Like the venting.
Do we want to mention the estimate that we have from Adrian?
That depends on y'all's level of confidence. I mean, if Adrian is confident saying what that is, it seems like things seem to be lining up.
That's why I ask. Okay, I'll ask Adrian and see what he... Okay, so he has consented. Our current estimate, based on data from Starship testing, which is a totally different vehicle, although so far everything has lined up to what we expect. Our current estimate is a static fire at... What is that? Is -2 military time. Darn it. 7:07. 7:07 is our current estimate based on previous Starship static fires and Adrian's tracking spreadsheet. So far,
Jack,
everything... Yep.
That's 20 minutes from now, isn't it?
Yep.
That's 20 minutes from now.
Yep.
Cool.
We're getting there. Getting real close. So we'll keep our eyes on the data, and if anything changes with that, we will let you know. And of course, as we always like to say, 1, it's an estimate based on previous data. 2, that data is from a different vehicle. And 3, there could always be any number of planned holds or unplanned holds on the part of SpaceX. It could be the case that they hit an issue and have to hold at a certain, hold point. Or, they could just plow right through and hit 707 right on the button. So, who knows?
Yeah, Mary says there already was a siren, so
Wait,
we're under 10 minutes.
there was a siren already?
Yep, it happened around 6:45, so about
Ooh.
7 minutes to the static fire if the siren was accurate.
Well, everything I just said, just please delete from your brains.
Wow. Well, that's going to be different.
Looking at 6:55 then.
All right, well, we'll just have to wait and see, and definitely keep our eyes on it so we don't talk over the sweet sound of static fire.
Wow.
Either way, we're getting close. We're getting real close here, and it's history. It's a historic moment, and it's a stepping stone on the road to the future. That's why I like to yell history and future alternately. Let's see. Totally Not Andrew Roblox asking, do you think B3 will, in future boosters will have a different tri-vent? I think we're seeing that now. I think there is no tri-vent on the booster. I think, sort of like what Michael was saying, the engine chill vents are on the engines themselves. If we are indeed less than 10 minutes away, then we would already have seen the tri-vent. But yeah, that's a good question there. Getting real close here. This is awesome. Should check what my heart rate is on my watch.
Yeah, I'm going to say out loud real quick, Michael, do you want that wider shot on beach? Like, do we actually want that whole facility shot? I think that the tower is going to give some context to how big the plume is.
Yeah,
So,
if you want to, go for it, please.
Yeah, I can do it. I'll go ahead and pull that one back. Again, we have lots of different angles and stuff, y'all. And sometimes close-in angles are awesome, but wide shots of exactly how big this plume is. It's going to be smoke and dust, mostly dust that you see come up. But that's how we know that it's a static fire. A static fire should produce thrust from the engines. The thrust goes down and hits the ground, and it blows this huge cloud of dust around, and the dust sort of blows off to one side. So I will handle that. And this is cool.
Yeah, that is an understatement. What an amazing thing to see. After so much speculation and so many starships on this pad, now we have a booster on the pad ready to go, potentially just moments away from its first ever static fire. I mean, imagine being at Stennis when they first ever fired a F1 engine or something like, or an RS-25. I mean, oh my gosh. How cool is that? My heart rate is at 120 BPM and I'm sitting still. I might be having a heart attack.
You know, I really enjoyed all 5 hours of the section stacking yesterday in the tower, but this is cooler.
Yeah, no question.
Michael?
I am frantically working.
Okay.
Super cool.
Oh, sorry, I see the problem.
Okay, good.
You should have just told me to change the scene. Sorry, I am trying to get something else working.
No worries. You do your thing, Michael. Pull the steampunk levers and make the things work while we flap our gums effortlessly. Do the real work. Look at that amount of condensation. That is significant. You can see like a crane on the very right side of the screen, like hiding, like, please don't hurt me. Oh, and then you can see it even better there.
So we're estimating about 3 minutes from now based on the siren?
Potentially, but the siren is a less precise indicator. Sometimes the siren's early, sometimes the siren's late, so it could be any minute now. It could be 10 minutes from now. It's just sort of, they say they're supposed to do it 10 minutes before the firing, and we've seen a lot of variability in when that siren goes off. So it's not like it's one of those data points that we can track and put in the spreadsheet and reliably estimate stuff on, but I mean, even with those data points, obviously, since this is the first time they've ever done this with a booster, we can't really estimate too well off of that either, as evidenced by the early siren. So we shall see. Really, any second now, I think is a appropriate guess, because there's got to be some amount of time between when it is communicated to the law enforcement officer, hey, do your siren thing, and the time where they go, okay, and turn the car on and turn the siren on and start driving, right? Even if it's just 30 seconds or a minute, there could be some lag time. So it could even be, static firing right now. Who knows?
But no.
How
Yeah,
about
I'm
that?
yeah.
Would have been really
thinking-
cool if he pulled that off.
I am thinking we should all stop talking because I don't want to talk over the static fire.
So yeah, I'm down. And Matt, you joke, but I did do that once within like 2 seconds.
And then he continues the talk.
But really quick, we can see that camera on the right is having some instability. I don't know what we're going to see from that, but we have Mary's camera on the left on 4 modems. So we'll watch the experimental feed we have near the site, but worst case, Mary is going to get it for us.
All right, so we're going into quiet mode.
Yes.
Okay. What if nothing happens for like 5 minutes though?
Shut up.
Some people would probably be happy with that.
That's what the 24/7 stream is for.
We're trying to go see if we get a static fire here, y'all. We're being quiet because there's no countdown. We will see the flare of the engines and the plume of smoke before we would hear any noise, but it could happen at any moment. That's what we're standing by for here.
Oh, sure, you get to talk.
I gotta explain.
It's the library. Shush.
It's a rocket library. It's like a rocket church. I think now we're past that 10 minutes from the siren.
Well past, yep.
Yeah, so we don't know specifically what's going on, but if their T-0 was 10 minutes after the siren sounded, they've now passed that mark, which might be an indication that something's up. Completely expected. We would absolutely positively expect, this being the first time they've done this, them to have a hold or potentially a recycle. That would make perfect sense to us. Don't get any official word from SpaceX, but if this is if they did do that siren 10 minutes in advance, we're now past that 10 minutes.
I should say right now we're on Mary's microphone, so we can talk. We will have warnings. Pay attention when you are talking.
Right. Yeah, watch the screen, and if it flashes, then everybody be quiet.
It takes it takes like 5 or 6 seconds to travel the distance.
Yep.
I just heard cheering and clapping.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, a lot of times there'll be SpaceX employees out there watching these tests, so that could have been them maybe applauding something. Bird.
You just point out the bird.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Chat, that was a bird.
Yeah, it's important to do. So do we want to answer questions, or do we want to keep shutting up?
That is a good question. If I answer it, I will also answer your question. So I think at this point we probably can't. Let's just keep talking about what's going on. Let's not do questions or super chats or anything. Let's just explain to people what we're looking for here. I know that a lot of people get really sort of keyed up right around T-0 like this, but we're going to watch and see what happens. Again, we don't get an official countdown or anything like that. Unlikely that they'll redo the 10-minute siren, so we may not have all the information that we would hope we would have. We shall see.
We are coming up on 7:07, 7:02 local right now, almost 7:03. So, just something to point out. Who knows? Maybe Adrian will be right. But yeah, looks like. I mean, to your question earlier, Matt, you asked if the venting would sort of calm down a little bit before static fire, and it does look like the tank farm has chilled out. Oh god, I hate myself for the pun. Yeah, it has calmed down, right? So it would seem to me that whatever loading of propellant they did, they have done, and the vehicle is in a steady state at this point, sort of waiting to do its thing.
More people cheering in the background. I wonder what that means. It's the confused media button is what it is.
They're
Yep.
doing giveaways.
They're
Someone's
doing
got a
giveaways.
t-shirt cannon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a t-shirt cannon out there. They're firing BN3 t-shirts into the SpaceX crowd.
7:05 local coming up hopefully on the first ever static fire of Booster 3 or any super heavy booster down here in Boca Chica, Texas at SpaceX's South Texas facility. Again, this is a feed from Mary, Boca Chica gal. Oh, there we go.
Hey, we got something all of a sudden there.
That was definitely a static fire.
That one camera. I'm going to. Come on, technology. But that was awesome.
That was super
That's-
awesome. Look at all that dust it kicked up.
That's the plume of dust that we're looking for. That means that the some number of Raptors, I'm not going to say 3 yet, but some number of Raptors actually produced thrust. That force hit the ground underneath them, and we got that big plume of dust. And a drone, it sounds like. It sounds like a drone going over Mary right there. But that is what a static fire is supposed to look like for the booster. That's the first time they've lit up engines on that are actually attached to a booster out there at the pad. So if that was 3 engines.
29. Imagine 29.
Yeah. Gah. There's some clapping. I wonder if the clapping that we heard wasn't somebody hearing on the radio that they're proceeding again or something like that.
Yeah, that's what
Like they went into, they had a hold or something like that, and then you heard clapping because somebody heard on one of the SpaceX radios that that some good news came over the radio, right?
That wouldn't shock me at all. That seems like a very logical conclusion there.
T-shirt cannon was a good guess, though.
Yeah,
You know, man, could always be a t-shirt cannon. You never know. Very cool. Well, first ever static fire of a super heavy booster. It's been done. 3 engines. I mean, that's what it looked like anyways. A huge amount of dust getting kicked up. I don't think that was just one. We will have to check the feeds there and see if we can glean any information off of any of our extra cameras that we have. But thank goodness Mary was out there with her camera and got that all set up. I mean, it's not like she wouldn't be, right? She's all eyes on all things in Boca at all times. So thanks to her for that. Chat, throw a thanks Mary in chat because, hey, we had these views thanks to her.
Got venting on the side of it now.
Yeah, look at that. Now it's venting. Let's see if we can hear it.
That would be the depress.
Elon tweeted full duration test firing of 3 Raptors on super heavy booster.
Well, now we don't have to analyze any footage because we know how many Raptors it was.
Wow.
That was fantastic.
Look at the venting there.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about scale earlier. This thing is huge, and those vents are not small. I think there's something like 10 or 15 meters. We did an estimate on a previous, on like a cryopress stream. They're huge, huge, very high pressure vents. It's super cool to see. Super cool to see this thing fire up for the first time. That is a bit of history. History has been made in South Texas. I mean, hooray! I don't know about you guys, but I'm super excited by that.
I think it's a step. It's a step in the right direction. They need to keep going forward with the test. I know it's been a while since we've got a static fire like that, and there's got to be people watching like, oh my gosh, what? That's what it was? Like, really? That's why we were sitting here watching it? That's important. The fact that it is. That's a big deal that they got those engines. They've tested the engines. Up at McGregor, they've tested the engines over and over again. They know that the engines are going to light. But then you get down here to Boca Chica, and you have to integration test the engines. You actually have to see if you can get those engines lighting on the booster. So that is a whole other step. And the fact that the SpaceX team sort of almost first try when they're going for it here was able to get the static fire happening, that is a huge testament to the amount of work that they've put in. So
Yeah. That's rather impressive,
Very well
honestly. I'm just thinking back at all the Starship tests that they did and the number of times where they had to send some people back to the pad to tweak an igniter or this or that or the other thing. I mean, first attempt of a super heavy static fire went off without a hitch, as evidenced by Elon's tweet that it was full duration. I mean, really, really, really excellent stuff and bodes well for the future of testing and for an orbital flight attempt, hopefully before the end of the year. Speaking of, I wonder how our member and good friend Andre is feeling right now about his bet with a number of people who I know regarding this thing flying by the end of the year. I imagine he's feeling pretty good right now. I mean, I certainly am.
Jack, look at this. Danger Cam has survived the static fire. It got stage fright during the static fire. I'm very mad about it, but the good news is Danger Cam is alive, and hopefully the next static fire, it will not freak out at T0.
I mean, I'll put it this way: if I was where Danger Cam is, I would be freaking out as well. So there you go. Kind of understandable, a little bit disappointing, but understandable. And like you said, hopefully for the next one, it will have improved its mettle a little bit.
And everyone, please say thanks to Mary in chat, because without Mary today, she held down the fort with that audio and super stable, awesome video that the robot apparently freaked out about. It's probably my fault. By the way, this actual problem is probably going to be my fault, so don't blame DOS, blame me, but we'll get it right. There's going to be a lot of static fires with this booster, at least that's what it sounds like. So, I mean, plans can always change. They originally were going to start with a single engine static fire, and they apparently went straight to the triple engine static fire. So we'll see how it goes, but there is a good chance this is not the last static fire. And we will pull, obviously, the footage that was recorded locally now that the camera survived. So stay tuned to the daily video, and we'll have all of the different angles from our bots.
Actually, daily video is going to be events from today, but there will be a static fire video as well.
Okay, so the static fire video and the daily video. Two videos
for things, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, what, I mean, just so cool. I mean, Michael, you said we think there's going to be more static fires with this booster. Do you think they'll test the same engines in different positions? Or do you think they'll add more engines on? Or what do you think?
I'm hoping they're going to add more engines, but I don't know for sure. I haven't seen any Elon tweets yet, but if Elon tweets and somebody wants to ask Elon, maybe you can get a reply from him on how many Raptors we should expect to get installed in total.
If I was going to be asking Elon a question on his current tweet right there, that would be the question I would be asking: is what are you going to? How many engines are you going to go up to? What's the plan? Because I mean, oh my gosh, 3 is a lot. 3 is a lot by itself. Imagine any number higher than 3 is going to be something really special to see, and that'll be the first time more than 3 Raptors have ever been fired at once. Somebody, just really quickly, somebody in chat, I see a lot of people saying thanks, Mary. I see somebody saying, who is Mary? She's a Boca Chica resident. She lives there in Boca Chica Village. She's the who shoots all the daily videos. She's the one with boots on the ground that catches the deliveries of the cool things arriving in Starbase and catches all the stuff that is going on there, all the testing, as you could see today. So yeah, if you don't follow Boca Chica Gal on Twitter, you really should, because she is the best source of breaking news there in Boca Chica. So that is who Mary is. You should know. If you watch the stream and if you don't know anything, you should definitely know who Mary is. So Boca Chica Gal on Twitter, Boca Chica resident. Hello, I see Scott Manley in the chat. What up, Scott?
Hello.
Wow, that almost sounded like Scott. I'm like, wait, Scott didn't join, did he?
Scott Manley here.
That's
actually-
good.
That's actually
good.
really good. Jeez.
Hi, Scott.
Yes.
I'm just jazzed over here. I can't even think. I can't collect my thoughts to think words. Do we want to thank some people here?
Sure, absolutely. I'm just checking everything and trying to figure out if we still have all of our cameras online and stuff. It looks like everything has survived right now. We're going to be, of course, pulling footage. I know that we had that one that sort of got taken out. Didn't exactly get taken out, but we'll work on that and see what the deal is with it. Looking over here, it looks like Mars Cam is okay. What is that? Michael, hang on a second. You go to Mars Cam real quick for us?
I am not getting stable video from Marscam.
You're not
I'm
getting
waiting for it to stabilize.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What? Well, wait a second. It isn't stable video completely. It looks like it's a little hiccupy, but it seems that someone has left not quite a crop circle for us. There seems to be some sort of message left in the field mysteriously here. What is this? This is near one of our cameras. It is. It is. We've been doing donuts on Mars, I guess, and we have some sort of message that's been left out here in the field on Mars. Let me see if we can enhance and see what this is. Everybody knows that. Oops. They wonder when Starship was going to hop, but these days, a little bit shaky on the video. Can anyone translate that? Do we have anyone who can translate this for us in the chat? When orbit?
Matt, you're supposed to let the class come up with the answer before you tell them.
I was just gonna let him say what it is.
When moon arrow?
When? I mean, we have a question mark. That clearly someone's curious about something. And then
When space donut pointy thing?
Face donut pointy thing. You know what I think this is? I think this is a sign from our guy in the merch shop. I think that he has released a new design. We're moving on from Win Hop, and we now have the Win Orbit Starship merch in the shop. Check this out over in chat. I'm going to put the link in. It's like scrolling like crazy, but click on the shop link that K-Space Academy, that's me, is doing. And if you head over that way, you can see we've got some new t-shirts, we've got some new hats and stuff like that. Michael, you can go back whenever you want. The jig's up. We have some mugs. Moving on from Win Orbit, or from Win Hop, we now have Win Orbit Starship. And no one will know. No one will know what your shirt means if you have on that shirt or hat. There's long sleeve shirts, there's hoodies, there's the hats, there's the mugs and everything. Head on over to the shop.
Continuing our trend of esoteric shirts that almost nobody will know, but every now and then you'll pass someone on the street and they'll go, "Hey, Starship!" and you'll be friends with them because they passed the test.
Again, I'm going to put that link into chat one more time. A little bit of a gag. Funny story, didn't tell anybody I was doing that.
Yeah, I had no idea you were doing that. That's hilarious, though.
No one knew that there is a print shop in Brownsville that printed out that design, and Mary actually went into town and picked it up and nailed it to a post and we put it out last week, and then we were worried about it, so we pulled it back in because static fire didn't happen, and Mary went out there and put it out again today, literally so that I could pan the camera to it live. Thanks, Mary. I didn't clear that with anybody.
Good job. It's an elaborate ruse.
I almost forgot to mention, Steven out in the field there too, and he just posted up some sweet photos on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
He was racing down there to get there in time, so I'm glad he got to see it. That must have been fun.
Let's get those tweets and stuff like that linked up as well for Steven, who's made it out there. Hey, y'all, the merch store, it's a little bit of a gag, like a little bit of a funny thing there, but the merch store really is another way that you can support what we're doing. We have a lot of fun with this, and if you want a cool t-shirt or a mug or something like that, that is another thing that you can do. You can buy a cool little design or something. Money like that we get goes back into bandwidth and more improvements and all that sort of stuff out at Boca Chica. So funny thing there, putting the sign in the field, but it really does mean a lot with this when y'all do a little bit of shopping and buy a t-shirt. That is a huge way to help us out. So thank you all so much for the support.
Whoa, we have a tweet from Elon. Get this. Elon says, depending on progress with Booster 4, we might try a 9-engine firing on Booster 3 9 times.
Okay,
I made up
Booster
the 9
4, take your time.
Yeah, right. I just
Wait,
wanted to say 9 times as Ferris Bueller, but yeah, 9-engine firing is possible with Booster 3 based on Elon's tweet.
No kidding. 9 engines?
9 engines.
Go big or go home.
I'm trying to do a Ferris Bueller here. 9 engines. 9 times. All right, nobody laughs. It's okay. I still like it.
9 engines? 9 engines.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just remember that conversation we had yesterday about potentially needing a backup danger cam?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, you want a backup danger cam?
I think the current one might be in danger.
I got all sorts of diagnostic information off that, Michael, and we'll see what the
Oh, no,
deal
I
was
mean
there.
for the 9 Raptors, not for the
Oh!
problem today.
You mean
Come
for 9
on.
Raptors?
Yeah.
I thought you meant... You just want to put 2 cameras in harm's way, huh?
I guess. I mean, I just want to make sure that we're prepared for when danger gets absolutely obliterated by 9 Raptors.
Well, we'll work on it. How's that?
Sounds good. But yeah, thank you all for the super chats because clearly we have upgrades we need to do, and we appreciate all your support. So I hope people don't mind us plugging the store and the super chats, but believe us, it goes a long way. We have spent a lot of money on getting 24/7 online in particular, and all of that would not be possible without your support.
Literally nothing we do would be possible without your support. So thank you. And I'm looking at the super chat queue, and we are 54 minutes behind. Do you want me to run through some of these, or Matt? Do you want to run through some of these?
Matt?
Sure,
Yeah.
I would be happy to. Do we have time for questions, or do you want me to just go through and thank people?
We made it, unless it's a really quick question, we may just need to sort of run through. Let's just do some thanking. How's that sound?
Okay, Octavian, thank you very much. We appreciate that very, very, very much. Scylla as well, thank you. Jesse C, thank you very much for supporting the channel. Thank you to Musical Wolves, who says the world's largest lightning rod. Maybe they don't need a tower. Wolfram, thank you for becoming a new member. Bart Hepler, thank you very much for your support. Bill Reeds, thank you as well. Dr. J Gaming, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Jordan Eggleston, thank you so very much for supporting. Don Frederick has become a member as well. And DB Explorer, thank you for becoming a member, as well as Joseph Stark. Evan Cook, I think, is still trying to figure out Pringle cans. TJ Cooney, what kind of pizza would you eat on your first Starship flight? Pineapple pizza. Just to watch the world burn. Thomas Mayer with a very, very big support there. Thank you, Thomas. It's $100.
Wow, thank you so much, Thomas.
Yeah.
That is incredibly generous. Thank you.
James Powers, thank you for your support as well. Assuming the tanks are empty, you can fit 42 gallons of feathers in the tank. That's something that they would absolutely do. Richard Hiley, thank you. And what is the status of S20? Anybody know?
They're building it.
They're building it, yep.
Okay. They're building it. David, thank you very much for your support as well. Stephanie says hi from Oregon, and thank you for the streams. Thank you,
Hey, Stephanie. How's it going?
Shiny Bad Guy, thank you very much for supporting the channel. Chris Dallaire, do all the successful Starship tests make this static fire more likely to be successful, or is this like starting from scratch? Well, it was successful.
It's all stepping forwards. I mean, this is they've learned a lot on the Raptors. They've learned a lot on the test infrastructure out there. So this is like one more step forward. Now they've got Raptors that have actually fired on this vehicle, like the booster itself there. Now, remember, boosters 3 is not going to fly. B3 is not going to fly intentionally. But these are all important things. Just like Elon said, they may go to 9 engines. God, can you imagine? That was 3 engines. They may go all the way to 9. So it's all stepping forward towards a full stack that tries to go most of the way to orbit, and even that stepping towards going all the way to orbit.
$20 from Space and Dog says thank you for this. Says keep up the good work, and thank you very much for doing that. Evan Burdette says that this is the biggest stick of dynamite in human history. Sean Howard, thank you for supporting, and a new member in Anthony. Thank you very much, Anthony. John Dopeker, sorry. Victoria wants to know why Starship isn't insulated like Delta 4, and what makes its insulation orange. Nobody?
So
Food
Starship, yeah, sorry. You mean what makes the Delta 4 insulation orange? That's the Sophie, the spray on foam insulation, and that's just the natural color of it. They don't paint it to save weight and stuff like that. But that's just the natural color that it turns, especially after it gets a suntan. Like UV light hits it and it changes it that orange color, right? Now, Starship doesn't need to be insulated because it's, well, I want to say because it's stainless steel, but I know that that's not the exact correct answer. I just think that they don't think that it needs it. Like, it's not dealing with liquid hydrogen, which is temperature sensitive. It's dealing with the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen, but I don't know that I can... Would it get more performance if it was insulated? Maybe. Would it be more complicated and more to deal with if it wasn't insulated? Maybe. Maybe SpaceX could insulate it, but they just don't think that they would get enough performance increase for the additional complexity if they had actually insulated. I don't know. That's a guess on what I know. That's not like an authoritative answer. Did anybody else, Jack, you want to take a guess at that?
Nope.
Okay. Burning through some more. Big thank yous to Roger Smith, to Jeff Lowell, to Mr. Hockey. Thank you very much. Invisible, thank you as well. Jared E.S., have you ever tried to get Elon on the stream? I mean, I think we'd probably be happy to have him.
Sure enough.
I mean, you know.
You know where to find us.
Our DMs are open, I guess. I don't know what to say to that even. Just go knock on Mary's door.
We do know he watches or has watched in the past, so you never know. It'd be really cool to get to ask him some of the questions that, we would love to know the answers to.
I think he said we were mostly accurate, but that's about the same as mostly harmless. So
He also said we were pretty funny, or the commentary was pretty funny.
Yeah, like in
which
Mystery Science Theater. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Vernon, thank you very much for the support, as well as Chris Schwab. Mark Dodson asked, why are there no frost wings on the booster when it fueled up there?
Probably just didn't put enough fuel in it. The super short static fire engines don't have to operate for any more than a second or two there, so they didn't really need to put very much fuel in it or oxygen. So you're not going to see a lot of frost on the side. And I don't know exactly how much they need to put in, but remember, the bottoms of the tanks are also dome-shaped. Like they're shaped like a bowl, and so you can get a pretty good amount of liquid oxygen, liquid methane in there before it's even touching the sidewalls. So it's possible that the amount that they put in just wasn't enough to even really cool down the stainless steel that was up a ways and create the icing and the frost like we see. That would be my guess.
Big Dragon says, you guys better be good or Elon will ground you.
Talking to the Raptors or moving on?
I don't know.
I didn't laugh at the joke. I laughed at your laugh, which really got me good.
Russell, have y'all spotted anything that looks like a tri-vent?
Nope.
$50 from Russell. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
What is a tri-vent?
So we used to have a thing where there was a very clear vent coming out of the side of Starship, and there were 3 vents, and so we called it a tri-vent. And we thought that the venting coming from the side was each engine had one vent, right? So it was 3 engines on the Starship. There were 3 vents, and we said, oh, the tri-vent. And the tri-vent was a very obvious sign when they were at very specific parts of the countdown. You'd see the tri-vent, and then it would like surge out, and then the tri-vent would sort of back off for a second, and then like a huge poof, and then the static fire would happen. Huge poof, that's a technical term. This is why my T-shirt says roadside rocket scientist. It's like armchair quarterback. But the tri-vent, we didn't see anything like that today, and we did surmise that that may be different when you get to super heavy, because what are you going to have, like a 29 vent? You're going to have 1 vent for each of the 29 engines. We thought that they may be routing that differently, aggregating engines together, having vents that come out from other places. So we weren't too surprised not to see a tri-vent on the booster, even though we used to see a tri-vent on the Starship. How's that?
Got it. Dominic, thank you very much for your support. Liz McQuaid as well, thank you so very much for supporting the channel. Andy Law, 50 pounds. Awesome coverage, thank you. This is why we watch these Water Towers Can Fly streams.
That's heavy, Doc. 50 pounds?
Great Scott!
You like that? 2 references in one. Go ahead.
Mr. Hockey, sorry, became a new member. Thank you so very much for that. Joe as well, thank you for your support. Ian Glennon says, thank you, Mary, 50 pounds.
And speaking of thank you, Mary.
Yeah.
I do have a replay of Mary's awesome footage. And I'm going to try to pipe the audio in. So we'll see if this works. Here we go.
All right. Which one's the replay? The Pip?
Yes, the Pip.
Nice. Wow.
I think that might be the best sound we've gotten for a static fire. What a great audio.
You know what? There was no honk.
You're right. Not even nothing. Not even close to a honk. Just a boom, and that's it.
Yeah. Normally there's like a big honk noise at the end of it when they shut down the turbo pumps cooling down, I think.
Yeah. Good,
That sounded clean.
Good observation, Ross. That sounded ridiculous to me. Also, I love the crowd sound. The crowd ooh. It's just quality.
I like the way Michael's rewinding that.
He's getting the job done.
You got to. Look at
I've
that.
forgotten the command though. What's the command in VLC to go forward 1 frame? Somebody
Oh,
tell me.
There's no command in VLC.
There
good
is
grief.
no command in VLC? Come on.
No, there is,
VLC.
but I don't know what it is. It changes every time I install the program. Like, I actually don't know what it is, Michael.
Chat, which button do I click? Someone tell me what chat is saying.
E. I'm getting E. It looks like the votes are coming in for E.
Oh, there we go. And
Okay.
W's back. No,
Okay.
W's full screen.
Oh, man.
I don't want full screen.
Look at that. And this is just a copy of the broadcast footage as well, right?
Yeah, whatever. We'll do it this
footage.
way.
Yeah,
The footage in
cool.
the static fire video we put up will be full res and full bandwidth, full bit rate, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes
Trying to
open.
see when it
on the
shuts
channel
down.
for
If,
that.
when the dust clears, it looks like there's maybe a little bit of residual fire, but that's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's like some debris went flying as well.
And VLC has frozen, so
Yes. Good
we'll
times.
come back to the replay when the VLC has been unfrozen.
Just a few more of these supercharts and we'll be clear for the queue. 5 pounds from Thomas. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate you a whole bunch. Charles asks, for the mathletes out there, how many t-shirts fit in that cannon? Can we get a BN3 t-shirt cannon t-shirt in the shop? Mike. I want to see somebody actually estimate that. Mike says, thank you to Mary. I'm going to say this wrong, but Itaken, thank you very much for the support.
Yeah, that's 5. so you know Danger Cam. If your audio would have done this 10 minutes or 20 minutes ago.
Michael, I got it on Mars. If you want to look at Mars real quick, if you're getting a stable feed.
Look at that! Wow.
Yeah. I was getting the top as well, but look at that.
Each of those plumes is like 15 meters long.
Yeah.
That is
Something like
amazing.
that.
There we go. All right. I got it framed correctly. Sorry, it took me a second there. Look at that.
It's mad. It's like, I wanted to go to space. You didn't let me.
It's 5 million by 5 on this microphone, apparently.
When it's just the two little ones, it looks like it has a little like wavy arms.
Wacky waving inflatable vent man, tube man.
Yeah. Wacky waving steel. Yeah, we'll work on that.
Stainless steel tube man. Oh, we got that one from Marcus, didn't we?
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
Hey, Marcus, how's it going?
There's no like when Scott's in the chat, we can be like, "Hello," but I don't think there's anything for Marcus that we can meme. But you're still awesome, Marcus. You put out great content. Thanks.
Ah.
Whoa, Marcus! I'll do it for both.
Jeez.
And we've got a $250 tip upgrade to Danger Cam. Thanks, guys, from Paul LaMadeline.
No kidding.
You've got to get it done now.
I mean, we're going to get it done for sure. Paul, $250 is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, you know my saying, that's crazy, but that's our kind of crazy. Thank you so much for being so super generous that we turn that right back around into more equipment, more coverage, more ways that it doesn't go crazy right before the launch and stuff like that. Just thank you so much for this. That is a significant amount of support, isn't it, man?
That is, it really is. That's the thing that always leaves you a little speechless.
Ah.
It's just we couldn't do any of this without that kind of support and all the different camera feeds we have, all the data that we use, everything. Thank you so much, Paul, because without stuff like that, without support like that, just would not be possible. So thank you. And not only that, but not everybody can support us monetarily, which is totally fine. Hit the like button, hit subscribe. That's a huge support too. But the people that are super chatting and do buy merch and do become members, you guys are helping provide this imagery to everybody else around the world that can't. So super, super awesome of you, Paul, there. Thank you to you and to everybody else that has been doing the super chats today and every time we stream. It's so integral to what we do. So thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
And we just had a $300 come through from Desmo Blue Fire. Here's to Danger Cam.
Wow, Desmo, that's another one of those names we see a lot. And if I'm not mistaken, we've seen some big super chats from Desmo. So thank you so much. So, I mean, oh my God, what do you even say to that?
Thank you. And then
Yes,
you keep going. I know, right?
Very
Like,
much.
What can you possibly say that's enough for the level of support that chat puts in? And it's thank you.
Yep.
And not to go unacknowledged, Dog Cruz, thank you very much for the $10 for 9 Raptors. $9.99 for 9 Raptors.
Nice, I like it.
Jurwa laughed about 9 times, Jack. Wants to know that your joke was appreciated.
Yay! 9 engines. 9 engines? 9 engines.
David Highland, thank you so very much for supporting the channel as well. Michael Reagan, a bit of money for Danger Cam too. Thank you very much there, Michael.
I appreciate you.
John Prescott just became a new member. Thank you so much. And Gary Yerish, thank you for supporting the channel as well. And then Danny Archer says, whoever is reading the super chats is moonlighting from his radio job.
I gotta say, your voice is velvety and amazing, and I love listening to it. So I'm glad you're on the stream.
I'm on loan from Marvel. Michael Williams says, when upgrade Mike Williams, a.k.a. the Scleave.
What?
Okay.
All right. I don't know that
Michael.
one, but we're through the super chats.
Wow. So moratorium, no more super chats there. We finished the list. We made it to the end.
I'm on strike.
Oh, folks, I know, I mean, we never want our broadcast to just be reading super chats. I get it. You don't want to come over here and it's like, well, these guys just they say thank you to Super Chats for 4 hours straight. We always try to strike a balance between saying thanks to the people who support us and financially make this possible, and also reading questions from anybody. We don't say, oh well, you have to pay $5 to ask a question. That's not cool. That's not how we do it. We can't get to all of the questions because at some point there were 40,000 people watching this, and it takes y'all 20 seconds to type a question, and then we talk about it for 18 minutes. So it's really difficult for us to get everything. To get every question answered. We do try our best to at least hit most of the big topics, and we thank y'all so much for the support. It's just, we can never say thank you enough. What we can do is we can keep showing up, hopefully giving you quality views, entertaining commentary, accurate and useful information. It's like an educational, informational sort of thing as well. We try to strike the balance between all three of those, and I know every now and then we get feedback. Oh, you're too unprofessional. You know, oh, you need to like come to work in a suit and tie and be super serious and stuff. And hey, don't get me wrong, we take some things very seriously. Human spaceflight, safety. We're very serious about some of that stuff. But you know something? Sitting here watching these tanks for 5 hours straight. Good grief, we got to crack a couple jokes.
Look at that venting on the right.
Yeah.
I mean, I put on pants, so.
Yeah, see, it's a good commute. Putting on pants. This shows how serious you are about this.
Some things matter.
But we appreciate y'all. Like, y'all keep showing up. You don't even have to do a big super chat or anything like that. Everybody who comes to the stream, whether you're just doing a retweet of something or you're just in the stream watching, hey, a really awesome thing you can do is put it up on the TV. Let your family see it, you know? Make somebody else watch it too. Subject them to our voices. However you're a member of the community and however you're involved, it is a big old team space, and we're glad we're able to share this stuff with you, and thank you so much for being a part of it. How's that, y'all? How's that sound?
You have to put our commentated stream on the big TV and Starbase Live with the cameras that we cannot fit on the screen on your computer. That's the rule.
Yep.
It's not a rule, by the way, but that's the idea that you should take up. Because trust me, it's cool. I have all the cameras on my computer as well, and seeing the static fire happen from all the different angles is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're rapidly approaching the point where it's like the dude from the Matrix with all the screens. What is it, the architect or something?
Yes.
It's been a long time.
It's the architect.
Yeah, the
Thank
architect. That is a thing to talk about the 24/7 broadcast. When we're doing the live commentated broadcasts, we also keep that 24/7 stream up. And we put it in sort of a fixed mode, but a lot of times you can see the other camera angles that we're not using here. We're bringing that video in, and we'll show them over on the 24/7 stream, Starbase Live, if we can get that link into chat. So you could definitely watch both streams at the same time. You'll want to watch the angle from the beach, but we have the angle from Danger Cam full screen right now. Over on Starbase Live, we've even got a roadblock cam, so you can see what the status of the roadblock is or whatever. So that stream stays going. We do sort of change the cameras around a little bit, but a lot of times you can see cameras there that we're not using on the commentated broadcast. Or you could just go over there and mute our audio and pipe in the calming sounds of waves and stuff.
Putting out, we are very close to 500K subs.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Whoa.
4,000 away.
4,000 away. Nice.
If we had plugged it a little bit more today, we could have gotten there.
Well, there's a plug for that, you know. If you like the stream, you know how to get back to it, right? Like and subscribe, etc., etc. I won't be too cheesy on that. I think I've used up my recommended daily allowance of cheese.
Just in case you forgot, you're on YouTube.
So normally here, we stay live until the road opens again. We don't know exactly how long that's going to take, but that is our usual plan, to stay live until they open the road. Is that our plan for today, Michael? What's our deal?
Well, I don't think another static fire is likely. I don't know. I don't really care. If somebody wants to keep commentating, I'm perfectly happy to keep the stream going until the road opens. If somebody wants to go eat some food, I'm fine with that too. We do have Starbase Live, so we're not stopping being live. We're still going to be live, but it's just a matter of if you want to keep commentating or not, I guess.
I will say that I have to be on a shuttle bus to Van Horn at midnight,
Oh, lucky you.
so I probably want to get some food and not be on stream for some period of time before then. But I'm good for a little bit longer, and I know we have other people we can tag in if we want to keep going. And what, the window closes at 10, so they have like 2 more hours in the window? You never know. But if we did spool down, we could always spool back up again if it became obvious they were going to static again.
Something else, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Can answer a couple more questions here.
I also got the replay again, Jack. I'll just show it one more time quickly, and then we'll save the rest of the replays for the actual video that we're going to put together with Mary's footage and all of the robots as well. But really quickly, here is one more replay of the static
Not
fire
to-
in case you're just joining us.
Not to give you too much work, but can we have the replay big and the live in PIP?
Yes, I can do that. One second.
I still like the whoa. Ah! That's like a punch in the face.
I feel like it sounds different. It just sounds like more. I don't know if it's because the Raptors are higher up or just it's been a while or what, but it just really feels like that was an extremely loud static fire. I'd be curious what Mary thinks, if that sounded normal or louder or quieter or what.
I'm just going to do this once. This is a replay. We're going to go full screen, but this is a replay if you're just tuning in. So here is the full screen replay
Hit the
from
replay.
Mary.
Nice.
Good grief.
And back to live.
And we did not miss anything, luckily.
Yeah.
Man, we have come so far in just a year's time. Where were we at a year ago? We were probably somewhere around SN5 or SN6, right? And now we're on Booster 4 and Ship 20, and Booster 3 and Ship 20, and Booster 3 just fired its engines for the first time. It's just pedal to the metal here in Boca Chica. Joe asking, does anyone seriously think the tower can catch this gigantic booster? Or is Elon just messing around and suggesting it? Seems scaled up Falcon 9 landing legs would be simpler. Well, then you add mass to the booster is the problem with legs on the booster. You're adding mass, and there's a mass penalty for that. I don't think Elon is messing around, although I do think a lot of us thought that initially, right? But it certainly seems like the tower can catch the booster. My question is, can the tower survive if the booster has a bad day and hits the tower? And of course, that's why I keep going back to tower versus booster, and I say tower wins. But that's just me,
I think so. I think that thing's got to be built to last
right?
as much
Yeah,
as possible.
I would agree. Tower
'Cause that-
wins.
Otherwise, that puts significant delays anytime there's a problem. I mean, more than usual. They'd have to rebuild that entire tower, and it took some time.
Indeed. Yeah, that's a good observation. Bum bum bum. JSPSFS asking, will BN4, it's actually B4, BN nomenclature has been depreciated. Will B4 do a static fire with all 29 or 33, it'll be 29, Raptors before its historic flight? We don't know. It certainly would be cool to see, though, and perhaps the orbital pad could sustain that, as we talked about earlier. Not a full duration firing, but static fire. Really quick. I do not know how to pronounce your name. I sincerely apologize, but they are asking, how many static fires will Booster 3 conduct? We also don't know. But Elon did just tweet. Depending on how Booster 4 goes, they might throw 9 engines on Booster 3 and do that. So at least one more, potentially. Potentially at least one more. Is that enough weasel words? I hope so.
Well done.
Let's see. Conan asking, so eventually the plan is to get as many starships to orbit using the super heavy boosters, then at the optimal point send them all to Mars. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we would send them all at once, like a fleet sort of arriving at Mars and because there's a one transfer window and you're probably going to have multiple ships at some point, at least, in the far future, if not the near future. So, yep, that certainly seems like the plan. Edwin asking, will orbital flight happen before September? Total guess, total speculation on my part, but I'm going to say no. Why? Not necessarily because of hardware or launch site readiness, but because of FAA readiness. However, on the launch site side, it certainly seems like the orbital tank farm has taken a long time to get put together there. So I think the two long poles right now are probably orbital tank farm and FAA permitting.
So make sure to subscribe to the channel so that we can wake you up when September ends.
Yes. I audibly groaned. Let's see. Fisheye saying, after lots of math, my estimates say that an explosion of a fully fueled B4 will be around 7.6 megatons. Do you know what a megaton is? No way.
It always comes down to the mix there. Like you can calculate the amount of methane, you can calculate the amount of oxygen, and if it's just the methane by itself, yeah, exactly. Do you have like a mix so you get like an air-fueled detonation, or do you just have a big fireball of methane? And those are two very different things.
The reason I say no way, though, is because a megaton is like a nuclear bomb. A kiloton is probably more in the range that is plausible, right? Like not a fully fueled, or not a what do you call it? Like a thermonuclear, like fission, fusion, crazy, like no, it's not going to be in the range of megatons. But interesting math there, Fisheye. Thanks for the comment. I mean, I bet it's somewhere around a kiloton or two, something like that.
We're just all sort of hanging out now, like.
Yeah.
Look at that shot with the sun. The sun's behind the camera here, and those billowing plumes coming out of the bottom. The road is still closed for sure, but I think we're gonna keep on hanging out here. It seems, right?
I would imagine the camera jockeys on site had a good day today.
Oh yeah. Did we link up the tweet from Steven? I know I saw it in there, but did anybody get that link and put it into chat? Because oh, there we go. Excellent. Well, Jack, why you give it to me? Put it in chat.
Oh, duh.
There, I'm gonna paste that over there. Space Ghost Steve actually got some still shots of it there.
I'll paste it over here.
Yeah.
Paste fight.
Paste fight. Nice. He's normally out there in Florida, down at the Cape, and does a ton of photography for us out there. And this is his first trip to Boca Chica. He's going to be out there for a week, sort of helping out with things. I know I've got some concrete that he can be carrying around, but he's going to be out there, and he was able to get a shot of the static fire. There is the link that we put in chat if you want to check it out.
Super cool. I'm happy for Steve to have gotten to see this historic milestone in Boca Chica.
Yeah, excellent.
I'm just going to say it. Somebody please do a GIF of the 9 times scene from Ferris Bueller, but put Elon's face over the principal's face and caption it with, how many engines are they going to put on Super Heavy? 9? 9. Like, please somebody make that. I don't have bandwidth to do that right now, but please somebody. I know there's lots of people that have editing software and the capability to do that. I just want to see it exist. Okay.
Come on, Reddit. Hop to it, Reddit.
Yeah, with SpaceX Master Race, please go, do.
You want to post up screenshots of our streams and stuff like that? You owe us. You owe us this. Get it done.
Oh, good stuff. Let's see. Bum bum bum. Here's a question I think you might have a good answer for, Das. This is so out of my wheelhouse. Um, why would they put the gimbaled engines on the inner rings rather than the outer ones where they would receive more radial torque?
That's a good question. Maybe they just don't need the radial torque, so there's not really a reason to have to do that. But it may also be that you can stuff more in. So if you have more of you don't need all your engines to gimbal, right? And if you have a large circumference that has a bunch of engines in it, and you can put those as close together as possible because you don't need them to gimbal, maybe just utilizing that additional space in the outer ring makes it easier for them to put the bells closer together and make them not move. I also think that there may be something to do with landing an engine out and stuff like that. You need engines turned on whenever you're landing, right? And you also use those Raptors to gimbal and get a little bit of thrust vector control while you're coming in for a landing. If you're having if you have those engines on the outer ring and you have an engine failure or something like that, your differential's a lot bigger because there's a big lever arm from the outer ring to the center of mass. But if you have the center engines online, maybe that's a little bit less of a differential. You can have the gimbaling happening, and if you need to do the Starship mode choose an engine thing, where you light all three, then you choose the best two or something like that, maybe that's better to do when you're gimbaled engines that you need gimbaling to land. You need thrust vectoring to land. Maybe it's better for them to be closer to the center of mass for that reason as well. I'm spitballing here. And literally, I'm not trained as a rocket engineer. I've never been employed as one. I've just played a lot of Kerbal Space Program. So maybe there's other reasons, but that's what I would guess.
Which honestly is tribute to how much you can learn from Kerbal.
Good point. Now, I may be totally wrong. If I'm totally wrong, nobody say that, because that would be a tribute how wrong you can be.
You sounded like you knew what you were talking about, and that's half the battle.
That's half the battle. I like it. Anybody agree with that? That sounds pretty close, right?
It's good enough for Reddit.
Good enough for Reddit. Ah. Just hanging out. It's like the calm after the storm here. The roadblock is still up. I'm looking at the 24/7 stream, and I still see the roadblock cam, the sheriff lights blinking, and that sort of thing.
The static fire was about 50 minutes ago, I think, so clearly with all that venting, they're still safing the vehicle, but that's quite a bit of time.
Yep.
But to just say this is a long vent.
I pulled the footage.
Wait,
On which camera?
From Danger.
do we
At least that exists.
want to look at it?
I'll get it to the editors. Michael, I don't know how complicated your setup is, but I did pull that footage. I don't know if we want to do that on the daily or what we want to do here, but I'm gonna set it to upload right now.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I was being quiet because I was sneaking the footage off Danger Cam. I went and found it, and the camera did just fine. It recorded it locally. It was just an odd signal encoding thing we had there at the end, but we did get the footage of it. So
I don't know about other people's opinion, but if you're all okay with it, I think since there are 10,000 people still watching and the camera did not work during the launch, maybe we make it up by showing it.
All right, I get it uploaded right now. I'm working on it.
We can do that. It won't be a problem to do it. So, for the reward for sticking around with us as you watch the tank, you will be the first 10,000 people to see the footage from Danger Cam, and then if you have to go or if you've already left, the daily video will obviously have or the static fire video, excuse me, will absolutely have that footage. But it seems like chat is excited, so
I can't wait.
we will make that happen for the loyal supporters who have stuck in with the stream after the static fire.
Somebody do another merch plug for that shirt while I'm doing this. Make them sit through a merch plug at least.
You've seen the stream. Now get the T-shirt. NASA spaceflight's coming to a torso near you.
What? Did you just make that up?
Yeah.
That's
That was
amazing.
That was amazing. Torso.
It's my lobby to stick around here.
that's I'm not even mad. That's amazing. Jack, do we have a new video, a new folder for that, or is it? Should we just use the July 19th folder?
Probably should do a new folder.
Copy. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just for sanity's sake on Brady's part, because he's going to be the one editing this.
All right. On it.
Steve Austin in chat says, "Woohoo! Danger Cam replay." I agree.
Michael, how well can you seek that? Do you need me to trim that exactly? Because I sort of have like 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after.
I can find it. That's fine. No problem.
Okay. All right. Good deal.
Looks like somebody watching our 24/7 feed says there's a crane moving down the road. I do not have it up right now because I only have the one screen as
There's a
I'm on the
crane
road.
There. Yeah.
Looks like it's waiting at the roadblock.
Yeah. I love those. I love the dishes. When the sun's going down, like half the days I want to hijack this camera and point it at those dishes because those dishes look so cool. I'm
a sucker for radomes and for satellite dishes. I don't know why, but when you get that evening golden hour or morning light, and it kind of gives that like wrap around, like you get a nice little side light in the shadow. They just look so cool, and I love that the one is just pointing directly at the camera right now, which is something they do during testing. If you didn't know, that's that dish is being used to communicate with the booster at the launch site.
We need more DOSes so we can deploy cameras faster. I mean, I'm not saying that DOS. To be clear, DOS is putting in so many hours into this you can't even believe it. But their project list is like 10,000 things long. But
it's true.
One day we will have so many cameras you cannot even believe it at each site, and there won't be a debate as to what we should point at.
Yeah. Yes. Very cool. I'll need to leave that camera there because when the dish goes back to the upright position, it looks really cool in time lapse. It's like, and it points back up at the sky. It's really cool. Yeah.
The footage is not bad.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Pretty decent.
It's pretty decent. All right. Gonna take a second to get it set up right, but
yeah, well,
Michael's got the footage now.
I have seen the footage. I watched it myself first because I'm like that.
Because I'm like that.
Okay, here comes the full screen replay. Again, replay.
Yep, this is a replay.
And there's no audio in this, but in the actual edit, we'll have all of that amazing audio that Mary picked up because Mary's cam rocks that audio. But without audio, here is the replay at regular speed as seen from Danger Cam.
Hey, do you want me to do audio facsimile?
Yeah.
How about the second time?
I was really kidding, but the way Matt immediately said yes made me. Oh, look at that!
Look at that! Look at the fire!
Oh.
Wow!
Like the fire just continues to even after the thrust stops. The fire, and then look.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Little piece of debris flapping around there. Or is that a?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just beautiful.
So
Did the flappy thing survive? I'm sure people in the 24/7 chat want to know.
Well, we have a zoomed in view. You tell us. If
Was
the
that
flappy thing
some
survived.
debris that just fell in front of the camera?
Yeah.
Wow. Awful lot of black smoke. Does it look like black smoke to anybody else? Maybe it's just the lighting.
It's dark, but it may just be in the shadow.
Yeah, it's looking whiter as the exposure changes.
It's also
Yeah,
dissipating. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
The vent steam on the side looks pretty dark too, so I think it's just the exposure.
Concur.
Yep. It's also dissipating really quickly. Like a thick particulate smoke, I would expect the plume continues, right? And if it was a vapor of some sort, I'd expect it to dissipate, sort of like we're seeing there.
That was my best rewinding sound.
So this is a replay again, y'all. This is a replay. from Danger Cam.
Ignition, roar, engine sounds, honk.
That's a cop
Wait,
out.
there wasn't a honk. Are you disappointed, Matt?
I am.
It's like narration.
Oh man.
Look
All
at
right,
that.
wait for the piece of debris to fall in front of the camera. Hang on. Just any second now.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever that was.
What was that?
I wonder if that was some of that thermal insulation blanketing that we've seen come off before.
I don't know.
It definitely looked light. Yeah, look at that. I bet you that's some of that shiny metal and black thermal blanketing we've seen before.
Yeah. Huh.
As long as it's not a dead bird, which it was not a dead bird.
I don't think it was, no. That was my concern.
Oh, my reaction time is not fast enough to pause at the right spot, but there you go. Not sure what that was. But it's interesting because you cannot actually really see the engines ignite due to all the venting. But afterwards, after the static fire is where you can really see the result of the engines. You can see the residual fire and whatnot. But beforehand, I mean, that venting is pretty much obscuring the view.
It really looks like each engine sort of does a post-firing burp. Like, all right, I'm going to clean out everything from my lines. I'm purged and I'm clean now. I'm good to go. Like, it seems, I mean, just so cool. So cool to see.
There you can see a little bit of fire right there coming down. But look at that lighting, too, off the sides of the... Even above Starship, you can see it reflecting off the ground. Or above
Boosted.
Super Heavy. Thank you. My bad.
Doss did
An
that a
awful
couple
lot of-
times earlier, and I didn't correct him, and I felt bad for
Yeah.
that.
No, that's fine. We've watched so many Starship tests, and we need to change gears to super heavy tests, you know?
Vehicle.
Booster test. Yeah.
I gotta say, right before static fire happened, a plane took off. And I
Okay,
heard
this
this sound while I wasn't looking at the screen and was like, "Oh God, I missed it!" And then it happened. So I'm glad that I didn't actually miss it. But
And this is back to life, of course, in that static fire video. We'll have all of the slow-mo and every single variation of the static fire footage you can imagine from all of our different cameras, including beach. I still have not even seen the wide shot from beach. That's going to be cool as well.
the wide shot from beach is definitely going to be like shuttle vibes, or you know, where a giant plume just comes up and you can really see the scale of things. A lot of
And I
people
wrote-
are asking about the tanker truck and if it survived or has any damage or anything. I don't know if we want to throw a camera tight on that tanker truck, but that might be fun to do if we're looking for something to do.
It was on beach. It was on that one that we were just looking at. And the tanker truck's looking fine.
Yeah, it seemed fine.
Grab a couple. We cleared out the super chat queue, then a couple more came through. CG Fly One, thank you so much there. Saying no commentary on the raggy pipe clamp just to the right of center, the orange rags. Commentary on the pipe clamp. I think we'll have to do the frame by frame and see what lived through that. Like, did the orange rags survive? There was like a flappy bit like we were talking about. I don't think we've done the analysis of exactly which of everybody's favorite ground support infrastructure had survived there. So thanks, CG Fly One, for the support.
I don't see
Also-
the lightning towers anymore.
The lightning tower?
SpaceX tweeted a photo.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's a cool shot.
Neat.
Here's another one from James Rosar. Says, thanks for being so real. No Cronkites, but the team covers the bases well. I am definitely not a Walter Cronkite, that's for sure. I'm just a normal guy with no broadcast training who's excited about this and wants to share it with y'all. I think a lot of us are that way. And then there's Matt. who sounds like he should be doing this.
I was
So-
gonna say, I apologize for my voice, first off, and second off, if anybody here is gonna be Cronkite, it's gonna be Matt. And something tells me Matt might even have a good Cronkite impression.
Hello, it's 8 p.m. Do you know where your rockets are? I don't think that's a good one. I didn't even think that was a Cronkite reference.
It wasn't, but I
just
still
failed
enjoyed
and
it.
all.
Do you know something? You took the shot. Like, we appreciate you
I
taking the
tried.
shot there.
No risk, no reward.
Yeah. Hey, here's one from W4WWW Raker. Says, how do I donate without having YouTube take a big chunk out of it? Also want to donate to the Danger Cam 2 Fund. There are other ways to support NASA spaceflight, and Chris Bergen is the person to talk to there. We can certainly get you in touch. I don't know if you're on Twitter, but if you are, you could send a DM to @NASA-spaceflight. That's one way to do it. Or you can get in touch with me. I'm K-Space Academy on Twitter. I know Twitter isn't usually the most useful things. I think there's also an email on the main website. Like if you go to nasaspaceflight.com, there's a contact email there. And if you're not on Twitter, you could get in touch with Chris that way. But there are a couple different ways to support. And he's also right there in chat. So I'm going to say head over to nasaspaceflight.com, and there should be an email address there if you're not of the DMing variety. But there's a link to Twitter and that sort of stuff as well. Thank you so much for the support there. And either way, we appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lindsay Abrams, $9.99. Thank you there, Lindsay. We got Proto Quark from Canada. Canadian, $5. Love the content. Keep it up, gang. Alrighty, Proto Quark, we will. Y'all keep showing up. We'll keep doing this. And then Grant Hugstad from Australia. At least those were Australian dollars. Grant, thank you for the support as well.
It's from
So
Australia,
here-
DOS. They're dollary dues. They're Australian dollary dues.
Dollary dues.
Yeah.
And
All right.
the venting stopped.
I'm going to stick with my curly L's, and y'all can have your dollary dues, okay?
Hey, Matt agreed with me.
So we'll see if the road reopens with the venting seeming to stop at the pad. But I
Yeah.
also do have that tweet from SpaceX. So that was a photo that SpaceX tweeted of
Wow.
static fire, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cool
Cool.
shot.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah. The sun like glinting off the side of it, that's cool.
That it looks like a Hollywood production.
Yep.
Like it's almost too perfect. It's gorgeous.
That's,
Yeah,
that's
it's
something
not one of those things where the CG, it looks like it's CG, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's just real
Yeah.
life and crazy.
like sometimes I tweeted about this the other day, but sometimes or not sometimes SpaceX is very good at doing things that make you suspend your disbelief. You're like, what is that? That doesn't look right. Like 2 Falcon Heavy boosters coming back and landing next to each other. Heck, 1 booster coming back and landing. You're like, what? That looks like CGI. Just because it's something you don't process. You're like, I've seen so many sci-fi movies and action movies and crazy stuff. Like certainly that's computer generated, but no, that's SpaceX doing things in the real world. They're
Hey, you know
remarkably
what they
good at
say?
it.
You know what they say, DOS? Practical effects are always better than CG.
When,
There you go.
When Starship came back down, and they had the camera looking back up at it, and it was just flying at the camera, and then it reoriented itself, and then flew off screen. It looked like a perfect tracking shot.
Yep.
Just cinematic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those particular shots where it's like you're looking up at it as it comes down on top of you. It's just we just don't and haven't seen stuff like that up until those were shown. Like it's just completely new imagery, which often is I mean rare and hard to come by. I mean we all know what rocket launches look like, right? But we've never quite seen anything like that, which was really special. Fun fact, I think the camera that shot that is basically the same camera as Mars Cam, right?
Depends which one it was.
Yeah, not sure.
Mars Cam does not look that good, so if it was Mars Cam, they have done some serious color grading on it.
Yeah, exactly.
You can still hear the pad, I think.
Yeah, and the road is still closed. Huh.
This is gonna date me, but you know what that sounds like to me? Like it sounds like the Scooby-Doo, like just generic machinery sound. Does anyone else
sounds
get
like
that vibe?
It sounds like a jet idling on the runway. Like you're walking out there to the regional jets, and there's not a gate or a ramp or anything like that. Like a jet bridge, you have to go out and walk across the tarmac and then climb the little steps. It sounds like the airport when you're walking across the tarmac to the regional jet that's going to take you on the 25-minute flight from Houston to Corpus Christi.
Yep, sure enough.
That's the vibe that I get from it. So this is, again, one of those things where we don't know the exact timing. SpaceX knows the safety status of the pad, right? And we usually just go through, we hang out, we read some more questions, we talk about some stuff. I can't get over the sound at the beginning of that static fire. It sounded really punctuated. Like, I'm going to get off my broadcast headset, and after the stream, I'm going to listen to the daily video, like whatever we put in the daily, straight from Mary's camera. But it was like like all of a sudden a really staccato, not staccato, just a sudden noise whenever the Raptors fired up. It seems like they roared to life a little bit more in the past, and this was very much like it sort of hit you all of a sudden. I wonder if that has something to do with the lack of a skirt. Like, was that skirt actually directing some of the, like, focusing some of the sound in different directions, and now that we fired Raptors at the ground but without a skirt, the sound dissipates or propagates a little bit differently? I don't know.
That would be a good guess, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, there's a super chat there for you.
Oh, looking. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Aha! Raven Rose, thank you so much for the support there. They were asking me on Twitter where to go for tomorrow's New Shepard launch, and unfortunately the answer is don't go, because they're closing the road.
Yeah.
Like an entire, like, I don't even know, 60 miles stretch of highway. Okay, so I'm going to tweet about this in a minute here once I'm not on the stream, but Texas Department of Transportation tweeted a little while ago, they're literally closing the road at Guadalupe, like north of the entire, it's like the entirety of Highway 54 from Van Horn all the way up. It's like, it's a huge, and they say closed to through traffic, so that would be, in Starship nomenclature, a soft roadblock, and then it sounds like there's a hard roadblock for about 12 miles around the actual site itself. So if you watched our footage of New Shepard 15, that was from Highway 54, an area that will not be accessible to anybody for New Shepard 16 tomorrow. So unfortunately, the answer for that is if you want to go see it, watch our stream or watch Blue Origin stream or both, and don't waste your time and try and get out there, because you're just gonna be disappointed, unfortunately. And that's not what I would do if I wanted to get the public excited about my space flight. But hey, that's what they're doing.
What a sort of a bummer. Oh,
Huge bummer.
wait. Yeah.
Tiny little comment, but that was to Jack from Rose.
Yep. Thank you so much, Raven Rose.
Absolutely. It's sort of a bummer, because I imagine people want to see it, but there's no real public viewing area. It's not like there's stands or bleachers or anything. It's just the side of a road. And it's sort of the thing where if you just leave it open and you let anybody there, it may be sort of unmanageable amounts of traffic. I don't even know that it's a security, like a safety thing. They've launched that rocket so many times, and it's landed well right there on the landing pad after its fashion hover so many times. I don't even really feel like it's a safety thing. I almost feel like it's more of a security and crowd control thing that they're closing down that road. Because even the road itself, Jack, is what, 5 miles away from the launch site?
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
a couple miles.
It's like 5.3 miles, and
Yeah.
it's not a bad view. It's but it is kind of comical to me, given that you can watch a Starship flight from 5 miles away on South Padre Island, and Starship is such a much bigger vehicle, and arguably, I don't want to say it's less safe, but Starship is a test vehicle, right? Whereas New Shepard is basically coming into an operational state, so. Yeah. You would think that they would be okay with that, but who knows with all of the...
I think South Padre Island, right? 5 miles away, South Padre Island is literally built for this. It's built to have 10,000 people there. It used to be a massive spring break destination.
That's a very, very good point, yes. Like, there's no infrastructure out there.
Yeah, it's designed for it at South Padre Island. It can easily handle large numbers of people for a Starship launch. In Texas, this is literally desert West Texas. It's just the side of the road. There's not even like a shoulder or anything like that, really. So there's
Yeah.
not really a safe place for any large number of people. You know, when we went out there before, we could do it because it was 4 trucks or something like that. It wasn't 200 people trying to park their vehicles all over the highway. And I don't think it's a safety thing. I think that it's more of a crowd control and security thing than it is a keeping people safe. I just don't think that the infrastructure exists there on the side of the public road to support any real number of vehicles, you know?
Yeah, that's a really good observation. I mean, it is the desert. It is the summer. Temperatures will be extremely high during the day. There is no infrastructure out there in terms of anything. You know,
Anything.
yeah. So you don't want. I guess that makes sense. You wouldn't really want a lot of people piling up, and then if there's an accident or if there's a bunch of people get heat stroke or who knows. I mean, yeah, that's a very good observation, and sort of unfortunate that there isn't a public viewing area out there. But that's a really South Padre Island, like you said, is made for an influx of a large number of people, whereas side of the Highway 54 there in Texas is not. But anyway, back to Starship and Super Heavy. Thank you again, Raven Rose. Sorry you're not able to make it out there.
Yeah, we're doing that stream tomorrow. Actually, Jack is going to travel out there. We don't have ground truth on our equipment yet, so we've never streamed from there. We do have permission to operate our equipment, but we have no guarantee that we'll have enough signal to get a video feed. It's way out in the middle of nowhere. And imagine we're going to be dealing with tower crowding and stuff like that because journalists and stuff will be there trying to upload their videos to the whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
to be clear, I am
give it a
going,
try.
and we are going to try and stream, but I am only going because we were given media access by Blue Origin. So
Yeah.
I won't be doing what I did last time. I will be
Yes.
on Blue Origin property, with their permission and all of that.
Yeah,
So
official permission. Even our gear, like I had to send a list of the gear that we were going to operate to get safety approvals and stuff like that. So we are going to try to do that tomorrow morning, but we have no guarantees that our signal will be stable enough to actually bring you a feed. So if we cannot bring you a feed from Jack's camera, of course Jack will record locally, but they'll be doing their stream as well, their Blue Origin stream, and I'm sure that'll be just a regular hoot.
yeah, and then the upside there is I will be closer than I would have been able to be off the highway. So a little bit of a win. So that should be cool. Stay tuned for that if you haven't already. Hit subscribe.
Yeah. Just a couple more, John. Thank you so much for the support. It says B3 at Sunrise Sunset with the tower and tank farm. New poster idea, just saying. Mary is definitely out there getting shots. So we will see if we can get some cool sunrise, sunset shots, that sort of stuff. Not a bad idea to add the posters in the shop. We've got some prints that you can put on your wall if you like those sunrise, sunset shots. But thank you, John, for the support. Travis Cecil, is there enough time to and support to get you an IMAX camera before the BNSS launch? One can dream. I don't know. Jack could certainly come up with his wish list of what he wants, but one of the big deals with it is even if you have a really fancy camera, you're shooting across miles of atmosphere, and sometimes having a really super fancy camera is just going to get you better resolution on all the atmospheric turbulence that keeps you from seeing a clear picture. Again, we definitely love covering it from all sorts of different angles. We'll have more cameras out there, but our thing is we don't spend as much per camera, but we try for all sorts of different angles. And like we did with Danger Cam today, backups and that sort of stuff, so we can bring you cool shots and live feeds as opposed to dropping a huge stack of bills on one camera that has to stay so far away that it's just going to see a bunch of turbulence. That's sort of my thinking on it, but I know there's lots of different schools of thoughts there. In any event, appreciate the support. I mean, thank you so much, Travis, for that one. Chris Stone as well, 20 bucks. Chris, thank you. No message, just appreciate you. Rob says, the Raptors have sounded like that since Mark II. Also don't have the honk at the end of it since then. I don't remember. I could go back, and I'm sure you could analyze it and be like, dude, Doss, you're making stuff up. That's just in your head. It just, for some reason, it sounded to me more punctuated, like more pop all of a sudden, and you get noise as opposed to like a ramp up or anything like that. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not remembering it correctly. But Rob, either way, thanks for the support. Let's see here. Chris Stone says, cheers to the ground truth, but where's my dude Tim Dodd? Well, if anything flies, I'm sure Tim will be down there. And I know Cosmic Perspective that Tim works with was out. I'm sure Ryan got some fantastic shots of the test there today. But I'm not his keeper, Chris Stone. Jeez, I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
imagine that you'll get some really cool footage out of them as well.
Yeah, you can guarantee that Ryan got something good, and gosh, I love everything he shoots. What's up, Ryan?
Absolutely. Cosmic perspective is really cool. And then last one here, Enzo, what's the plan, or any idea what the plan is for the COPVs towards the bottom of Super Heavy? There's no skirt to hide them in. That's a good question.
What is a COPV?
Oh, wow. I'm going to get it wrong.
Composite
overwrap.
Vessel.
Yeah, composite overwrap pressure vessel. On this shot here, they're the two vertical black tanks on the left-hand side. Near the bag of popcorn there, whatever that is on the side, those two black tanks with the white label across the middle, or whatever that is, white in the middle, those are COPVs. And they're used to contain other types of gases for pre-pressurizing things or purging lines or running different systems on the rocket. They're just like smaller tanks that can hold really high pressures.
Think of it as an extra burly scuba tank.
There you go, an extra burly scuba tank. I like it, Jack. Good one.
I'm just happy because I got to use the word burly. And so I asked Mary how the sound was for this static fire compared to others, and she says the Raptors sounded so good, so clean and refined. So thanks to Mary for being out there and getting us some ground truth. Ground burn? I don't know. You got it. Thank you, Mary.
What's the... It's got to
What?
be like a shutter thing or something, but what the heck is going on with the roadblock camera right now? I looked over and I'm like, is that on in the same time zone? Like, look at this. I think I might have messed up a shutter setting or something, but Pat, it looks like
cool.
the sun's already set.
I'm getting Mars vibes here. I know Mars
Yeah.
sunsets are blue. Don't at me. I'm getting Mars vibes here.
Turn the lights off. Time to go home.
Yeah, apparently.
You're still here? Go home.
Huh. There's one more super chat from Chris Stone saying, Smart Aleck comments are just a sarcastic way of saying we can't wait to support y'all getting on the ground there. Chris, we appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Another $15 there. So it is definitely sort of hanging out. And a lot of times we stay open. We keep the NASA Spaceflight stream shop open, not like the merch store, but the stream, until the roadblock so that people can continue watching what's going on. But now we've got the 24/7 stream. Should we be maybe spooling down our commentary here so we can get all the footage pulled and stuff like that, and we can let people who want to continue watching what's going on head on over to Starbase Live where we have these same cameras still going? Does that sound like a plan here? You could eat? Yeah?
More importantly, I think my wife could eat. I'm cooking tonight.
You're cooking tonight. Oh, geez, and it's like 8:30 over there. I'm in the same situation. My wife has come up the stairs a couple times, and she sees like 18 monitors filled with video of Starship, and she knows what's going on, but she may be getting hungry as well.
For dinner.
Yeah.
No, really.
Anyways. Oh, here? Or Matt, you go first.
Oh, I'm making tacos.
Nice.
Tacos.
Yeah,
Taco Monday?
Tacos. Yeah.
Breaking the mold. Look at you. You don't have to follow any Taco Tuesday calendar.
I'm a rebel.
You can have it on a Monday. Nice. I have no clue what I'm making. Probably salads.
Oh, fancy, healthy man. Make some
Hey,
bacon.
I
Grab
did.
some hot
No.
dogs and bacon.
No, I already made some oven bacon yesterday, actually.
So I've
was-
successfully converted you to the oven bacon master race.
Sunday oven bacon, man.
Yep.
What a treat.
If y'all don't know, cold oven, 400 degrees, single layer of bacon on tin foil, about 20 minutes. You will be thanking me later. It's the best possible way to make bacon. All right, I think at that point, if I'm talking about food, it's probably time to wrap the stream up, huh?
It is. Michael, you concur there?
Yes, let's wrap it up.
All right. I'll go ahead and run with it, I guess, folks. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Let me go around the horn and introduce the team. I know, something, we don't really use a lot of screen real estate for faces or anything like that. We're sort of disembodied voices floating in the background because we want as much screen real estate as possible for rockets and fire and tanks and that venting and that sort of stuff. So we don't have faces here, but with you on the broadcast today, of course, you were just hearing the voice of Jack Byer. Jack, you're awesome. Never change.
No, you're awesome. Thank you for everything that you do for all the streams. It's insane the amount of work that you have put in, and just goes to show with all the awesome views that we have. Thank you. I'm a fraction of as awesome as you, but it's not a competition. Thank you everybody for watching the stream today. Thank you preemptively for tuning in to our hopeful New Shepard 16 flight stream tomorrow, and thanks for putting up with my annoying voice and annoying jokes. Have a great night, everybody. History, future, history, future.
Well, Jack, get you some rest before you have to roll out super early down to the Blue Origin site tomorrow. You can find Jack on Twitter at the Jack Byer. Also, he's got an Instagram and a Patreon and all sorts of other ways you can support him, because he's not just a voice on our broadcast. He takes photos. He has a ton of really awesome aircraft photos as well, chasing down rare planes. So head on over. What's your website, Jack? Where do they go?
JackByer.com. Nice and easy.
JackByer.com. There you go. So head on over there and maybe support Jack. Keep him going with what he's going if you want to do some of the plane photos and stuff like that. Also on the broadcast, a voice that you've heard for the second time here, we had Matt Anderson. That's what I'm supposed to call you, right? Matthew
Yeah, I think so.
Is that cool?
Yeah,
like,
that's good.
Matt, thanks so
Anderson
much
works
for
my
joining
name.
us.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here again. I really enjoyed getting to hang out. This was fantastic. I love watching these things, and it's great to be a part of these. And thank you again to chat for again being so welcoming and kind to me today. It's been nice.
Absolutely. Matt's a longtime friend over from Twitch. We were both Twitch streamers, sort of paying the bills by playing video games 12 hours a day for many years. And we've had the chance to hang out in person on many occasions as well. But you can find him over on Twitch. Twitch.tv/BadNewsBaron. Still has the time to play some games over there, unlike me. At Bad News Baron on Twitter as well. Now, see, we're never going to let Matt actually tweet stuff for us, because we don't want the tweets to be coming from Bad News Baron. Every time there's a scrub or a cancellation, we'll have you cancel it. How's that sound?
Oh, he
Okay,
tweeted
that's
the
fine.
static
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah,
And
I retweeted
Our
him.
main account retweeted it.
Oh,
So
well, I
he
guess
put the word out for the static fire.
you've got
And the
approval
static
then.
fire went well,
Hey!
so
That's not bad news. Maybe Bad News Baron should disseminate our good news, I guess.
If you set the expectations low from the beginning, then it can only go up.
All right. Well, folks, head on over if you want. If you're on Twitter, you follow Matt Bad News Baron on Twitter. Put the @ in front. You know how it works. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Good times. We'll see you around more often.
Thanks, Dos.
Have you ever done a desert bus stream, either of you, on Twitch?
Oh my gosh.
Sort
Please.
of. I've done an equivalent in Star Citizen where I just drove for hours and hours.
Amazing. If you could link that somewhere, I would love to check it out.
Okay.
Jack, if you want to do a desert bus stream, I'm putting an actual camera on your rover, and you're going to
Yes.
drive across the actual desert live for hours. All right. That's how
God,
we do
yes,
desert
please.
bus on the NASA Spaceflight Channel. I'm
Can
just
we
saying.
do a members only stream of that? Please, please, please. Yes.
Like 15 cameras on the rover and just drive for 12 hours straight or something?
I will drive to Las Vegas and I will drive back, and it will be hilarious because by the end of it, I will have lost my mind. Anyways, I'll shut up.
Like Cannonball there. Hey, also pulling all the levers and knobs and dials and stuff like that in the background, Michael Baylor. Michael, thanks for everything you do, dude.
glad to be a part of the stream today. Super exciting to make some progress on Super Heavy. It had been a while since we had a static fire at Starbase. In fact, this might actually be no. I think SN15 was before Elon renamed it to Starbase, but first Super Heavy static fire. Very exciting to see that happen. And looking forward to a 9-engine static fire, hopefully.
9 engines?
Nine engines.
9. That's what he said.
I was doing the meme. Come on.
Yeah, I need your pick.
Ooh, venting.
Oh, jeez.
Can we see it?
That could be a final depress right on cue
Yeah.
as we up.
Yeah. I love the setting sun reflecting off the booster there. Like it's just such a cool view. You
As
know?
a photographer, this is absolutely the best time to photograph these ships because there's no bright hot spots from the sun, and they look so amazing with that gorgeous wraparound lighting.
Gosh. Hey, folks, you know we've done it a couple times over the course of the stream, but massive thanks to our folks in the field as well. Mary, Boca Chica gal out there every single day. One of the reasons all of this got started is because Mary was out there taking videos, helping people keep up to date with what was at Boca Chica. One of the few remaining residents. Doesn't work for SpaceX. She actually lives there in the village. There's her Twitter. Make sure you head over and toss her a follow at Boca Chica gal. You want fresh information on what's happening, high quality daily videos. Our editors go through and give you a little bit of a 8 to 22 minute summary of what happened over the course of the day. Close-up shots and labels and which booster is what. She is a fantastic follow out there for sure, especially with all the video that's coming in there. Mary, I don't know if you can hear us right now, but always, always, always thank you so much for everything you do. It doesn't matter if it's hot. It doesn't matter if it's raining, mosquitoes, dust, bad weather. Mary is out there. Other people sort of show up on occasion, and Mary is out there all the time. So massive thanks to Boca Chica gal, the original out there in Boca Chica, sharing what's going on. That's what I like to see in chat. Mary is a legend, chat says. So always, 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 thank you so much for what Mary does. And then also visiting this week, Stephen Marr. Stephen Marr is going to be out there. I've got about 20 metric tons of concrete he's going to carry to robot installations. That's why we sent him down here. We didn't tell him that, though. He's just going to learn that when he opens the envelope that has his instructions in it. But Steve's over on Twitter as well, at Space Coast Steve. He hails from the Space Coast, does a lot of rocket photography out there. Actually quit the day job recently and is chasing rockets full time here with NASA Spaceflight as a way to pay the bills. So make sure you head on over to him. He's got spacecoaststeve.com, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, and then I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
In the top right of the screen.
Where? This is NASA Spaceflight.
Oh,
yeah.
His website. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about his handle, because his handle
yeah,
is
his handle.
_ Steve without the E. But yes,
Without
you are
the E.
correct. His
Yep.
website is spacecoaststeve.com.
There we go. Okay, I wanted to make sure. Yeah, it's right there. That highlighted in the middle of the stream. So
Really
he will be.
beautiful photos from Steve. Go check out his website. Buy some prints from him. Enjoy them thoroughly because they're awesome.
Yep. And then lastly over here, y'all, as we shut down our commentary stream, we will keep that 24/7 stream up and running. So let's get those links into chat if we could. My name is John Galloway for NASA Spaceflight. You know me from Twitch. You may know me as DOS. But I want to say one more time, thank you all so much for showing up. It's flabbergasting to me that we can get a live stream going and we have even 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people show up, 5, 10, 40,000 of you tuned in today for us. I don't even know how to process that, but I take it as a vote of confidence. I'm glad that y'all enjoy our commentary. You like the views that we're able to give, and that really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much for watching the show. If you're looking for more stuff, I'm over on Twitch. Mostly it's just restreamed NASA Spaceflight stuff, but I'm also on Twitter at KSpaceAcademy, because long ago and far away, I played Kerbal Space Program for a living, literally live streamed for many years over on Twitch. And massive thanks, I'm going to say real quick, also to the folks over on Twitch who got us up to this point. Everything that I learned, I didn't learn from college or school or anything like that about streaming or how to get these cameras running. It was all because the folks on Twitch came around with me for Kerbal streams and virtual field trips and all the different stuff that we've done. It's because of the folks over there on Twitch who are sort of chatting in the secret back room right now. Thank you all so much for supporting me getting up to this point. But like I said, we're going to keep that 24/7 Starbase live stream going. You'll be able to see the camera angles and everything over there. But for now, that's going to bring our commentary to an end here on the NASA Spaceflight channel. You know how to get back, like and subscribe, whatever the kids are saying these days. I don't know, I'm too old for that. But you know how to find the stream again, and we hope that you do in the future. But for now, we'll see y'all next time. Successful looking static fire there for Booster 3. We'll see you nerds later. Thanks for watching.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
Alright, the chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger roll, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Echo down to nominal.
Flight down, feet off. Bring in, NC off. Off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
The chamber pressure looks good. Following up. Roger roll, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes!
Flight down, feet off. Bring in, NC off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
And good afternoon, and welcome to the Stennis Space Center in southern Mississippi, where NASA spaceflight is live and on the ground with both Philip Sloss and Brady Keniston for the second go at the Green Run hot fire test of the SLS core stage for the Artemis 1 mission and the overall Artemis project. My name is Chris Gebhardt. I am the assistant managing editor here at NASA Spaceflight, and I am joined today by, now wait for it, folks, because the universe doesn't like it when we're on the stream together, but it's the other Chris. Other Chris, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How could we not have us both on during an RS-25 test? It's got to be a shuttle. It's got to be a shuttle situation here. So yeah, I am very excited about this because this is literally 4 hours 25s firing up, and hopefully this time we'll get the full duration. Because without the full duration, it doesn't pass the green run and it can't proceed to core shipping to KSC. So all fingers crossed for this one.
And Chris,
yes, indeed. And I think, yes, Michael.
Yeah, this is Michael. I'm running the back end today, but I do have to interrupt the live stream. I'm sorry, everyone. It would not be a NASA spaceflight live stream if we did not get Starship on the stream in some degree. And we have breaking news in Boca Chica right now. They are about to stack the first ever super heavy booster. So I know we have an important SLS test today, but we will obviously show this as it happens as well.
Gotcha, indeed. And yes,
seems
that is
up,
Michael.
doesn't it? It seems up that Michael interrupts me. Whenever something's going on in Boca Chica, I get interrupted by Michael because there's always something going on, and I'm usually speaking when it's happening. So, yeah, this is hilarious because we're seeing two monster rockets, the next two monster rockets, NASA's SLS, being tested while SpaceX are about to stack the first super heavy booster. These are the two what we call super heavy launch vehicles, SHL, HLV. So this is really amazing timing for this both to be happening. It's not on purpose, guys. Trust me, it's not SpaceX trolling SLS or anything like that. This is just the way the worlds collide.
Indeed. Indeed, because like we've said many, many times, right? Like, you know, these two ongoing test programs, they are very, very different, but they're both very, very vital to what the U.S. space aspirations and goals are for the immediate and long-term future. So yeah, on your left, you have a super heavy booster from SpaceX being stacked. You have the nose cone simulator or mock-up for the version of the moonship for the Artemis program. So on the right, you have the core stage of the rocket that will be integral in launching those crew members for the Artemis program as well. So yeah, as we are counting down here toward that particular green run, hot fire again, we have Brady Keniston on the ground as well as our own Philip Sloss, who's busy interviewing people. So we're not sure he's going to be on the stream commentating, but he's busy interviewing folks down there for a bunch of articles and follow-up stuff that we have after the green run is over and complete. Because as Chris, as you were mentioning, hopefully this is a full duration hot fire, and we'll get to what that means in a minute because there are a couple definitions you could go by. But yeah, hopefully it meets their minimum set of test requirements to get the data that they need to ship this core stage to Kennedy, because that's really the big milestone after this, is getting it shipped to Kennedy to get it stacked with those
with those boosters, which I don't know about you, Chris, but man, seeing a full stack, a complete stack of twin solid rocket boosters brought back nice memories.
Yeah, I've just tweeted what a time to be alive, because we're just seeing Super Heavy BM1 about to stack as Artemis, one SLS core stage is about to fire up. This is what we've been waiting for. We both remember the end of Shuttle, and the sure there was Constellation and things like that. It wasn't as the mass media portrayed it to be the end of spaceflight, the end of NASA. It never was, but it certainly was an uncertain time, an uncertain period, and we never. I mean, we had Ares 5 in the Constellation program. That's the nearest thing to SLS, but that was a long way away. We had Ares 1, and that was about it. There's a few commercial companies coming up into the rise. SpaceX was starting off, really. They were in their early days. They were not really anywhere close to what we're looking at now with the Starship program. They were looking at just normal satellite launching rockets and potential of crew launch later. We're now way past that now. We're into this stage of seeing these huge rockets that will take us beyond Earth orbit. That is the key there. Ever since, even including Shuttle, we were restricted from the Saturn V days where we were going to the moon. We were restricted to low Earth orbit. And now we're in the potential of 2 vehicles that could potentially launch people to beyond Earth orbit and beyond to Mars. And we're watching it now. We're watching the baby steps, watching the early stages of this program for both SpaceX commercial and NASA as an agency going forward with this, and at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know if you just saw that, but I accidentally just showed a NASA feed because they were showing an amazing drone shot, and then they switched to a host. If you've watched the NASA feed of the Green Run, the official NASA feed of the Green Run last time, you will note they like to have a lot of hosts talking and not a lot of rockets. So on our broadcast today, we plan to show a shot of Stennis the entire time unless we get interrupted by Starship. But of course, once we get into the business end of the countdown for SLS, we will have the test stand at Stennis on the screen the entire time. And we will also bring in the NASA broadcast with their views of the test stand as well. So long story short, we will have all the best camera angles on our broadcast, and we will not put host on the screen because everyone wants to see the rocket. You don't want to see people talking.
It was quite funny during the NASA TV feed of the first static run. They were literally just showing endless Zoom chats. The reason why there was a reason for that. It was funny to see, but the reason they were doing it is because, and we're seeing the polar opposites here, and that's why I want to bring it up. We're seeing NASA promote the fact that they have thousands of employees and contractors and companies involved across the states, which is why it costs so much money. But that is a bonus to them because that plays into the old lawmaker situation. It gets them the funding they want because every district says, "Oh, we've got some workers involved in this. We're not going to vote against SLS anyway. We want the jobs." Unfortunately, that's why it gets the job title, sort of like slight at it. But at the same time, you can understand that's a good thing. That is good jobs being involved in building rockets. It's a good thing, and that's why they promote it. Whereas SpaceX go for the low cost, they go internal, they do everything in-house as such, and they play on that. They say, well, this is why we can do things faster, we can do things cheaper, because we've got everything sourced at our own base. They've built this Boca Chica launch site and production site in no time at a fraction of the cost compared to anywhere else, like ULA or anyone like that. So that's where the polar opposites are involved. But the beauty is that with the two things working in parallel, we may have a situation in the mid-2020s, maybe 2030s, where both of these rockets are working together. And that will get us to Mars faster. So that is a key thing there. With the government support and the commercial drive, these two things could work out and could be actual stablemates going forward.
You're seeing some shots there of the NASA drone footage of the test stand at Stennis Space Center. And hopefully, the latest information we have, I think, is from Eric Berger, who said they were targeting between 3 p.m. Central Time and 3:15 p.m. Central Time. So hopefully, just a couple of minutes away from the business end of the countdown, but we'll have to see how this is going to play out.
Gotcha. And what I love about this drone footage is you can see some of the propellant barges that Stennis uses. there to help fuel the SLS vehicle and keep it firmly replenished with, or not firmly, fully replenished. There we go. That's the right word. Fully replenished with its liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen as it goes through its thermal conditioning and its simulated countdown as it would if it were sitting on the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. But as always, it's not just about us talking here at NASA Spaceflight, although you have two Chris's on the stream. So if you ask a shuttle question, all bets are off that there'll be another one answered before the engines fire. Yeah, if you do have any questions, please tag us at NASA Spaceflight in chat. Tagging us that way puts the question, makes it more visible to us in a special program that Michael has written, and we can more easily see it and get it entered into the queue. And we will do our best to answer the questions that are asked. However, we always have way more questions asked, which we love, but unfortunately, way more questions asked than we could answer. So sometimes it might take us a little while to get to your questions too, but we will do our very best. And right off the bat here, I wanted to read a couple of a couple of super chats. The Mosh Pit God with $10 saying Orange Rocket good. I think that's a great super chat to begin the day with. Yes, indeed, Orange Rocket good. Another one from Cassie W, $5 saying hi from Joss and Cassie. All about the rocket love. We agree. All about the rocket love all around. CMP Railroad with $5. SpaceX, how could you make us decide which one to watch? Well, the good part is you don't have to decide which one to watch, because if they start doing something with the Super Heavy booster, we'll bring it to you right here as we're on the air for this one as well.
We're going to focus on the SLS hot fire
Yes.
while nothing's happening with Super Heavy. So right now we saw the crane was hooked up. I can go back to it for a second. But we're not seeing any lifting yet. So if they start lifting, rest assured we will jump to Super Heavy.
But of course, we are here first and foremost for the SLS Hotfire, and what you are now seeing is the control center at Stennis, where teams are monitoring the core stage and all of the parameters there as they head toward a targeted T0 here, coming up roughly a little more than an hour from now. I think soon, much sooner than that. I'm sorry, I got my time zones mixed up. Yeah, with a hot fire coming here shortly, expected within about half an hour or so. So let's keep going with some of the super chats here and some of our questions. Great question here from Michael. So can the steams from the engine exhaust trigger lightning? Excellent question. So not really in this regard. You are correct. It's just steam. It's water vapor is the exhaust from the engines. It burns hydrogen and oxygen, so it's very clear. It can rain, and if atmospheric conditions are correct, it could trigger lightning. But if those conditions were present at the test site, they wouldn't be firing up the engines to begin with, because they would need to be protecting the equipment and not trying to trigger lightning in that regard. So technically possible, but they wouldn't be testing in that type of a configuration if it were. This is actually a great shot. Look at that, of all four of them with their thermal blankets.
I don't get to control that. They go to a different video, so I go back to our camera. But
no, I agree. Yes. All good.
Can I just mention, Chris, the beauty of those engines? They are all shuttle veterans.
I know, right?
They have all flown. Now, that's the big debate in the community. The debate between, would you rather see those four engines which have flown a shuttle in a museum, or would you rather see them go out in one blaze of glory and be on the bottom of the ocean? It's a tough one. Personally, I'm in the camp of using them one final time. Everyone would like them to be reusable as they were designed to be and were on shuttle, but of course SLS is not reusable. So one fire. In fact, last chat, what's your thoughts? These RS-25s that have flown a shuttle in a museum, or fly one more time? Let's see what people say. And I'll annoy the moderators. Most people are saying museum.
Yeah. I don't know.
So,
it's a hard
yeah,
call.
the community say museum.
Yeah. So here's a good question from Matthew with a 5-pound super chat asking, why is there such a mammoth setup here for what is ultimately a static fire? Are SpaceX just better at testing than NASA. So no, it's not that they're better than testing. It's that the testing requirements are different. So SpaceX is able to build their test stands for the rocket that they have, whereas the test stands that you see at Stennis are capable of are capable of handling multiple different vehicles, right? So you have to have more of a structure that can handle different commodities here and there, different thrust levels, different types of vehicles that are being tested, because it's not just the SLS, it's not just the RS-25 engines that the SLS uses. There's also the engines for the Delta IV Heavy that are coming through. Relativity, Firefly are there as well. A bunch of companies actually use the grounds of Stennis for testing and acceptance. So what NASA actually did was build a multi-user engine and rocket test facility that people could use if they wanted to, or that different companies could use if they wanted to. So it's just a different design. And specifically, they were doing this back in the 1960s. So what you're looking at here are some of the original stands that were used for the acceptance testing and firing of the Saturn V stages and the Saturn IB stages, the Saturn 1B stages that were used throughout the Apollo program. And then they were converted and used for shuttle, and then they were converted and used for various other organizations and entities throughout the years. So it just so happens that the SLS core stage is what's on there now, and there are those engines again. And you can see the gray nozzles protruding down from those white little cones that cover them. Those are the thermal protection system blankets. And everything. Well, here's a good thing about the RS-25s, which confusingly begins with an image of Hubble. And a Mercury Redstone Atlas. Okay. I'm not
have
sure
that
what the
heritage.
history behind. Okay, there we go. Okay, I was gonna say I'm not sure what we're showing there, but or what
Yeah.
NASA was showing there, but that was definitely the NASA feed. Yes.
Like I mentioned, the NASA feed has a bunch of random pre-roll videos and hosting talking, so we'll keep our cameras on the test stand, thanks to Brady, who has set up this camera at the media viewing place. So he's got this great shot of the test stand, and hopefully, as you get closer to the test itself, NASA will focus their coverage on the actual test stand itself, and not pre-roll
and
videos.
and Michael, have they said on their stream what the target time is?
No, they are
Or
just
are they
talking
just
about
holding?
engine history and what the Artemis program is, and nothing directly related to the actual test status.
Okay.
So.
Okay, gotcha. So we're still standing by for that specific time there. So yeah, so Casey Edwards with a 10-pound super chat saying, "Go Team Space! Cheers to all that you do at the NASA spaceflight team. Feels like there's so much going on in the space industry for this generation to really get excited about." I agree. That's a great way to put it too. There is a tremendous amount to be majorly excited about. Indeed. Taylor Vanderkamp with $5. Love these streams always. Keep up the good work. In this particular test, the thrust is 4. Yes, the thrust is 4. Dog Kraus with $5 saying rockets are good. We agree. Here's a good question, Chris. Comes from Mr. Toxic Hot Dog.
Great
Do
name.
you think the 2020 indeed? Do you think the 2024 deadline goal for the lunar landing is realistic, or do you think 2025 or a beyond landing will be more likely? Just curious on your take.
It wasn't realistic for a while, and I think NASA's recently admitted it's very much not going to be realistic under current funding. That could have been their way of saying give us more funds, but I don't think it is realistic anyway. And I think it was a political target to start with. So now that political constraint is out of the way, shall we say, I think they now can be more realistic about their schedule towards the moon. I would like them to be more realistic, because when you start getting what's called schedule pressure, you get the issues we've had, which leads to disasters. So I have no problem with them saying, I think maybe more 2025 now, maybe.
Oh,
X, who was seen on the left-hand side, may get to the moon faster. Now, they are under the HLS contract. They're bidding for the HLS contract, I should say, with their lunar starship. I don't think they'd want to gazump NASA as such by being on the moon sooner with their capability. They will stick to the plan of NASA and go with the HLS side of things. But I do believe that NASA will ultimately not be able to do 2024.
yeah, I agree. I think 2020 I think late 2025 or 2026 is more probable in terms of what we'll see for spacesuit development, rocket integration, development of the landing systems, and their specific funding structures, um, and everything. Because yeah, a lot of this will also have to will also boil down to the continued budgets that NASA gets, not just this year, but in upcoming years. So it will be interesting to see. But yeah, 2024. Yeah, I personally don't think so, and I never thought that was a viable target to begin with, just from the sheer amount of work that was needed for it. Yeah.
If I could just take a question I just saw in the chat, just randomly.
Yeah.
I didn't get a name,
Yeah.
but I just saw the question. It was a question relating to the reliability of these engines compared to Raptors and things like that. That's a very good question because Raptors let's get my words out. The reliability of Raptors is not really there yet because they're a new engine and they're in development still. They're in the SM50 range, so they will get reliability with launches and with performance, which we've seen. To be fair, with the launches, they've been long duration firings during ascent, and they've had relights. Yes, some issues with relight, but they're obviously showing they're a viable engine. And the more they launch them, the more they'll get the track record, and the more they'll develop them going forward with McGregor testing and things like that. The RS-25s or SSMEs, the RS-25Ds, were hugely reliable engines. They had one issue during one launch, which resulted in what's called ATO, which is abort to orbit. STS-51F, I believe it was, with Challenger. And that was a sensor issue. And that was luckily, thanks to the quick thinking of the booster operator at the Johnson Space Center, only was one engine out, and the abort to orbit was nominal, and there was no issue with the mission. Everything went fine. That was the only issue during 30 years of operation with the Space Shuttle fleet where the RS-25s had an issue during ascent. That is incredible to think about when you're talking about the complexity of this engine and its history. And I think that will play in very well for SLS, as much as they've been very much rebuffed and improved. And the RS-25E, which will be the expendable version of the RS-25, will gain from the heritage. I think the RS-25 engines are extremely reliable, so I've got no problem with them going forward.
And you see on your screen right there, NASA saying
Yes.
stand by for the hot fire test time. So they do not know the hot fire test time yet.
Which would make sense in some regards, right? Because we always make a point of talking about the sort of trickiness of countdown timelines when you're in a test configuration. We do this a lot with SpaceX, and we need to make and we need to be, we need to do that too, and make sure that the expectations are the same here with the SLS rocket, because ultimately it's a very similar test to what they're trying to do to prove out the vehicle and to prove out the systems and stress it in ways that it would never actually experience in flight. But if you can prove that it can survive those particular areas, and they know it will, they're just stressing it to verify their models on this. But if you can do all of that, then you've got a good vehicle. So once you get into a test campaign, yeah, there might have been little things that popped up here and there. That happens with SpaceX too, all the time. It could also be, like they're in a good configuration, they're gathering the data that they need, and they're just assessing when the most optimal time can be, right? Pushing into test windows doesn't necessarily mean anything is bad or anything is wrong, because ultimately these are gigantic learning curves for everyone and good moments to really test out the hardware as much as you possibly can, especially with SLS, where this is the only time they'll get to do that for this particular vehicle.
Yeah, and that audio we're piping in right now is actual audio from NASA's feed live from Stennis. That is the sound of SLS as it prepares for the test.
Awesome. And if you look over to the right-hand side of your screen there, you can see the hydrogen flare stack. So just like Starship used to do, where it would vent that methane out to a flare stack and it would be burned away harmlessly, that's what SLS has to do with its liquid hydrogen that boils off. So it boils off and it gets carried through the vent systems out to that flare stack where it is safely burned away. A couple of more questions here. Moldy Space Industries with $2 saying orange rocket orange. Good observation, Moldy Space Industries. I love it. Zach Tarbill with $2 saying thanks again for the great coverage. Go NSF. KH Benner saying super heavy booster on a crane has been lowered from when you first showed it, so they may be doing some movements there of it. Indeed. And Cliff Phillips, thank you so much for the new membership. That sort of sustaining membership really, really helps us out. We very much appreciated. And Cameron with $5 saying to the moon. Although moon doesn't automatically guarantee a trip to the surface. But yes.
There's an Elon reference in there as well.
I think so too. Yes.
Yeah.
I lost it there for a second on my screen. To the moon. Asterisk. To the moon does not imply or guarantee a trip to the object orbiting Earth known as the moon. Love it. So there are a lot of other good questions here, but I want to get to a couple of them really quick. So Bruce Wayne Hughes was asking, how much more thrust does SLS have than the space shuttle? Which is a great question because it is a shuttle-derived vehicle. So the shuttle used 3 RS-25 engines, although with Wayne Hale might be watching, so I need to call them what they were back then. Space Shuttle main engines. They have since been rebranded as the RS-25s, but they're the Space Shuttle main engines. It used 3 Space Shuttle main engines and 2 4-segment solid rocket boosters and had approximately 7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. The SLS vehicle will have approximately 8.8 million pounds of thrust just after liftoff with 4 RS-25s and 2 5-segment solid rocket boosters. So a lot more initial thrust off the launch pad than the Space Shuttle did. And puts it more or less in line with the Saturn V, actually, for what it can do at liftoff. Here's another good question from Monica, who's asking, what part of the moon will Artemis 3 land on? I believe the only reference we've had was sort of a couple of years ago reference to polar regions of the moon near those permanently shadowed craters that have water, but they definitely haven't selected a formal location yet, and they would not until a few months prior to the actual mission. I don't know if we've heard anything other than that polar reference, though, Chris.
No, it's still up in the air, isn't it? So it's one of those
Yeah.
wait and see situations.
Gotcha. So here's one that I know a lot of people are asking, so I think it's a good one to talk about. What are our thoughts on Bill Nelson, Chris?
Oh, right, yeah. It
Yeah.
seemed like some of the community was quite annoyed by it. I think mainly from a political standpoint, not his party, but the fact that he's a career politician. And I think we've been spoiled as much as he was a politician as well by Jim Bridenstine. I think anybody coming into that job now, filling his boots, has got a real tough job because he has been brilliant for NASA. He really has. And I hope that Bill Nelson will bring the advantage of his knowledge and his understanding of how NASA works to the table, and that will maybe convince a few people that he's good for the job. But yeah, the community is kind of like trapped him into this kind of SLS fandom situation because he's got that picture of him with Charlie Bolden showing, which was then a white SLS. Is how long ago it was before they decided not to paint them like the shuttle external tankers they stopped after SDS2. They have him tagged as an SLS fan. I have no doubt he's an SLS fan, but he has also been cited several times in the history of being a big fan of commercial space. So I don't think he'll be someone who will come into NASA, take over the reins and say, okay, let's pump everything we can to SLS and take the money away from commercial crew or commercial cargo or HLS or things like that. I really don't think he'll do that. I think his history is just being misconstrued as being that kind of like SLS supporter where he won't support anything else. But I think he supports all elements. It's just he's on a hiding for nothing following Jim Bridenstine. So he's got a lot of work to do to convince people he's in that kind of mold of thinking both agency and commercial going forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I said on social media earlier today that while I was happy with him as my senator when he was the senator from my state, I had mixed feelings about it. And my mixed feelings honestly stem from not yet fully knowing if that change that he had there, right, after supporting SLS, but then also becoming a supporter of commercial crew, was it because he represented a state that both of those were very important to, so he had to support both? Like, I'm not sure I know where he falls just yet on it. But I also don't really know how he'll do leading an agency through a time of very significant continued change in the overall industry. Um, and I just kind of keep coming back to I'm not sure he was the most qualified person for the job, which I know isn't the end all be all of an assignment. I mean, Jim Bridenstine did great, and I really didn't want him to leave. But yeah, I take your point, Chris, because I think it's a very good one. That I wonder how much of our reactions to this are still being influenced by how well Bridenstine did and how sorry we were to see him leave, even though we understood why he left. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't understand politics. I never have got into politics. I just not one of my things. But I'm just trying to work out why Jim Bridenstine felt he had to go because of the change of the political scene. Maybe is it party loyalist, or was he just basically said, "I've done my 4-year tour. That's enough for me." What do you think?
I think it had less to do with the political reality because I don't think people from both sides wanted him to go. I think people wanted him to stay. No matter your political lean in that regard. And while it is true that heads of agencies typically will tender a formal letter of resignation if the party in the White House is changing, there are numerous examples where NASA administrators and other key high-level government cabinet positions have been maintained between administrations. So it's not a mandatory thing that occurs. And I think for Bridenstine, based on what he had said, it really came down to more personal considerations and concerns. And I kind of got the feeling that he would have left anyway. Maybe not on the day that he did. I think the day he did was just convenient because it was the administration change. But I don't get the feeling that even if the 2020 election had gone the other way in terms of the results, that he would have stayed for a prolonged period of time through a second administration.
Now, Michael, do we have an update on when they're going for T0 yet? Because the banner's gone. The waiting for a countdown is a banner which is now deceased, and people in chat are upset the banner's gone.
It sounds like they're coming up on the T-minus 10-minute poll. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to happen, but we should be hearing a poll here soon.
Okay, then Michael, I'm going to go ahead and run through what we can expect here because this is something that if they start the poll, we can stop
Yes,
and
go
then
for
pick
it.
up on the other side of it. So explain what a hot fire is what Brendan Parr was asking, and what the process is today. And yes, because this is a process. Just by the way, the standing by for the hot fire test time, not our banner. That's NASA's banner. So yes, it's just in a more convenient place now. But yes, so what we can expect here is, so they will do a poll here to pick up from the T-minus 10-minute mark. So right now they are T-minus 10 minutes and counting, which during an SLS countdown is what would normally occur. You would fuel the vehicle, get the astronauts inside Orion, and then you would have a built-in hold at T-minus 10 minutes to dot all your I's, cross all your T's, make sure everything's ready before picking up your count. So at the T-minus 10-minute mark, the terminal count will begin. And this will be the stage controller. So the big orange tank that you see there, that stage's terminal countdown sequencer will have control of the test sequence and will be coordinating all of the various movements and activities that the stage's various systems and the ground systems need to do to prepare the vehicle for firing. Around the 5-minute mark, the core stage auxiliary power units, which provide hydraulics to the engines, will be started. And at about 4 minutes 45 seconds, the tank pressurization sequences will begin. So the vent valves on the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks will be closed, and helium will be used to begin pressurizing those tanks to what would be flight pressure, or in this case, firing pressure, to actually fire the RS-25 engines. At T-minus 30 seconds, the terminal countdown sequencer on the stage will then hand off to the actual flight computers. The flight computers are not running the flight software for this test. They are running a slightly modified version of flight software known as the Green Run application software. So that will take control at T minus 30 seconds. That's basically the vehicle going internal and the point in a countdown when SLS would assume control of its own countdown. So very, very similar to when the Falcon 9s go internal at T minus 1 minute and when the space shuttles used to have their auto sequence start at T minus 31 seconds. At T minus 12 seconds, the hydrogen burn-off system, the big sparks underneath the engines and around the engines, will ignite to help burn off excess gaseous hydrogen that's accumulated around the base of the engines. This will prevent that built-up hydrogen from combusting upon engine start in a bad way. So there's a very set limit of how much gaseous hydrogen can be in and around the engine section, and the hydrogen burn-off system will keep those will help meet those criteria for the test. Then at T minus 6.5 seconds, the engine start sequence will begin. So starting at 6.6 seconds, once every 120 milliseconds, one of those RS-25 engines will be commanded to ignite. They will at first come up to the original 100% rated performance level. That is a 100% of their original rated thrust back when they started flying in 1981 with the space shuttles. They will build up to that thrust, be checked out, and then at T0, which would be the simulated liftoff moment in a countdown, all 4 engines will throttle up to 109%, which is the maximum or 100% level on an SLS flight. And at that point, we're off and running, as they say, in the test sequence. And that's when things really pick up. So in the test sequence, after we pass the T0 mark, the engines will fire at 109% for the first minute of the test. And then beginning at T minus 1 minute, a series of events will occur. So they will begin rapid fire thrust vector control movement of the engines. So basically, there are pistons inside of the engines for pitch and yaw, and they will start moving those as fast as they can on all engines to turn all 4 engines in circular patterns. And they're doing this because you would never actually run the engines and move them that fast during flight, but they want to make sure that the vehicle can withstand that type of insane scenario it would never actually do, because if it can survive that, then your systems can survive the much more benign flight environment that the vehicle will actually experience. During that motion stress test, which will take 33 seconds, so it'll go from T plus 60 seconds to T plus 1 minute and 33 seconds. During that throttle, which will really stress the hydraulic systems, they're also going to be throttling the engines, all 4 engines, back to 95% from 109. And then they'll throttle them back to 109%, mimicking the throttle down sequence that the engines will do as the vehicle ascends through maximum dynamic pressure. And actually changing the throttles on the engines as they're stressing the hydraulic system is an even bigger stress test for the vehicle. This is the point when they started doing that stress test in the first green run that we ran into problems. And we'll overview what happened in the first green run here in a minute, but it's right after that minute point when they start the first stress test on the vehicle's engines and hydraulic systems that the issue cropped up in the first one. But if they can get through the first, one and everything goes well, the second major check of the engines will begin 2.5 minutes after T0, 2.5 minutes into the firing. This is a prolonged, more than 2-minute test where they will basically be doing long frequency response tests. So they'll be moving the engines in various ways and monitoring them to really understand how the vibration frequencies that go through the structure of the entire core, how do those frequencies and vibrations change as propellant is being drained from the tanks? And those tanks are being refilled with their purge systems and their pressurization systems. So they'll be doing that from 2.5 minutes to 4.5 minutes. But very crucially, when they hit the 4-minute mark in the test, that's the minimum time they need to accomplish and gather enough data to call the test a success. So basically, they want to get to the full 8 minutes, but 4 minutes is what they actually need to complete the test. Which then actually raises the question, well, if they only need 4 minutes, why do they not shut down? Why are they going to burn basically to completion and burn a full duration? Because basically, by continuing to fire the stage for an additional 4 minutes, they can get other data that they don't need before flight, but that they would like to get before flight if at all possible. This includes a lot of data on how the temperatures on the outside and the inside of the tanks change as the propellant is drained from them, as well as how the pressurization systems work on the vehicle as well. And so as they continue going through that, they'll get some good data on that. And then the final test in the sequence will come at 7 minutes and 36 seconds into the firing, if they make it that far. At which point they will begin throttling all 4 engines back from 109% down to 85%, which is exactly what the vehicle will do during launch to help maintain 3G acceleration limits on the crew and the vehicle as the engines are preparing for shutdown. During that throttle back, they'll also do a third hydraulic stress test of the vehicle, moving the engines in that same circular pattern that they do 1 minute into flight. That'll be another stress test, which will end just over 8 minutes into flight. And then if all goes perfectly, and the test stand and all of the ground support equipment functions properly for the full 8 minutes, what will actually trigger the shutdown of the engines is when either the liquid oxygen tank or the liquid hydrogen tank engine cutoff sensors read dry, meaning the propellant has drained below a safe level in the tank, and that will trigger what's known as a low-level cutoff of the engines and a shutdown of the stage and safing for that test. And I have to say, I can't believe I got through all of that before they did their poll. I'm impressed.
I found that very relaxing. Just listen to.
Thank you. Thank you. And as we go through the test, we'll be calling out those milestones as well, but that's a very high level overview of what we're hoping for today. So yes.
Yes, all is quiet on NASA's feed right now. If there's anything important, I'll relay it, but it's just dead silence for the past 5 minutes, so we're not getting any official updates. So we are about as in the loop as all of you are viewing the stream. I'm sure everybody's wondering when this is going to happen, and probably within the next 30 minutes, but exactly when, we don't know.
Yes.
Yeah, NASA's not really been saying too much because Eric Berger's T0 has now gone past that point in time. Before then, Kristen Davenport was saying that all is well from the NASA quotes. I think everything's fine. They're just holding, and then hopefully we'll get into this T-minus 10-minute poll and then be into a point of time where we can tell what the T0 will be.
Indeed. So Chris, here's a good question on that comes up every once in a while, and you mentioned Senator Nelson's sort of getting lashed to SLS because of that picture of or the image of him, right? So here's a good question. Why does SLS look more similar to a shuttle external tank than it does the Saturn V?
Yeah, that is a good question. Basically, SLS is formed out what was called the 2010 Authorization Act, which was authored by Senator Bill Nelson. So that's where he gets tied to SLS quite a lot. He was his baby. The reason why it looks like an external tank is because it's on purpose. The Authorization Act demanded that it took the hardware from the Constellation program and the Shuttle program and then combined it into a heavy lift launch vehicle. They had what was called an oversight review, which was called the RAC, which is a design analysis cycle study, where they put all the ELVs, all the kerosene rockets, all the RP-1 rockets together and had a trade study to decide which rocket would be best for the purpose. The problem was the rules said it had to work within the Authorization Act, and the Authorization Act made it very heavily weighted towards what was SLS. So SLS was going to win that, and that was why there's a lot of well, you weren't fair. You didn't even invite ULA along to the trade study for the RP-1 rockets and things like that. So there was lots of iffy comments surrounding that whole decision point of going for SLS. But the basic outline is SLS is the heritage of Shuttle and the heritage of what was remaining from the Constellation program. And that's where we got the similar looking and similar technology, because they thought with all the tooling in place and all the experience in place, it would reduce the amount of time it would get to launch the thing, which has not happened. So yeah, there's lots of twos and fro's with that, but it literally is a shuttle-derived heavy launch vehicle.
Yeah, and there was a moment in its existence when it had the paint scheme of and Apollo, which was really just to like
Yeah.
separate it from Constellation's initial paint scheme, which was the same. It was purely political as to, or PR driven as to why it had a paint scheme. It was never going to be painted like Apollo or like the first couple of shuttle external tanks that were white.
And there was actually the boosters which were painted in swooshes at one point.
Yes, I
on
remember
renders,
that.
and I asked ATK at the time, I said, why are you putting swooshes on them? It looks a bit silly. They said, oh, it's a PR thing. It's never going to have that paint job. And people didn't believe me on Twitter when I said it's just for renders. It's not going to happen that way. They say, no. It's in renders. That's how it'll look on the launch pad. No, it won't, and it isn't. So that's why they like their paint jobs for promotional purposes.
Indeed. Okay, so while we wait for a time here for I'm sorry, sorry. While we wait for a time here for the hot fire or that poll, I'm gonna run through a couple more super chats here. David with a $5 super chat in relation to our conversation earlier about why not develop a new engine and let the space shuttle main engines that have flown be in museums. He says we could have advanced development of the RS-25E and F versions of the engines and put these actual flown RS-25Ds in museums. Yeah, could have been a point. Although the more advanced engines are coming in the RS-25E's range, so they are being developed right now. It is worth pointing out.
And by the way, just quickly, Chris is not the program manager in SLS. That was a NASA graphic.
Yes.
NASA's feed. Chris is the assistant managing editor of NASA Spaceflight, our wonderful media outlet that is covering this launch.
I was going to say my title changed drastically, and I didn't
Have
even
you
know
been moonlighted?
Right. Justin Moreno with the new membership. Thank you so much, as well as Charles with the new membership. Thank you. That sustaining membership really does mean a lot to us every single month. Very, very much appreciated. Alexander Ash with $5 with a £5 super chat saying this is a waste of government money and it's really expensive compared to the commercial sector. About £2 billion a launch, and Starship is about £136 million. I don't know if we know the Starship price.
We're gonna listen in here in a second.
Gotcha much.
There. Reminder to everybody, after we get past 557 and after we terminate LH2 system securing, we only have 2 minutes 35 seconds of full time before we have to recycle back. Also, another reminder to everybody, when we do the switch to internal power, we will get the Christmas tree effect on the avionics screen. So that is normal, that is to be expected. So just remind everybody that we will get that Christmas tree effect once we go into internal power. All right, sequencer on your command. Let's go ahead and initiate the terminal count sequencer for substep alpha and record the UTC time, please.
Copy. Okay. T-count has resumed.
And give us a UTC real quick, please.
20, 2712.
Copy, 077, 20, 2712.
Okay, copy.
It sounds like that's going to be all we're getting right now. I hear more comms chatter coming. I'll let you know, Chris, but just over 10 minutes away.
Did they do the poll yet? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, not yet. I think we're just over 10 minutes.
Okay, gotcha. JJ, thank you so much.
Here we go.
Oh, 9 minutes. Did they say 9 minutes?
Yeah,
All right, it sounds like we actually missed the poll, so we are in the terminal count sequence now, and we are standing by and listening as they progress through their steps.
Okay, so it sounds like NASA TV themselves missed the poll, but they are under T-minus 9 minutes and counting at this point, which would put the ignition time at 3:27, 3:27 or 3:28 in there somewhere, based on that timing. So yes, so at this point sorry, I'm going back. The stage controller's terminal countdown sequencer has control of the vehicle and is taking it through the initial steps in the final terminal countdown sequence as they head toward a firing 8 minutes from now. So in a couple of minutes, we will have the start of the auxiliary power units on the stage called the core stage APUs. And then shortly after that, we'll begin the tank pressurization sequence for the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen tanks. So it is...
People keep asking about Boca Chica. Quickly, Chris, there is not much progress to report. So we're going to focus on SLS as we approach the business end of this countdown.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. So yes, heading toward a static fire here in about 7.5 minutes from now. So at this point, the water that is being deluged into the stand they're getting ready to transition that to its high flow rate around the aspirator ring. So there we go, 7 minutes to go. So based on that call out, it will be 3:38 on the dot. So 3:38 exactly will be the simulated T0 time, with ignition coming 6 seconds prior to that. But yes, one thing that water is a very, very critical...
away from hot fire right now.
Sorry, So that water is very, very important to the stand and protecting the stand, not just from the acoustics, but from the heat of the engines too. So one reason we have said that that NASA has said is that 4 minutes is what they need to get all of their data. They would like to have a full duration firing of the stage, but if after that 4 minutes, something on the ground, like the water pumps, fail, they have to cut off the test, because they could literally destroy the test stand if that water
LH2 securing.
If that water is not flowing. So you could end up with a scenario where after 4 minutes, the stage itself is still operating absolutely fine, but your ground support equipment has incurred a failure that no longer makes it safe to continue. So that's how we can have a good and successful static fire as long as we reach 4 minutes. And if the reason for the early cutoff after that has nothing to do with the stage, NASA has completed the green run as they needed. They just didn't get the extra stuff they wanted. And they can move on. And while we're at this nice wide shot, your eyes do not deceive you. That is not another rocket sitting in the left-hand portion of the stand. That is a tank that basically serves as a stand-in for the Delta IV Common Booster Core. That side of the test stand is where they test fire the RS-68A engines for the Delta IV Heavy rocket. So that is what is on the opposite side.
Spin start.
Alrighty, there we go. So the hydraulic systems are starting to come up to their initial states. Here you can see that water flow that we were just talking about, and that will increase with intensity as we head toward the ignition of the engines. You can also see with that banner gone, you can also see some of the propellant storage tanks, floating storage tanks that are used there at Stennis. Hop back over here really quick. So as we go into the test, and approach that final time, and so what happened last time was about a minute into the test firing, when they started the first big hydraulic action, where they started moving those 4 RS-25s as fast as they possibly could in a circle over and over and over and over again. It overstressed the hydraulic system, not to a point that wasn't safe, but it basically breached a test criteria limit, not a flight criteria limit. So they set some of the test criteria a bit conservative than they would on a flight, just to help added protection for the vehicle and the test stand. And the test ended up violating one of those conservative limits and kicked them out when hydraulic pressures and reservoir pressures in the hydraulic system dropped. They've adjusted that for this test to compensate now that they know what that's going to look for, or know what that's going to look like in the data. So hopefully we will not have a repeat of that now. Looking at this image, though, you can see that water just spraying out of the rings there underneath the engines. This is what's called the low flow rate. That will transition to a much faster high flow rate here about a minute ahead of ignition, and we are about to cross the 3-minute mark in our timeline now. So at this point, tank pressurizations are underway on board the core stage as everything heads toward what is hopefully a handoff to the stage's onboard computers at the T-minus 30-second mark, at which point the Green Run application software, or GRASS, will take control of the test flight or take control of the test firing and execute it per the pre-programmed script. It will be in the primary control mode, and the ground sequencer, the terminal count sequencer, as well as the ground systems at Stennis, will also be monitoring the vehicle and system performance as well.
T-minus 2 minutes.
And that's 2 minutes.
I think I have our countdown clock synced as about as good as I'm going to get. It might be a couple seconds off, but I've done my best.
I think it's
We
wonderful
need Adrian,
work.
we need Adrian to do a spreadsheet for Trivents and things like that again.
More mist, more mist. All right, so coming up on the 90-second mark at this point, the hydrogen tank and the liquid oxygen tank should both be at the proper flight or test pressures.
And Chris, we're getting lots of commentary on the NASA feed that I'm cutting out, but during the test, you might just have to watch it. I'm not sure if they're going to be talking over us or not, but we definitely want to hear a rocket roar.
Yep. Understood, and I plan to be mostly quiet during the test, but just come in every once in a while to explain what's happening right just now. But otherwise, yes.
T-minus 1 minute following personnel report go, no go for ALS, AEA, PEA, go, AGA, go, REA, go, NEA, go, NTC. Vehicle and speech systems are go for ALS.
And you can see the high flow water rate there.
Basically the water system has come on full bore.
And transitioning to the stage's computers at
All right,
30
30, we're in
seconds.
ALS.
And you just got the official start of ALS. Next up is the hydrogen burn-off igniters come on at 12 seconds before T0.
Show it! Show it!
H-boys on.
Go for engine start.
H-boys are on, and engine starts has been okay. Engine starting right now.
And all personnel, we've got engine start, and we're into the plus count. All personnel, please continue to monitor your systems, and GRASS is in control.
All right. The engines are at 109% of rate of power right now. Watch, those engines are going to begin to move very rapidly here in about 10 seconds.
T plus 60 seconds starting CBC profile number 1.
Okay, show the engines. The engines are moving rapidly at this point and throttling down to 95% from 109. I wish they'd show us the engines moving. There we go. Look at that. All right, and you can see the charring on those blankets
Yeah,
is more or less expected.
Go ahead and adjust.
Oh, wait. Let's see. Oh, that is a bigger fire.
You want me to move out ATS? I can't do that. You can't pull it off.
They were expecting some of that. They are through the first major stress of the vehicle. Engines are just firing now. Next major test begins in 30 seconds.
Profile, remember?
Going better than last time.
We have doubled the amount of time. Again, that fire is more or less expected.
Starting the FRT profile.
All right, here comes the low bomb frequency response test. This is a 2-minute long test. Subtler movements of the engines on this one and how all of the vibrations are transferred across the stage. Alright, so there is about a minute left in the second major test that they are doing here, and about 30 seconds of the minimum firing time remaining until they can meet minimum test objectives. And 4 minutes is the mark. They have reached the minimum firing time needed to successfully complete the green run. Everything, as they say from here, is gravy. They are headed for a full flight duration now of 8 minutes, as long as the stage and the ground systems continue to work.
If you put 4 minutes 30 seconds, I'll shoot in the FRT profile.
That call out indicating that the second major test is complete. At this point, we are just firing the engines at 109% performance. And they are watching how the tanks are pressurized and how they are changing from a temperature perspective as those 4 RS-25s drain the propellant from the tank.
It was 5 minutes.
We're just over 5.5 minutes in the plus count.
All continuing to go well. Just letting you all listen to the sounds of those engines. Everything very stable in the test right now. The next major event will begin in 1.5 minutes. That cloud that you are seeing is pure water vapor that actually produces rain.
TCC violation. So, copy, we're good. Thanks, sir.
Confirming that they're still good.
We're coming up on 7 minutes
here.
of the plus count.
G plus 7 minutes.
Beginning at 7 minutes 36 seconds, they'll begin throttling the 4 RS-25 engines back from 109% to 85%, and they will also repeat the circular motion test scene at the beginning of the test. That will last until 8 minutes 1 second.
And G plus 7 minutes 30 seconds, starting TVC profile number 2.
There we go. That test underway as the engines are being throttled back. Look at those movements. All right, at this point, the cutoff signal for the engines will be triggered by the low-level cutoff sensors, which are sensors mounted inside the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen tanks that monitor fuel levels. As soon as they read dry, it will trigger a shutdown of the sequence here and an end to the test, and that could come at any moment now.
All right, so we're just over 8 minutes into the plus count.
Well, personnel is coming up hopefully on the last depletion here, and we have a cutoff.
And there we go, a LOX low-level cutoff right as expected.
REA on channel 16. REA on channel 16, safe engine shutdown, please.
Safe engine shutdown.
And your input shutdown standby, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all personnel, that takes us to page 656. All personnel go to page 656 to start the post-hot fire shutdown securing operations.
Well, that was absolutely amazing.
Wow.
That went well.
Yeah. Can someone else talk for a second, real quick?
Yeah, I wanted to be quiet during the test just in case we didn't want two people talking over any loops. So with you could cut yourself off when there was talking on a loop. That was a good test. There was that fire on the TPS blanket, which was quite pronounced. I think they will look at that. It was expected, but I didn't expect it to be that visual. I thought we'd see, some kind of like charring or something like that. But that's what it's designed for. That's why it's a TPS blanket, because they expect fire to be in that area. So that isn't a great deal. And also, the other thing is when it's during ascent, it's probably put out by the aerodynamics of it just going uphill. This thing is literally bolted to a test stand, and that's why the fire can just propagate on the TPS blanket. I would class all as a good test.
Look right there, Chris. We don't see any more residual fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it did seem to burn itself out. Yeah, and Chris, what I thought, I had the same thing where I was just, look at that, 499.6 seconds, and they were, and it was estimated to be 500-second firing. Pretty good. Nice. Pretty good. I mean, man, that nails the computer modeling for when they'd have a liquid oxygen low-level cutoff like that. So let's take a moment and talk about how they shut this down, right? Because it's not how it would actually happen in flight. So basically what they did today is they let the fuel sensors, basically the fuel gauge in the liquid oxygen tank, read, I'm at a dangerously low level. And because the RS-25 engines are hydrogen rich, you want to make sure you're not running out of liquid oxygen. So that's why you focus on the liquid oxygen side of the vehicle for these types of shutdowns. And basically they just let those sensors run dry. And as soon as they run dry, that triggers the system's computers to go, I'm running out of liquid oxygen. Oh no, I need to shut my engines down. That's not what they would actually do during flight. You would actually get an engine shutdown a couple of seconds earlier than that, reserving some margin inside of your tank. But for the test, part of what they wanted to do was test how those engine cutoff sensors would work. And they worked perfectly today because you heard them call out low-level LOX cutoff and everything, which was perfect.
And of course, the funny thing is, that sensor call out is what is on our promo. It's from the STS 93 launch. Yeah, where it was a LOX level low cutoff. That is not what they want during a shuttle mission, because their sensors are designed to stop the actual engines from firing, because if they fired when they went past that point, it would suck up ullage and would literally blow off the aft of the shuttle. So that would have been seriously bad, and that's why the sensors are there. It just shows those sensors, which had some problems with during STS 122, is an example where they had several scrubs because of these low-level cut-off sensors, which was part of the LH2 feed line sensor wiring, which was what the fault was. It took them months to get that sorted out. The fact that it's working first time on SLS is a great bonus.
I remember them soldering like the connections.
Yes.
On Atlantis, like trying to figure out what the heck was wrong with these things because they just couldn't figure it out. Like, I remember that. Yeah.
If anybody searches and goes onto our news site and searches ECO plus sensors, you'll get 22 articles. That's how big a deal that situation was during shuttle.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, to the point where I remember during countdowns, right? And they do it with SLS too. So this is germane. It's not a rant. When they would start fueling the external tank and those ECO sensors would go wet, they would then cycle them dry and wet, like trying to make sure they were getting good signals from them. And I remember after the problem with those sensors, I remember the sense of relief every time it was when the message would come into us, ECO sensors are good. And it was like, oh, thank God.
Yeah. That's where the yikes, you bet concur comes from on our literally intro videos.
Yeah.
Our intro videos. It literally is that. That's John Shannon, who was the flight director. This is a beautiful story. It was John Shannon, the flight director on STS-93, asking him, was it a low level cutoff? And he goes, yikes, you bet concur. And that's where the other controllers get involved. And John Shannon is now working for Boeing on the SLS program. So he's
their project manager. Yeah, yes. It really has. Yeah, it has. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, man, we could do like an entire NSF live just on the 93 launch and how what a miracle. I don't use that word lightly. What a miracle it was that thing made it to orbit on that flight. But anyway, happier things with Artemis. A massively successful test today. Let us not ever underestimate this. This was huge. It not only went the minimum duration of 4 minutes that they needed, it went the full duration, 8 minutes. It proved out the stages. It proved out a lot of what they needed with the stage. They've got a lot of data to go pour through and look over. And I won't speak for them, but all indications from what we heard and the call outs over the ComNet there, about the minor things they did see but were okay. Nothing that I heard gave any indication that we have a showstopper here to redo it. So with luck, and we'll wait for that official confirmation, what happens now is a continuation of the safing and securing of the vehicle, a 3-week dry out of the 4 RS-25 engines just to make sure no moisture is in them, and then maybe some minor thermal protection work on the bottom of it, but ship it to Kennedy in about a month for launch would be the next major milestone. Again, once they look at the data and they confirm, but everything that we heard today is a good indication that it was an immensely successful firing of the core stage here.
Yeah, they're going to be overjoyed with that because there's so many things in consideration here. If this test had not gone well, and I don't mean blowing up on a test stand. Blowing up on a test stand would have been seriously bad for SLS program completely. But if they had to redo this test a third time, they would have delayed their shipping target towards KSC. They need to get this booster. Sorry, this booster. I'm so used to SpaceX these. They need to get this core stage into the VAB by the end of April. They need to do that to allow them to get stacking with the boosters on the ML1 mobile launcher, and then have a chance of getting to the end of the year, as much as that's pretty much ruled out now. They are looking for about February. If they can do it by February, or even late February, they'll be within their 1 year timeline on the boosters. That is a critical point where they run out of certification time if they delay any further. If that happens and they delay past end of February, early March, they will need to recertify them some way. And that would be recertifying against a commission, a presidential commission from the Challenger accident, to recertify past the 1 year clock on the seal. So it's a big deal. Right. This had to go well, and it has. And they now are within target of launching within a year.
Yeah. They really are. This went. I mean, we talk about critical path, right? And there is some elements of the software that they're still in final testing and work for. Philip Sauce has a great article on that from a bit earlier this year on how the software, or last year, I think end of last year, on how the software side of things were going. But yeah, we're within a year of them being able to do the Artemis 1 mission, I would say, from a hardware perspective now. I think the software is going to be there soon. I know they've kind of all but rolled out the end of the year and are into like early next year at this point. But I mean, I see no reason based on today why, from a hardware perspective, a launch in 11 months is not possible. You know, if they shoot for early next year.
Yeah, and there's people in chat saying NASA's TV coverage has been saying launch late this year. You got to remember NASA's public image is very much a PR exercise. I mean, that's not negative towards them. They've got to do that. The U.S. taxpayer is literally their employer, so they have to come across as happy and everything's great and going well. Internally, they are not launching this year. They will try. They will find ways if they can to achieve it. But right now, the internal schedule forecast, which is the key thing here, the forecast is February 2022.
Yeah. Well, so that I mean, I'm still kind of riding.
I can tell the relief on your voice, Chris.
Oh my God, it was. I mean, because this isn't. The relief spans mainly from the very logical side of my brain was saying, this is NASA, this is Boeing. They have spent so much time. It's going to go fine. If there is an issue, it's going to be something on the ground side, right? That trips them up again, like the first one where they set a limit too high, right? But there is always, but that's the logical part of your brain. And there's always the emotional part of your brain that's going, yep, and it's a rocket and this many things could go wrong. Especially the first time you fire one up. And this isn't like SpaceX where there's just another one waiting in the wings to come over. Like what you said about, like, if this had gone badly, it would have been a serious, there would have been a serious discussion on the future of the program. Right.
You like that camera cut, Chris?
There was a good camera cut, but the relief in my voice is not just because the stage is still sitting there. It's in large part a relief to the teams and the people at Stennis and Boeing and NASA who have poured over a year into this Green Run campaign and let us, and I want to be clear about this, the fact that it took so long is not entirely, like, cannot be blamed on them, right? They built in a lot of contingency time back when the firing of the stage was going to be in mid to late October. But they got hammered by hurricanes and tropical storms last year. They got hammered by the COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, the immense sense of relief, not just in my voice, but you heard them clapping in the control center after the test was completed. I mean, this is a huge moment for the teams and the program, and just everything that they had to overcome just in this Green Run campaign alone. And it's also got to feel good for Boeing and all the teams who have worked on the core stage all along, because it has been a focus of the program, for it being the long pole item for a long time. And to see it, yeah, I wonder which one.
What a wonderful view there. Two super heavy launch vehicles being prepared for what will be the future. The future where we'll be sending people, humans, back out beyond Earth orbit again, but this time sustainably and beyond. We're not looking for footprints on the moon anymore. We're looking for bases. And eventually, I bring it up every time, but that render SpaceX put out when Elon did his presentation for BFR at the time, that moon Mars-based Alpha, that city on Mars.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he wants. And I'll tell you one thing, Elon is not constrained by politics or by any funding constraints. It's a commercial, private company, SpaceX, that he's in charge of, and he wants it. And believe you me, I think we'll see it within the next 10, 15 years, where we'll at least start seeing the build of it. And those will be exciting, historic, first-time events for our species, making life multiplanetary. It's huge. It really is. This is, people put the news on, they'll see this, that, and the other. people who are watching streams like this and following Mary's videos and everything that's going on within the space program, that's our future. That's our real future. And that's something to get inspired by.
Very much is. Oh,
And
yeah.
you can see on your screen, I mean, the Artemis program is not a just words and no actions type of thing. There is meaningful hardware being built all across the country. We're still waiting to hopefully see how much funding the human landing system is going to get. But as far as the rockets go, progress is definitely being made. I mean, of course, people would have liked to see SLS progress faster and on a bit of a thinner budget, but it is at least making progress, and we saw a great hot fire today.
And I cannot wait because this means I get to see it next here in Florida. Love it. When it arrives next month.
True,
it should be
It's
awesome.
coming, it's coming to your neighborhood.
Yep. But like any good guest, I still have to drive an hour down to see it.
Well, should we
All
take
right.
a couple final questions and wrap it up?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a good. I think that's a pretty good idea. I wonder what some of the questions are. Do you see one that strikes you right now?
Is the booster? I think the booster's going up. It's going up. The booster's going up. Okay, we're staying live. We're not ending.
Well, SpaceX is okay. Michael, are you able to take commentary?
Yeah, I can handle it. We will.
Okay.
We will show the super heavy booster stack. Nobody worry.
Oh, look around.
Okay.
I will update our overlay too. So we have.
Is definitely moving.
That is. I do not know if I will come back. I need to go make a phone call for us, so I don't know if I'll be back. But in case I'm not, yeah, I'm Chris Gebhardt. I'm the assistant managing editor of NASA Spaceflight. Stay right here. We're going to show you an exciting booster number 1 being stacked. But I have to go. Hopefully, I'll be back. But I will leave you in the capable hands of Chris Bergen and Michael Baylor.
And I cannot believe that this is happening within 20 minutes or 10 minutes. I think it was 20 minutes, whatever. I can't even keep track of the static fire test. I mean, 10 years ago, if you told somebody this would be happening to the space program, they would have told you you were absolutely crazy. But it's very good to see that there is this much activity happening with the United States space program at this time.
And I was just getting a clip there for Twitter because this is something where I'm going to have to make the unfortunate tweet where all these SLS program people who follow me be saying, oh, God, Chris has done lots of SLS tweets today. And I'm going to do a BM1 one.
There is the booster in the air. And I'm going to try to get... I'm working on trying to get another robot online. I don't want to move this one so we can get a time lapse, but we definitely have more than one robot in Boca Chica.
Well, I can take a question that's quite related to this. I think it was on the actual question queue. I don't know if it's still there or not, but it was asked about the static fire of BM1 being similar to an SLS green one. They don't do that. It's a different situation.
It's back. Sorry.
Right. Are we back? 5x5, we're back.
We should be back. That was 100% my fault. I may or may not have stopped.
There we go.
We have 2 different servers going, and I clicked the wrong button in my desperate panic to get another robot online, but we should be back. Thank you for the Fs in chat that alerted Chris Bergen to the problem that is now fixed.
There we go. And the quality will be back to normal now if you're just catching it with that because it was just catching up with the reboost. So yeah, with BM1, this is not expected to launch. This is expected to be a ground system test where they can take it out to the launch pad. It'll be onto the Starship launch pad, by the way, not the Super Heavy orbital launch site just yet, which they're building, and they're building at pace. As we've seen the videos from Mary, they really are building at pace. This will be just basically for the ground system equipment testing and also the internal workings of the tankage on Super Heavy. And hopefully with BN2, it'll be either a hop or a launch. We don't yet know. We do know that Elon first mentioned the testing for the Super Heavy will be literally related to hopping, but I think they may have expanded since then because that was before SN8. We've seen yeah, obviously we've not seen the full cycle of a successful landing and then taking off the launch of landing pad. We have seen explosions each time, but each time they've launched properly, they've had a lot of success with the Starship program. Let's be under no misconceptions about this. SN8, SN9, SN10 all did extremely good. They did it, the ascent, the flip, the belly flop landing. They've just got to get the landing part right. They've sorted out the situation of the flip maneuver. They've got the landing on target each single time. They've all
Look how much
gone
it's
right on the
moving,
landing
Chris.
pad. Sorry?
Look how much that's moving around.
That is swinging. Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't hit the other tank. My word.
That looks slightly precarious. If you see from this other camera, the crane is actually lifting it through the roof of the high bay. They cut a hole in the high bay roof so that the crane could reach down and stack the boosters.
It's not the sort of thing where you can get these people to grab it. This will be a heavy structure. Yeah, well, actually, what we'll see is this tankage being lowered eventually on top, and they've got those like guides where they can bring them in, a bit like you've seen with nose codes stacking recently in the high bay with SN 9, 10, and 11. So yeah, it's something where once this has been stacked, it's going to be a huge structure, and when we see this thing roll out to the suborbital pad, that will be something unique as well. We've seen the actual starships rolling out down Highway 4. And they are a tall sight to see on those roll lists. So when we see this thing rolling down the road, it'll be something surreal. If you'll give me a second, I'm going to tweet this out. Because I don't think many people are aware we're live on this.
No, and I'm trying to get the stream title changed to say SLS Hot Fire Test and Super Heavy Booster Stacking. And if you're just joining the stream and you're confused what's happening, SLS just had a great full duration firing of its 4 RS-25 engines on the core stage, and we were about to end the stream when SpaceX decided it would be a good time to stack the first ever Super Heavy booster, which is, of course, the first stage for SpaceX's Super Heavy vehicle, which is in the same caliber of class as SLS. So quite incredible to have such progress of the two super heavy lift vehicles being built in the United States happening at the same time. It's pretty exciting to see this much progress happening, but we're working on getting the stream title updated and trying to get the word out about this exciting bonus event today. But wow, look at that lift now. It's definitely going up higher, and I'm not sure how much room to have in the high bay hole through the roof to maneuver it, but I'm interested to see if they're actually going to slide the top section of the booster over with the crane, or if the lower section of the booster might be on roll lifts, and perhaps they will slide it underneath. Roll lifts or self-propelled modular transporters are those large transporters that they can lift up the Starship sections and move them around with. But like I mentioned, the crane is currently lifting the liquid oxygen stack, which is the section in the air right now, through a hole in the roof of the high bay.
Yeah, that's a good question. We've never seen this before. This is the first time operation. So we are learning as we're watching. But that makes a lot of sense that it will lift this to the height of clearance and then literally roll over the bottom tankage and then place on top rather than swinging over, because I don't think we've seen from RGV the actual aerial photographs, the hole in the roof is very small. There's not enough translation to move it across the other side.
And another element, Chris, is that we saw there is a bridge crane that they are currently installing. It arrived yesterday. That'll be located at the top of the high bay for stacking operations. And I'm not sure if that would be used for a full super heavy stacking or just a partial stackings, because they first stack each of these two sections you can see Those are originally lots of small components that could stack together in the high bay, and then finally they stack the final two completed pieces. But there is some speculation about whether or not the bridge crane could actually carry the mass of two of these sections, or the mass of one of these sections. I think it probably could. So I'm not sure if this is going to be how they do it in the future. They would probably use the bridge crane after today once that's fully installed, but we'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
Thanks to Javier, who says, just renewed membership. Love what you guys do. Please never stop. We won't, but it feels some days we wish we would because you have a break. Been watching you since the Mark 1 pop. Wow, you have been a long-term tank watcher, but very much appreciate your support and your long duration support as well. It is fascinating times, but you've been here from the start, so that's great. I am going to put a tweet into the chat because Mary is on site and she's just taking a little clip of it, of the actual raising on BM1. So that is going to chat now. There we go. So you can all follow that. And I'm sure most of the people in here who follow everything that's going on in Boca Chica are already following Mary. She has 120,000 followers on Twitter, which is amazing for a single subject person to get for just, for covering this. 120,000 followers. I've been doing this years, and I have got 146,000 followers. Mary's going to overtake me this year. And I, for one, will not be upset by that because she deserves it. I do believe that I've got the clearance level, haven't I? Getting there to the point where they could swing over the other side, so that's a job. Look at that lift with those, I think it's 3 workers inside. The size of the high bay is something to appreciate. So they are way up high, and that is some kind of like job you got there. I think they're probably trying to steady it. It's not swaying as much. This might take a little while for it to dampen out its sway before they'll consider moving across the bottom tankage across. But we should see mating within the hour, I reckon. Sebastian, there's no questions here. Just people just throwing money at it. It's very much appreciated. Love you guys. Here's $5 for SLS and $5 for Super Heavy. I think that's best of both worlds there. Very much appreciated.
You can see they now have that booster just above the lower section. So the lower section is the methane section. The upper section in the air right now is the liquid oxygen section, which is the opposite of the orientation on Starship. But hopefully we will find out how they're going to line these two things up, whether it's the bottom section being moved under or the top section being moved over. Look at that from this camera, Chris. That is an impressive sight to see.
Ooh. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why to build a high bay that high.
It does look like chat is catching this. The CH4 stack, the methane stack on the bottom, is being slid over to the right.
Wow.
So it looks like they do have it on the roll lifts, and that makes sense because, as I mentioned, the hole in the high bay roof is not very tall, or not very wide, so not a lot of space to maneuver that crane.
And I just went quiet while I was taking a clip of that because I don't like to tweet clips of my voice on it. I'm just not that vain. Let's just read some of the questions here. We got, do we know how many Raptors BM1 will have? It initially was coin to wheel on 2 Raptors for 150 meter hop, but we did see the thrust poke for BM1, and it had 4 vent holes, which you see the tri-venting coming from during the actual Starship test. So we believe it might have 4. Again, BM1, we're not expecting to fly. We're expecting it to be for ground testing, for a static fire, maybe. So if you do install Raptors on it, I don't think we'll see many. We'll just get enough data from the firing to test out the ground support equipment and the actual tankage itself. The question will be for BN2 and indeed BN3, how many Raptors will need for that? That is the big question. I have no answer for that at all. We don't know. I think we'll be looking out for the thrust poke and getting some ideas from the vents, seeing any indications of how many Raptors will need for it. But the big question is they don't want to lose Raptors during testing. So these are expensive units, these expensive engines. They would rather go for the minimum amount, just if the case they do lose a booster, that they won't lose that many Raptors in the process. So we don't know the answer, but we'll keep an eye on it.
You can see they're making progress getting those 2 sections of the super heavy booster connected or lined up, but I mean, the height of that thing is just ridiculous, Chris. Imagine that with a starship on top. I mean, the starship itself is about 50 meters tall. So then
Well, we've seen from renders, haven't we? We've seen the renders there. It's bigger than a Saturn V. And I know a lot of people don't appreciate how tall the Saturn V was, but in a lot of photographs where you get the human to scale, that was a monster rocket, and this is going to be even taller.
Yeah, the total stack height on the SpaceX website is 120 meters. The exact super heavy stack has been adjusting slightly with its design. There's been landing legs, there's been no landing legs. So I'm not quite sure what the exact meter to the meter height is going to be, but approximately 120 meters tall for the super heavy booster plus the Starship on top.
A lot of that sway is now dampened out, so I think we're on target. Just keep moving it across, and they'll have the guides. So any oscillation, any kind of swaying, even if it's just minor, that'll be dampened out as soon as they get to the point of guiding it in. In fact, it might come in handy because many times I've seen them put nose cones on. They've had to get crowbars out because it's just not aligned properly. The swaying might help a little bit.
And a couple more questions in our chat. Let's see. Drew asks, what is your favorite shuttle launch and why is it SCS-100? Was that for you or the other Chris?
It might be for both of us. I always recall SCS-112 because it's Atlantis, and that was the first real live NASA TV coverage of a shuttle launch that you could watch without being on TV. You could watch on the internet. It was terrible feed. It was literally like 360 at the most, I think, if that. And it was just something where you could follow along properly, but it also had the first launch of the rocket cam. So they were showing it. Rob Davis commentating, I remember distinctly. And it was a rocket cam view from the external tank pointing down towards the shuttle. And it was just surreal. They lost the camera after about 2.5 minutes of ascent, but it was beautiful. You could see the roll program with Space Coast Florida rolling away and the arc towards orbit. Oh, it was just something that if you were watching that and you weren't into rockets or anything like that, you probably would have been converted during that launch. So that is a special place for me. But as far as historic missions go, STS-125, that servicing mission to Hubble after Columbia with no ISS safe haven, using Atlantis on the opposite pad as STS-400, launch on need rescue support. That was back to the old days of NASA, seat of the pants kind of like actions where they had approved something that most of the time they would never have got approval for. But because it was Hubble, it was the last chance to save Hubble, they went for it and it worked perfectly. Wonderful mission. And that was Atlantis as well.
Let's see. We have a lot of super chats that we missed because there's been so much action today, but I will try to get a couple more. Taylor, thank you for the membership. I will just actually go through all the memberships. So Javier as well, Shaquille, Mark, JJ831. We had Taylor, and then I think that catches us up. So thank you all for the new memberships. It looks like the super heavy booster is now fairly close to being lined up there. Aiden says, good job, Orange Rocket.
Yep.
Super with a go, NASA. Nick says, I'm sure this has been said, but I would love to see a long-term static fire of 21 Raptors on a BN puck. Yes. A hot fire full duration of a Super Heavy would be quite a sight to see. I'm not sure the test stand is going to be able to handle that, though, especially without a flame diverter.
They might be replacing windows in Boca Chica Village as well.
That is very true. Thomas says, NASA finishes green run hot fire test. SpaceX, hold my beer. Well, I mean, I think if it was a super heavy hot fire or a launch, that'd be true, but
yeah,
this is just a stacking.
And it is coincidence. Some people in chat were saying, "Oh, SpaceX is doing this on purpose to take some of the limelight off SLS." No way. It's just coincidence. They were waiting for this for a long time in the planning, so it's just the way Boca Chica works. When they're ready, they'll go, and it just happened to time today, and right after SLS.
You can see there that is almost the spectacular visual of the full super heavy booster we're about to see. It's going to be ridiculous when that thing rolls down Highway 4. I mean, that was another question. That was another big question, Chris, we had for months, is people were wondering, how are they going to roll out the first super heavy booster?
Yeah.
Would they roll out, the two halves separately so that it was not so tall when they're rolling it down the highway? But, I mean, I don't think they're going to flip it horizontal, so I'm assuming that we may see a full stack super heavy booster roll down Highway 4 to the launch site in a vertical configuration, which is going to look absolutely absurd.
Checking the wind conditions that day.
Yeah, that is for sure. I wonder what the wind conditions are going to be for lifting this thing onto the launch stand as well.
If all goes to plan, and Elon's kind of like, he's been confirming along the way, indirectly, with the plans for this orbital launch. Well, again, I'll say this summer, but that's still optimistic. And you've got to appreciate the fact that these targets are always very much Elon's drive, and then they don't achieve that date, but they'll achieve it faster than if he didn't have that drive. So there's a method behind the madness, shall we say? But this year, there's a good chance this year we will see a full stack Starship Super Heavy vehicle launch, and I find that surreal. That is something else. That when that thing launches, I wonder what the reaction will be from people who have not taken any interest in this so far, because this big silver rocket is visually beautiful. It really is, compared to some other rockets that launch. Their launches look great, but the rockets themselves don't look at all impressive. This rocket looks impressive, and I think the amount of interest that it will build and also benefit from will be something else.
For sure. Couple more chat messages and super chats. Rob and Frodo with 2 more memberships to add to the list. Musical Wolves says, does SpaceX have to increase the height of the high bay? That's a good... I mean, I don't think we've seen the height of the high bay change.
I think if anything, they'll want another one, won't they? But I think
they're gonna need more than one high bay. I think that's for sure. Potentially a super heavy, or not a super heavy, a super high bay that's a lot bigger with more volume for stacking. But I don't think this single, the super high bay is going to be needed to cope with a increased production cadence as they move towards the production version of the vehicle. But I'm not sure if they're actually going to call it the super high bay, but that is what I would call it.
Seen in the aerial photos, like RGB, I'll keep mentioning because he does take the aerial photographs. They have a lot of space there, but it's mainly used for car parking. That's the ironic thing about this, is their production cadence is so fast and so high that they need the workforce to cater for that. So the space you do see where you think they could build another facility is mostly lit up by cars. It's because they've got that many workers there. And we've seen in the plans for the expansion of the orbital and the suborbital launch pads down the road of Highway 4, that one space is allocated towards another car park. So that just gives you an indication of how many people work there and how much space they've got to allocate to make sure the workforce can park up and then get to work on these big silver rockets.
And it looks like the preliminary statements being put out from both NASA and Boeing are that the core stage hot fire test for SLS went very well. So we'll wait for the press briefing to hopefully get some more data. But all indications currently are that the SLS core stage performed very well. And let's see some more questions.
Just going to put another tweet. Sorry, I'm going to
go ahead.
I've interrupted you for once. We've got another tweet from Mary, and that picture is one of the scale things. Well, I'm going to put it in the chat now. It just shows the scale because we've got some cars in view, so you can see the cars, you can see the crane, you can see people on the crane, and that just shows it's using the full height of the high bay just to stack this booster. So when this thing rolls out, my word, I think they'll have to clear the roads and people around it. There will be no Austin shot from his feet showing us rolling by. I think they'll be pushing people back for this one.
Yep, and a couple more questions. Is this the final stacking of BN1? I think so, Chris, right?
Yeah, I really do. I mean, this is what they're doing. This is the cadence. Again, this is what we're talking about. People say, oh, fair enough, you've got this date and it doesn't make any sense. It seems too soon. You do agree with it because that's how they work. They always work on that kind of like accelerated timeline. But then they're going to achieve it. So what can you say? I mean, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing the first super heavy booster being stacked. And it'll be rolled out after SN11 in a matter of weeks. It's just where they are. This is how fast they go. And they have the cadence to do that because unlike SLS, they haven't got the next one a year away from being tested. The next Starship is in the mid-bay, SM15. The next Super Heavy, BN2, their rings and sections are outside waiting to be stacked. That's how fast they go. So they can afford to do this at this pace of testing and afford the losses and gain the data from that, which will benefit them in the long run, and just fly again. Test, fly, fail, repeat. Fix, file, repeat. It's amazing, really. It's for a facility that isn't that massive compared to some facilities for rocket companies. They do go through a lot of vehicles at some pace.
Brett says, all hail Mary and Jack. I totally 100% agree with you.
I agree with that too.
These robot feeds would not be possible without the hard work from both Mary and Jack getting them set up and managed for us. And of course, Mary will have spectacular footage. She's down there getting some footage for the daily video, so stay tuned for that. We're going to have some awesome footage of this stacking operation in our daily video. Have we seen a thrust puck that can hold the full complement of Raptors for BN1? BN1 is only going to have a couple of Raptors, Chris, so I think the current thrust puck can handle it.
Yeah, it's 2 or 4. That's what we've come to the conclusion. We don't know for sure. Elon said 2, but that was before SN8, so plans change all the time. That was a long time ago. Jack took a photograph of the thrust puck for BN1. It had BN1 label on it, and it had 4 vent holes, which suggested it's going to have 4 Raptors. That would make a lot of sense to me. They could do ground testing with 4 Raptors, get a lot of data. They're not going to loot. Hopefully, not going to lose the vehicle. I mean, we've gone quite a period since the last pop and splosh and explosion on the actual landing pad on the test mount. So I think they can test it and keep the Raptors intact in one go via that testing. So yeah, I can't see any need for more than 4. I think that's what it'll be. I think 4. I'm going to put my money on 4.
Yeah, it's always plans can change. Sometimes people hear one thing and it turns out not to be true, and then they think the information was originally wrong. No, this is Boca Chica. SpaceX changes course every single week, so
that's a really good point to bring up, Michael.
It's going to be BN4. Who knows?
Yeah, the thing is, you see, when we report things, it's accurate. Trust me, we don't write articles on stuff we're guessing. That's for the forum. That's for people to discuss. That's chat. When we do news articles, that's based on information we believe is verified, and we're confident with it. We put it on the site. The problem is, with the pace where Boca Chica changes and Elon's plans change, that could be outdated information before too long. Doesn't mean the information was wrong at the time. It's just the way they work. It's just the way. It's like that with a lot of programs, to be fair. But with Boca Chica, it changes by the week.
You can see they now have those two sections of BN1 pretty much lined up, so hopefully we will see them lower the top section. But I'm going to say it again. I know I said it twice already, but this looks totally insane from this camera angle. We need like full-scale models of all the other operational orbital rockets out there in Boca Chica, so you can get a sense of scale, just how much bigger this thing is going to be.
That's Northrop Grumman if they want to roll out an Antares down to Boca Chica for a day.
Oh yeah. But even a Falcon 9 is 70 meters tall, so that's just slightly taller. Well, not slightly, but 20 meters taller than a Starship, and the Super Heavy booster is by itself taller than a Falcon 9. So incredibly, incredibly tall and massive vehicle.
I feel awfully bad. I'm tweeting quite a lot of Boca Chica clips and videos and images just an hour after a successful SLS test. We've tweeted everything about SLS, about 10 tweets. It's not like we've ignored it. But at the time of this is hilarious.
And actually, I don't know why I've not thought of this before, Chris, but if a Starship is 50 meters tall and the entire stack is 120 meters, that makes the Super Heavy booster's proportion approximately 70 meters, which means it's actually about equivalent to a Falcon 9 in height. So, essentially, the first stage of Super Heavy, or the first stage of the Starship Super Heavy system, is not only about the same height as a Falcon 9 booster, but it's also has a much, much larger diameter. So the performance of this vehicle is going to be a whole another level. More questions in chat. Ralph, thank you again for the super chat. CPL Daywalker, a big supporter of the stream, says, what were the operational temps engines? I'm not sure I know that answer off the top, Chris.
Can you repeat it?
What
were tweet check it?
We're going to have to go with 3.
Yeah.
Thank you for the super chat. Is this compared to SLS? What's the... At least Block 1 SLS.
T3, I think. I'll check that. We've got... Looks right to me.
That's a lot of Fs. Not us this time. I'm checking it. I think we lost it. Some people are saying back. Yeah, that was not us. I promise I did not press any buttons that time. That was YouTube. But I'm not sure we're back. Some people say we're back, some people say we're not back.
Right, showing back for me, so I'm going to keep talking while it looks like it's back for me. I think a lot of people might be on like a few minutes delay, where it's just basically not caught up to live.
Okay, yeah, I promise, chat. I see we're back now. The first time was 100% my fault. This time was just YouTube decided it was not going to have a good day, but I was not pressing any buttons.
Also, I'll tell you one thing. As someone who's not into this and broadcasting, it's a lot of effort to get this thing working. So it's, you've got to understand how much expertise goes behind all this incredible amount.
Okay.
Right, we've turned it on.
So YouTube still doesn't. Let me know if you see it.
We can't fix it within a minute or so. We end it. Pretty much everyone's gone anyway.
Go come back if we can fix it. Okay, I think we might be back. I have moved us over to a backup system because YouTube seemed to have a major freakout. I don't know what happened. We have not seen that happen before. That did not look to be on our end. Everything was looking good on our server. Even on the YouTube interface, it said we were still live. But clearly there were problems on YouTube's end, so I swapped this over to the backup system that YouTube provides, and it seems like the backup system has fixed the problem. So next time this happens, I know exactly what to do, but it does look like that was on YouTube's end, so sorry about that, but we are back, and as you can see, there's actually not that much change since we were last live. Still waiting for that final stacking.
There's a rumor that Senator Shelby was interning at YouTube today.
That is a good rumor.
Now we know what's going to happen now because we've got experience of them stacking things in the high bay. They'll be learning it very, very slowly. I mean, super slowly. It's a skill. The crane driver, we actually got a clip of a lift with a crane driver when Jack was filming, and he managed to get the audio from the cab to the other workers over the what was like radio mics, and the amount of communication that's involved is amazing. Really, I had no idea about crane driving or hoisting anything, and that's what they'll be doing now. They'll be taking it extremely slowly down over the guides, and then they'll literally just stack it that way. And you can see, oh, look at that! You can see them. They're actually literally moving it by hand now. So I think they will be literally lowering it centimeter, inch by inch. And that sway, it's not much sway at all, but they can literally do it by hand. And they will use like crowbars to literally just prise it in. And that's when we'll have a stack. Delete that pinned message, we'll need that. There we go. I find this amazing. There's a lot of dynamics involved here. This is a huge crane, a huge tankage on the Super Heavy, and they're lowering it down as carefully as they can. For the first time ever, it's the first time they've ever done this operation. And it's before they were using a bridge crane. The bridge crane was, as you saw in Mary's video last night, delivered, but it's not been installed yet. So this might be the only time they'll do this in this way for a Super Heavy boost stacking. In the future, they will use the bridge crane, which will reside at the top of the high bay, and lower it down via that, and that'll have a lot less sway dynamics involved. Just from the nature of it being more of support. They'll use a different support structure from the support ring that they used to lower this thing down with.
People are saying they're seeing a drone. I'm trying to see if I can see it myself, but would not surprise me if SpaceX is trying to get some awesome
Yeah.
video and photos of this exciting event.
There's actually a lot of drone footage they've not put out yet. They have for
Oh.
launches and stuff, but
I
wow.
bet we've seen about 0.00001% of all the drone footage they've captured so far.
There's a major highlight video coming up at some point soon. I know that for a fact, but I think the big key thing will be Elon's next big speech, which I think we're coming to the point now where we could probably start looking forward to one this year with the situation improving, where they can have like an outdoor event. And hopefully that overview will give us a lot of answers to a lot of questions that have been asked about the program's future. But also it might use a highlight, a sizzle reel, shall we say, of what's being done. And I guarantee you a lot of that will be drone footage. Question for Rough Riders Show. One of our regulars. Do you think they will keep Tankzilla, which is a crane, we've all got different names for it, keep it in its current configuration or put it back to the original configuration when it comes to stacking regular starships? That's a very good question. They did extend the crane with the reach, which obviously they needed, required for this super heavy stacking. But then SN 15 will be the next one they'll need it for, or even sooner, because let's face it, if SN 11 lands, they'll need to move it off the landing pad, and they'll need a crane for that. I don't know if they've got other cranes there which could provide that job, but this crane was used to lift it onto the mount. There's a very good chance that this crane will roll back to the launch site to pick up a successfully landed SN 11 and move it back onto onto the mount or onto a roll lift to move it back to the production site. So it's a very good question. I don't know. I do know that it took them a day or so to put the extensions on, so I presume it'll take a day or so to take the extensions off. So it's not a big consideration as far as the timeline goes. But yeah, the answer to the question is, will they take the extensions off? Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and I forget what those welding things are called, but they have those sort of like spikes on the very top of the...
Yeah, I couldn't find it either.
of the CH4 tank to help line up the liquid oxygen tank on top. But let me know in chat what those are called.
Lead-ins.
I know lead-ins. There you go. Thank you. You have the lead-ins around the top of the tank.
Andy Law, thanks NASA Spaceflight for the covering this and at the same time the SLS successful green run and everything else you do. Appreciate that. We didn't have any idea that this was going to happen at the same time. It was an SLS feed. It was to cover the green run. And then BN1 says, I want a bit of the action here. I want a bit of the limelight. Here we are. Because Ben B also says, clicked on the SLS video and got the super heavy booster. Thanks for the stream. That's where we are these days, by the way. That's what happened. You can never have one day where just one thing is happening. There is multiple things happening. I remember the days where it was one article a day on Shuttle, and it was a processing report for a launch 3 months away. And that was your day. You could spend... That's what I did. I came home from work, spent about an hour or so on an article, maybe an hour on the forum, and that was it. That was all. Had all the work involved with the site. Now it's every spare hour I've got, and I can say that for the same for everybody else in the team. It is non-stop. There is not enough hours in the day, literally. Fred, new member, thank you very much. By the way, I do appreciate everyone's putting money. We do appreciate because this operation costs a lot of money to all these robot cameras. We're sending Brady and Philip out to Stennis for the green run. It's a lot of money involved, trust me. So everything that comes in sport-wise is very much appreciated. I like it when Jack is on the stream, because when Jack says thanks for the super chats and the donations and the memberships, he really says it as I like to mean it, but my Yorkshireness doesn't allow for me to get too emotional about it. So, but we do appreciate it. We need Jack to come on down again and say, really, thank you all for your support. It means a lot, because it does. And we mean it. There's nothing insincere about that. Patrick Stewart, again, a regular. Soros, let's take a break. Soros, super heavy, left early. Yeah, there's so much going on. Let's got some questions here. A question for Lunar Starship. Where will the docking port be for docking with the gateway? It'd be like a PMA situation. It's an IDA situation. It's like an adapter that can work for several vehicles. That's what they need. It works on the space station really well. PMA, the pressurized mate adapters, things like that. They will use that experience from ISS and literally transfer it onto the gateway, where it'd be able to have multiple vehicles docking to the same port. That's the key. Always has been, and that's how it's worked for the ISS. It'll work forward for the gateway. I think the question might be for me to ask is how many ports do all need? I would hope they have 2. I mean, obviously it'll start with 1. That's the initial build-up of the gateway. But I hope they eventually have 2, because that will give them more redundancy and more ability to bring more to the actual gateway and make it viable as an orbital lunar station. Because I do like the gateway. I think the gateway is a great idea. I think it's a lovely stopping off point for what will be an economy which we're based on the moon to then go to Mars, because I think with this stepping stone approach of Moon, Mars, and beyond, as much as this constellation saying was a viable one, I think it makes more sense. The fact that we learned so much from the ISS 200 miles up says a lot, because we have learned a lot. We're still learning a lot, and I think we can learn a lot from being on the moon. Jumping straight to Mars is risky, to say the least. So having those stepping stones makes a lot of sense, and the gateway is part of that.
You can actually see there's people inside the top of the methane tank section helping to align this booster. So you see that the lift
How are they going to get out?
People, but there is a crowd of crew members inside the Super Heavy booster right now.
The regular one person today who asks, are we a NASA? No, we're not NASA. We're NASAspaceflight.com. It's a site. Trust me, you can't get us confused with NASA.gov. If you thought my voice was someone you'd hear on NASA TV, you have not heard a lot of NASA TV.
How do they connect the 2 sections of the booster? They weld them together. BN1 in a high bay is looking like SN5 and SN6 in a trench coat. Yes, it's basically just a taller version of the Starship tank section, but with the liquid oxygen tank on top of the, or the other way around, the liquid oxygen tank on top of the methane tank, as opposed to Starship, which has the methane tank below. So the orientation of the tank sections are reversed on Super Heavy for whatever reason.
Sorry, can I just... Stephen Cook, Chris, how do you feel about Harrogate being in the league? You're keeping me up late. Yeah, well done to Harrogate. Well-run club. They shouldn't be above York in the league structure, but all the best to them. We played them away a few seasons ago. They were a lovely club to face, so yeah, all the best to them. Go on, Michael, sorry.
Why is Super Heavy in 2 pieces? I thought Super Heavy was 1 piece and Starship would just sit on top. The reason is that Super Heavy is still being built, so this is not the final Super Heavy. The final Super Heavy will be 1 piece. They are just assembling the Super Heavy booster right now. Thomas says, when the first orbital Starship launches, how insane do you think the crowds will be, and will you all be there assuming it's safe? You can rest assured that when the first orbital Starship launches, I will do everything in my power to be there. I don't know how close you'll be able to get, but I presume from South Padre Island you will be able to watch the launch from, because I don't think they're going to be able to close the entire island down. So yes, I will definitely try to be there. I don't know about you, Chris.
I've always said I want to see one launch from Florida. Obviously, I'm going to go visit Boca Chica at some point. There's no question about it. But I have a kind of fascination with wanting to see a Super Heavy Starship launch from 39A. I don't know if that's ever going to still be the plan, or if they're going to just launch like Starships and go for different kind of missions or whatever like that. But I do believe that the iconicness of 39A and seeing a Saturn V class vehicle launching from there again would blow my mind, and I would love to see that. So the answer to the question is yes, both. I don't know when I'll get to Boca Chica. I mean, this is a different situation this year and last year, to just start saying, "Hey, I'll pack my bags and go to America for a bit." hopefully, by the time that becomes a consideration allowance, we'll be in a situation where we're seeing super heavy boosters launching quite a lot. So I'm looking forward to that.
More questions. When will when will SN11 fly? We're not sure yet, but probably next week. I don't think it's happening this week, given that we have not seen a static fire yet. And in fact, Chris, I don't think there's any road closures scheduled for tomorrow. So.
Oh, well, there we go.
Seems
And
like
Mary's not had a notice either.
No,
She's had notices before where they've cancelled it, but she's not even had the notices yet, so that's quite a while off yet.
So anyway, it sounds like the static fire could be slipping into next week. So perhaps the test flight would be in the second half of the week. We'll see how it plays out. Any idea what those studs on the high bay are for? I'm not quite sure. You're probably talking about the braces around the outside. I think that's to prevent it from essentially bending too much. It's kind of to prevent the walls of the high bay from sort of caving in and caving out, if that makes sense.
And also, just to answer some questions, replying to your previous answer, the static fire they did conduct earlier in the week, that was not good enough. That was not a static fire test. That was an aborted test. So they do need to do it again.
Yes, so we expect another static fire before the hub. Some people have been saying maybe the first one was good enough. I can tell you that was not good enough, and SpaceX still plans to attempt another one. I guess you never know. Maybe Elon says this is taking too long, we're just going to go for it, but as of now, the plan is definitely to have another static fire test. Is the welding for super heavy by people or machines? I think we have seen some robots out there, Chris, but
yeah,
at least
some German machines.
Yeah, the stacking of the stacking of the two sections together, though, will be done by humans, I think. I don't think they're going to be getting robots up that high.
That's true, yeah. But inside the big tents, we've seen the robotic welders. In fact, in the video from last night from Mary, we showed some of the robotic welders in action. They arrived on the truck about 4 or 5 months ago from Germany. And I think they're going to buy some different welders in at some point. I think those welders they've got right now are like a stopgap measure. But they're working out quite well. Like I say, we've not had any pops or splashes, at least not test tank wise or anything like that, since then. So whatever they're doing to weld them, they've got the weld sorted, because in the early days the welds were a problem. So that's now fixed.
And if you're just joining us, that is the wide angle shot of what is going on in the high bay to give you some context. But from what I'm seeing in chat, it sounds like this close-up camera is the most popular view right now as you watch the two super heavy sections get aligned, so we will stay on this tight camera.
Northrop Grumman has tweeted, ready to support NASA SLS, the only exploration class rocket capable of carrying humans to the moon and into deep space. And then he goes, for Artemis. Wow.
See, I never understand that.
It's just...
Wow. A man, a plan, a canal,
What is going on, Chris?
I don't think that's me. Or is it?
That was definitely you.
Something set off my phone Siri then.
But
I think my phone was shocked by Northrop's statement there.
I just don't understand what the benefit is of doing that, because all you do is entice all the SpaceX fans to go and reply to that. You just know how that works. So, I mean, you're kind of asking for it when you tweet something like that. I don't really see the point, but that's what they tweeted. Evan says they have to weld from inside after stacking. I think so. I'm not positive. Maybe we will see some welding on the outside, but right now, at least, to line it up, the crews are inside of the methane tank. Green run and super heavy stacking in one morning. What could What more could I ask for, says Flex. Flashy83, thank you for the membership. Nick says, once the crane is installed, why not just build boosters bottom to top in one go instead of stacking two halves? I'm not exactly sure. Perhaps it's faster to build them in two separate stacks because you can only stack, one piece at a time when you're working on one stack. But when you're working on two stacks, you can stack one piece at a time on two stacks, on two different stacks, which is equivalent to two, additional sections being stacked at once. So it might be faster to split up the work into two different stacks, if that makes sense. But it looks like they are finally lowering the liquid oxygen tank some more, and we are seeing maybe a foot or two away from a completed super heavy stack minus welding.
So Joe asks, when will they be attaching a Robert Reliant? That is if you don't understand that reference, that is a reference to Top Gear, where they launched a Robert Reliant as a space shuttle. Quite successfully until it didn't land properly, shall we say. But
they were both bricks.
Yeah. Well, let's be cruel. The thing I would ask in relation to that question is, what will they use the mass simulator? Because I'm thinking they will use a mass simulator at some point.
Maybe a Reliant Robin filled with lead.
It's going to be something Tesla, isn't it? It's going to be a Cybertruck or something like that. Probably a Tesla Semi.
You can see them now spinning the liquid oxygen tank slightly as they get it lined up.
Taco Guy asks Chris B, would you fly to the US to see Artemis 1 fly, assuming the day that ever comes? Oh my. Would you ever come for a later launch? I'd love to see Artemis 1 launch. The thing with me is I think I'd be far too busy kind of controlling the site and making sure the site stays up and things like that. So, but that's the thing that you pay, the price you pay when you do this is that you can't just sit back and watch launches like the rest of you guys. You've got to do the production of it. You've got to do the content for it. You've got to do the presentation of it. There's so much involved, writing the articles. It's one of those things where you can't really sit back and enjoy it until after it's happened. So going over to launches is not all that much viable unless you've got other people doing the job you're doing. But that's what we do. We're trying to build a team. So, but it's a lot of work, yeah. I would love to see it launched there. I'd love to see SLS launch Artemis 1.
And they're continuing to roll that upper stack, it looks like.
How are they going to get the people out from outside inside?
I think
Must be a ladder.
There's an access hatch on
right.
the lower tank, yeah. That would be bad if there was not an access hatch.
Well, I was thinking to get out at the top of the bottom, but I was wondering if they had a big ladder. I didn't realize that access doors halfway through, so that's all right. But the other thought was maybe there's a mock-up of an internal mock-up where they could just test out staying there until they get to the pad. Let's put the HLS Nurskin on top.
Did you apply for Dear Moon, Chris?
No, I didn't, no, because I don't think there's any chance. I've never won anything in my life. I've never got more than 2 numbers in the lottery. I'm not going to win that. There's no point. Not for the sake of them giving my photo ID.
Tony says, thanks you guys. You always have the right mixture of information, analysis, history, and laughs. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mary. Well, thank you, Tony, for the kind words. Janternet says, will BN1 be tested from the suborbital test stand, same as Starship, or will they have one of the new pads ready by then? I'm not positive, but I think it will be tested on test stand A, which is the same test stand that Starship SN10 and Starship SN8 flew from, along with SN5 and 6. So perhaps the pad B will be where SN15, which is the next Starship, goes to. I'm not positive, but that seems like it's the way it's going. The orbital on site, which will be the permanent home of Super Heavy, is still under construction, so I don't think that's going to be quite ready in time. But after BN1. I'm not sure if BN2 will have the orbital test stand ready in time or the orbital launch site ready in time, but definitely in the future, Super Heavy will be moving over to the orbital launch pad, but the suborbital test stands will act as an interim solution. Pat says, what is the thinking? How will they get the Starship on top of this monster? Well, they will have a permanent crane they're building on top of a launch tower at the orbital launch pad, but for the first orbital launch, I'm not sure if that will be ready in time, Chris.
No, I don't think so. I think the way they're going, the way they're proceeding with the orbital launch site, it's impressive. But they want that big integration tower, which will be taller than the high bay, for context. They want that built there, so that's a long way off. But I think they're going to start building that. It's going to start rising out of the ground within a week or so, apparently. So that'll be amazing to watch.
Steven says I meant to do that as a super chat. Here's a few quid. Well, we try to get as many questions as we can from the normal chat as well. So no worries there, Steven. Matthew says, do we know how Super Heavy will land? No. Elon said they might try to catch it with the orbital launch tower, but I still think there might be landing legs to start with. We will see how that plays out. But the second half of your question was Falcon retro thrust or Starship belly flop. Definitely a vertical propulsive landing like Falcon 9 for Super Heavy. So that's why they don't have aero surfaces on Super Heavy. Arrow says the tank order is so they can keep the center of pressure on the vehicle, or keep the, excuse me, I read the question wrong. The tank order is so they can keep the center of mass behind the center of pressure on the vehicle. They use the different densities of the LOX and liquid methane, and I think you're correct. That makes a lot of sense because if you know how the propellant ratios work, I think it's 70-something% is liquid oxygen and the rest is obviously methane. So a lot more liquid oxygen than methane, essentially. So if you want to, manage your center of mass and center of pressure, you can take that into consideration. Ron, thank you for the membership. Dan says the access hatches are called manways in the biz. Apparently, thanks for all you do. I did not know that. Thank you for the super chat. Communist Bugs Bunny says best wishes from the other side of the world.
What a username.
Yeah. Future Martian says it's absolutely insane how massive Super Heavy is. I could not agree more. If we go out to our wide shot quickly, you can see that. A very tall booster, and it's going to be quite a sight to see when this thing rolls out. So many super chats. I'm doing my best to keep up. BN1 and SN11 on the pad at the same time, says Justin. I think SN11 is hopefully going to fly before that, but perhaps we may see SN15 at the pad. Chris, what are your predictions? SN15 on the pad with BN1?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I think the way the timeline works, we will see those two on the pad at the same time, and that'd be amazing. Because then we could literally do photoshops, can't we? We could literally Photoshop what a full stack would look like.
Let's see. How far along is SN15? The tank section of SN15 is fully stacked, but SN15 has not been stacked with a nose cone yet. And if you're wondering why that is, I think you're looking at the answer right now. The high bay is currently being used to stack BN1, and when they had those two stacks separated, I think they needed all the space that they had to do the stacking. But now that Super Heavy DN1 is stacked, we may see Starship SN15 move into the high bay to get its nose cone stacked. You think that's accurate, Chris?
I do.
Cool. But, I mean, it looks like we're at a foot, maybe less than a foot from the stacking being completed here. That is quite exciting. Down to inches now. Make sure nobody's fingers are in the way, I guess. Frodo says, "Gotta love how SpaceX keeps building bigger and bigger grain silos."
Yeah.
Kenneth, hi all, great work. Which Raptor engines are being optimized for Mars takeoff and landing, vacuum, or Earth's sea level? I think they will use, well, they at least have to use the sea level engines to some degree because those are the only engines that can gimbal. The vacuum engines are fixed, so I'm not sure if the vacuum engines will be used as a complement at all during the Mars landing and launch procedures, but I expect them to mostly use the sea level engines since those have the gimbal capability. How would they transport BN1 safely to the launch pad without it tipping over during transport? Asks Chris. I think they're going to do it the same way they move Starship, Chris. Any ideas?
Yeah. Well, we saw that double row lift, didn't we? That device where they had like a mount in the middle of two of them. And I do believe that is capable of providing the support. They have done some road work as well on Highway 4 over recent months, which will mean that bend, which I think is going to be the most challenging part of this rollout, that bend has the width that will allow to take the weight and keep everything stable and level and without it tippling over, shall we say. I find the most fascinating part of this going up the ramp at the launch site where they go past Hopper, because that is quite an incline. So seeing that part of it will require all the levering devices they've got, all the hydraulic levering or levering, it depends where you're from, to allow to keep the thing really without the risk of it tippling. So I'm sure they've planned this. I'm sure they've worked it out and they've got the plan sorted and they know what they're doing. So it will look surreal to us, and I think it'll be fascinating to watch, especially live.
I keep trying to look at the question queue and then look back because I'm not sure if it's going to be 10 minutes until we see this final gap close or if it's going to happen while I'm reading somebody's question. But TNT asks, when do you think they will start reusing fully functional starships and/or boosters? Any thoughts, Chris?
No, I don't know. It's hard to tell because in some ways they've got a way to go, and in some ways they're way ahead of schedule. Because the way Starship's test program has worked is they've had so many wins with the launch, the long duration firing the Raptors during ascent, the flip at the top, and then the belly flop landing, which was key because there was every chance it wouldn't have worked. The aero service is working. The flip on several of the landings have worked perfectly well. The landing burn almost worked well on SN10. They are far ahead of where you may have expected to be. I don't think they ever expected to land one and have it land on a landing pad and sat there happily after one or two launches. I think they want it to happen on SN11 though. And then SN15 will take the program further. Then you got the super heavy testing. That's all this year. To get to the point where they're starting to reuse them and then getting to the next big milestone of refilling, maybe we're talking in years again now rather than months. So I would say take one step at a time. They need to get the landing right first. They need to test super heavy first. They need to get that launching first. A full stack launch to orbit first. And then for them to successfully land from that first. And then we'll be talking about the repeating launches and the reusability and the next big phase, which is refilling.
I think that I'm trying to rewind the stream a couple minutes to see, but that gap has been closing very slowly. So I think we might be moments away from having a complete stack. Of course, they will still have to weld the two stacks together, but from a visual standpoint, it will be a complete stack.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Jack.
Hey, Jack.
I'm here watching this thing get stacked, and I knew we knew it was going to be big, but it's stupid big. It's just insane. That's all. I don't have anything smart to add. I just wanted to comment on how large it is. It's insane.
Because we're watching through cameras, and cameras are always quite deceptive, even though it's obvious it's huge. But seeing it in person, I mean, you'll get all the scale. You'll properly get the scale of the people, the cars, and the buildings. And for you to say that just proves the point. It is ridiculously big.
It's absolutely surreal. I mean, it's just to imagine this thing rolling down the highway on a modular transporter. Chris, it's gonna look so crazy. I can't even. And then of course, to see a full stack, to see a Starship atop one of these things, it's just gonna. I've never seen a rocket so big because there hasn't ever been one. Not even the Saturn V. This is just utter insanity. It's so cool to see the first one of these finally stacked.
Yeah, Jack's audio should be better now. I was not expecting Jack to jump in, but I have 6 thanks for hopping on, Jack, because me and Chris have been talking our mouths off for quite a while waiting for this thing to stack, but I'm sure saying this
sorry
in
for the
person
no
is
warning.
quite impressive. No, you're welcome to jump on anytime, Jack. I will not complain. But
I mean, seriously, this is wild. I know I say everything is wild, but that's because a lot of wild stuff happens in Boca Chica, and this is yet another milestone in the development program, and a big one at that.
Let's see. Alan says hello from Scotland. Love all you guys do, and special shout out to Mary and Jack out in the field every day. Mary was on the daily video today, and Jack was also helping out with some special projects that we got going on. So lots and lots of work being put in by both Jack and Mary, so we appreciate your support and kind words towards them.
Yeah, and small teaser, that special project is super cool.
Stay tuned for our upcoming live streams. I mean, we don't want to promise anything, but it's not far away. Tyler says, so do the remains of the rods get melted down and made into new SN pieces? I'm not sure what they do with the scrap, Jack. Have you seen anything down there?
They have large dumpsters, which are like separate dumpsters from all the other ones, and they have scrap painted on the side of them. And I imagine all that stuff just gets taken to a scrapyard and melted down. I think in one of the recent daily videos, you could see that the steel storage area, and it's over by the Locks distillery, and there is a huge pile of stainless steel rolls that whenever they get a new roll delivered, they throw it over in that pile. And so all it is to say, I think they have plenty of raw stock on site for whenever they need another roll of steel. They don't need to melt down the pieces of the previous starships and reconstitute them Terminator style or something into. I think all that stuff just goes to a scrapyard.
Fogley says super heavy is as tall as Falcon 9. I believe that is correct. Mike Smith says the fun will be watching BN1 roll down Highway 4. Are you looking forward to that, Jack?
Oh yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Assuming that I'm here, we'll see. We'll see how everything lines up, but hopefully I am here because that would be quite a sight to see.
And Chris, do we know if BN1 is made out of 3mm or 4mm thick 304L stainless steel, or is it the new 30X stainless steel they are developing?
Well, it's definitely a new 30X. We know that's a while away yet, the new alloy, which SpaceX is going to make themselves. I don't know if it's the 304L or which they're using the test tank as well. So it's a very good question. We don't know. I will try and find a way of finding out there because that is a good question. But by the way,
it's 4, but I'm not positive.
By the way, Jack, who we just heard talking there, tweeted some photos. So I put the link in chat.
And chat is saying 4. So
yeah, 4 would make sense, honestly. If it you have to think it's going to have to sustain the loads of a super heavy booster on top of it. So to go thinner on super heavy when they haven't even gone thinner on Starship yet seems a little bit premature.
Sorry, Jack. We're going to see some welding right there, I think. So.
No, you're good.
This might be about as far as they're going to go. I'm not quite sure how long it's going to be until they have got that gap filled in either by welding or by lowering it, but
It'll completely fill in.
Yeah.
Like they'll get the two pieces completely abutting each other and then start welding. But to get that final fit just right, I mean, you don't want it to come down at any kind of angle, right? Because if you think about it, imagine you're holding two cups or two cardboard tubes or something, and you're trying, like, if there's any kind of cant or angle on that top piece as you are trying to lower it on the second one, you're going to get contact on one side first, and that could buckle or damage the lower stack or the upper stack. You want contact to be around the entire ring simultaneously. And I'm obviously don't build starships for a living, but this is my intuition, right? Is you want it to come down completely in 100% level, so you don't get early contact on one side and then part of a ring or part of a stack taking all the weight and potentially being overstrained. So they take their time and they scoot it down little bit by little bit to make sure that everything comes in nice and level and perfectly all at once, rather than one side or the other, I think.
And look at that. I'm going to have to go back and do an A/B test, but we can see that welding continuing to move around a bit. I wonder what exactly they're welding right now if it's not fully flush. Maybe that part is better aligned. I'm not quite sure.
What are you thinking is the welding? That white light there on the left-hand side?
Yeah, it could just be a light, but it looks...
I think it's a light, honestly.
Really?
Yeah, because
yeah,
isn't
okay.
welding
Chat
typically
says it's not welding. I might be wrong.
No,
There was a light there
believe it.
earlier, so that's probably what it is, and that would make sense because it's not fully flush.
I've been looking at that, and it looks like somebody's connecting that side with the light.
Apparently, that's been there for ages, so I apologize.
No worries.
If you rewind the stream like 5 minutes, you can see it doesn't look like much, but it has lowered a tiny bit more, I think, although it's really hard to tell. It's definitely going a lot slower than a Starship stack, or a Starship, I say that and now I'm second guessing myself, but I think when we saw the SN8 nose cone stack, Jack, it went a bit quicker. I could be wrong.
This seems about normal to me, but I am notoriously bad with estimating things like time and distance. But yeah, I mean, this is par for the course, and even if they're going a little bit slower, who cares? Because this is the first booster test, and do anything that would jeopardize this new piece of hardware. I mean, they're building booster number 2 already, and surely more than that, booster number 3, etc. But you don't want to damage it by rushing, so they're taking their time. And actually, hang on a second, I will be right back.
Notice he says congrats for the double strike. I'm assuming you mean the 2 awesome events we saw today. Nathan says this thing has got to roll out soon, right? It seems unlike SpaceX to gear up for a Starship launch without having a new one ready to go.
True.
Yep, there will be a booster on the test stand at Boca Chica shortly after SN11 flies. I think that is safe to say. Great coverage. I noticed recently on Mary's footage there were radiation warnings around the tank farm. What's that about?
We think from experts who are talking on the comment section, they were saying that's something they do with pipes of like ground support equipment, where they do a radiology test where it looks for kind of cracks in the pipage, and it ensures they are good to go and they won't leak. So they use
if you see,
go on, Jack.
If you see in some of the photos of like ring sections and barrel sections that Mary gets, like the really up close ones, where you can see the workers writing on the sections, a lot of times you'll see a stack of 3 individual abbreviations, and it's VT, Victor Tango, RT. Oh God, I don't remember my NATO alphabet. Whatever RT is, and then a third one. And I'm spacing out right now. But basically, what those are is somebody signing off on various tests. And VT is a visual test, and RT I think is a radiological test, or maybe it's XT. Either way, it's X-rays. They're X-raying the pipes, and they typically will X-ray the welds on starships and on GSE plumbing to make sure that those welds are satisfactory. Because I mean, some of these things operate. I think we saw recently like a GSE panel above that section of the tank farm that was getting tested radiologically, and one of them said 200 bar and one of them said 400 bar, and so that's a significant amount of pressure. So you want to check those welds and make sure that they are properly properly done, and you don't have a void in there somewhere, so that you pressurize the system and then bang, something catastrophic happens. You don't want that. So I think it's I was also startled at first when I saw those radiation warning signs. But yeah, just X-rays. It's like no different than like a doctor's office or a dentist office or whatever, where you get an X-ray. You got to wear a lead apron or just not be around there. I'm trying to remember what that
radiography.
There we go. That makes sense. I'm trying to think of what the three different tests are. It's a visual test, a radiography test, and maybe it's an ultrasound test. I don't know. I gotta go look at some of Mary's pictures now.
We're getting a lot of questions about will BN1 get legs and grid fins. I don't think so. I think it's just a pathfinder for a static fire test, and obviously some cryogenic proof tests. So I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing it will not get a grid fin. It will not get grid fins and landing legs installed.
I don't know if it will get legs or not, but I think it is able to receive legs, if it's not getting them at least. I posted a really high-res photo the other day, and some people were looking at it, and they were like, "Are these legs? Or is this a leg mount?" So that's very wishy-washy, I know, but there might be legs on it. I'm not sure. Grid fins seems like no, definitely not.
Been out of the loop. What other GSC tank sections? They are building GSC tanks for the orbital launch pad using the same tank construction they use for Starship. So some of the ring sections you've actually seen at the production site are for the orbital launch site ground support equipment tanks. They are not Super Heavy or Starship tanks. So that is what those are. Paz says, knowing Elon, my bet is the total stack height for Super Heavy and Starship will be 128.016 meters, aka 420 feet. We'll see. That would not be surprising to me. Guilty says, how do they plan to produce fuel on Mars without a power plant there? As far as I know, a lot of energy is required to make LOX in CH4. Chris?
Sorry, I completely spaced out during the question. Do you repeat it for me?
How does SpaceX plan to make fuel on Mars?
It might actually be quite similar to what they're looking at the production site. They're looking to create their own propellant at Boca Chica, and I think you'd be looking at an ISRU, would call it, in situ resource utilization. I know I said it properly, where they can take what's on there on Mars and utilize it from the atmosphere and from the ground. Looking for water, looking for carbon dioxide, things like that. It's chemistry that I don't understand, but I know they can be done with ISRU.
Let's see. It looks like... Is it any closer? I don't think so. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah, at this point, it's just going to be pixels here and there. But I mean, that's how it goes. It's so massive, and they'll edge it together very closely. And I wonder if we'll see like another lift pop up, or this lift go down, or what when they get to that point. And, I mean, you think they're gonna weld this together by hand? That seems so wild.
It's interesting, Jack, because Starship kind of the proportions. It looks kind of fat compared to the other launch vehicles we see. The diameter is so large, but then when I go out wide to this wide shot, I mean, the Super Heavy booster looks pretty skinny when it's that tall.
Yeah, honestly, I have a confession. Trevor Mollman does the wide Starship memes every time they like roll one out or whatever. He's done a couple of them now, and I've watched those so many times that a normal Starship to me looks like pencil thin, like too skinny. Like there's been multiple times where I've taken a photo and then I've been editing it and I'm like, man, did I tweak the scale or something in the horizontal dimension and it's really thin for no. I'm just used to how wide Starship looks because of Trevor's videos, but yeah, it's going to be crazy to see this thing fully stacked and what that does to your visual interpretation of it, right? Like, you're right, it does look extremely thin compared to a Starship, the booster stack. So, I can't wait till they roll it out of the high bay and we can see it in all its glory.
Mel says, truly appreciate the coverage as always. It's been a cool day. I agree. Jared says, what have we seen? Have we seen the stage separation hardware? Do we know what scheme they will use, Chris?
We're talking about the color scheme.
The stage separation hardware.
Oh right, close. No, I have no idea.
Yep, I don't think we've seen that yet. I think maybe BN3. I mean, we reported that BN3 was going to be the first orbital booster, so perhaps that one would be outfitted with separation systems first, but we'll see how it goes. But I would guess some sort of pneumatic system. SpaceX is not a fan of explosive bullets because, one, you cannot test them easily beforehand, and two, for reusability, they are not something that is ideal because you have to obviously install new explosive bullets after you explode the current set. Let's see, more questions. Keep up the good stuff. Can't wait to see this launch. Do we know if the mass load capacity of suborbital stands is up to task of supporting a fully fueled Super Heavy, or will it be limited to partial fueling until the orbital stand is ready? Jack, I'm thinking only a partial propellant loading. What do you think?
Yeah, that would make sense. That's a really good question.
Yeah, good question. It seems like we might have a bit of robot noises, but Jack has been pretty stable so far, so hopefully that was a brief hiccup. But yeah, I'm guessing a partial fueling. Just found out the SLS core stage could fit inside the Super Heavy booster. Mind blown, says Chris. And Chris, when you checked the SLS height number, what was it for the total stack?
I didn't check it. Hang on. Keep talking. I'll come back to you.
The SLS Block 1 height is, I just got it, it's 322 feet tall.
I got 321.
Oh, they must have changed something. But it's approximately 98 meters, so the entire, both the Super Heavy and, well, both the Super Heavy and the Starship combined is 120, so the full Super Heavy Starship launch system is quite a bit taller than SLS. But SLS is still huge, obviously. I'm confused. This is an SLS question. I was confused why there's a test window for only 2 hours. I think that's just the approximate test window. Do we know, Chris, if that green run test window is a hard window or not?
Yeah, it was. It's local restrictions.
So you cannot be doing that kind of operation any time of day, I guess. Safety reasons.
Yep.
Because they have to secure the airspace and whatnot too. So there was a TFR filed for that.
If you watch we were talking about Top Gear earlier. If you watch Jeremy Clarkson video on YouTube where they incorrectly titled it a solid rocket booster test, but it was an RS-25 test at Stennis. He opens it with, "And the locals are here, a sound that will wake the dead." It's like, because it is that noisy. So 4 of them. It does affect the local area, and they have a local. It's a bit like the county. The version of the county at Boca Chica where they have to negotiate certain test windows.
Iggy, thank you for the super chat. Mark, thank you for the super chat. CPR Daywalker, another super chat from earlier. And then Lexi asks, any thoughts on what the mystery structures being built might be? I am guessing you're talking about those white poles we've seen being erected to the base of some sort of mound. Chris, any speculation?
There's lots of speculation. There's a lot. There's quite a things with a few ideas we're chasing, which seem viable. They vary from all sorts of things, from like a tank stand to all different areas of like testing structures, shall we say? I'm chasing after one idea that we've heard, but I don't want to say anything without sounding stupid. We don't start saying water tanks and the friends there, do we? It's something that we don't yet know officially, but once it takes shape, because of all the structures surrounding it, we'll get a proper idea of what it'll be. Right now, it's just in the very early phase of being assembled.
Chris says I meant the SLS first stage can fit inside the Starship first stage, not the
No.
entire SLS. Okay.
Yeah.
NASA Spaceflight. I feel like due to the zoom, a Starship always feels wider. I 3D printed a Starship model and first thought it was tall and skinny through a 300mm lens. It looks like it's in the stream. Yeah, it is interesting how the perspective of things change with scale and whatnot.
Also, with the aero surfaces on Starship, that is quite deceptive when you see it,
that's
especially
a
when
good point.
extended.
Yeah, for sure.
The aero surfaces always throw me off whenever I'm photographing it, because I personally like to put the object in the center of the frame most of the time, but the aero surfaces give you like an offset. So I have learned now, but for a long time I have a lot of shots that were almost what I wanted, but not quite, because I was centering the vehicle, not accounting for those aero surfaces. It's tricky. The perspective of these things is particularly hard to capture sometimes.
Trying to find some more questions. Again, tag us in chat if you have a question, so it goes into our queue. Are these two sections just being welded together? I think so. I'm not sure if they're welding it right now. I think that's light or grinding, but I'm not quite sure why we have not seen that final gap close yet. Perhaps they're just making sure it is aligned properly.
Yeah, it could be that they're just making sure, or it could be, maybe it's snagged on something, one of the lead-ins, or something's giving them a little bit of trouble, so they're diagnosing what the issue is before forcing it, or backing out and trying again from a different angle, or what have you. Hard to say. I brought my radio, because that one time when they stacked seal number 1, I was able to get crane audio. I have not picked up anything today, unfortunately. So no insight in. Go for it.
No, I was just saying, I mentioned that when you got the audio, and it was amazing scale, because I had no idea what was involved with these hoists and crane operations, and that was fascinating audio. That was superb.
Yeah, that was really, really special. That was I will always really love, and not only that, but also because it was serial number 1. I mean, yeah, it was Mark III, but serial number 1, and that's the one we got crane audio for. That's really special to me. But like I said, nothing today, unfortunately, but that doesn't mean I'll stop trying.
I'll take us out wide for a quick second. If you're just joining us, that is the current view in the high bay in Boca Chica. The crane has stacked the liquid oxygen tank on top of the CH4 tank, the methane tank of the first super heavy booster called BN1, and the crane has done that by lowering itself down through the top of the roof, where they cut a hole for the crane to reach down. So, an interesting bit of engineering there.
I may have said to some people that I would eat a hat or something equivalent to that if they actually lifted through the roof of the high bay, but lo and behold, that's what they're doing. Thankfully, I don't think I said I would eat a hat. I forget exactly what I said, but I think I said I would eat something unpleasant, or maybe I said I would eat beans. Oh God, I really hate beans.
I
Please
love
no.
beans.
Oh.
I tell you what, Jack, I'll eat the
British.
beans on your behalf as part of the bet.
Look at that! What a guy! Thank you so much.
Mike, thank you so much. You guys rock. Says Mike, we appreciate the support. Would it make more sense to install the bridge crane before stacking SF-15? Says Joshua. I think that's a fair point, Jack. Because that high bay only has so much space, so perhaps they might have to get some construction crews in there to get the crane installed, but on the other hand, the crane is going to be located at the very top, so I'm not sure if it would actually get in the way of it, because a Starship is quite shorter than a super heavy booster, so it's not going to be interfering with the ceiling quite like the super heavy booster is.
I think, I think part of it is just they could get the booster stacked immediately if they didn't wait for the crane. Whether or not the crane will fit or be able to lift it that high, I don't know, but I think they could get it done now like this, so they did.
And I've rewinded 20 minutes and done an A/B test, and I do not see any progress, so I'm not sure how long it's going to be until we see that final inch or two get closed, but they are nearly there.
It's pretty much done. I mean, that was the main thing, was the lift.
Yeah.
And then the lowering and over the guides. This process now, what we'll see roughly within the difference of an inch or so, is going to take a few days at least to install. We've got the platform installed, haven't they? So the platform's installed where they can just start welding it. I think we're there. I think we've covered the event.
Yeah, so I don't know if we want to wrap up sooner rather than later, but I'm not sure if it's going to be like 3 hours until they close the final 2 inches, but what we really wanted to see today was this shot, the visual of the first fully stacked, almost super heavy booster. So, I don't know. Chat, you let us know if we are allowed to rest our voices, or if you insist that we stay alive until
Don't ask him that.
The final inch is closed.
Yeah, wait for
I have
Chat to
a
go.
feeling.
Keep going. You're our
I have
dancing
a feeling
monkeys.
from this angle you're not going to see any difference, but from the tight shot you're going to see a couple pixels change.
Yeah, I'm shooting a time lapse at 1,000 millimeters. It'll probably be really shaky, but it's just the section that's being joined together. So if it's at all usable or good, that we'll have that maybe for the daily video or up on Twitter or something later. So you'll have the detail that you want. Trust me.
Point. We've got the daily video to come later that have all the close-up views. This was a live view and it was brilliant. I must admit the bots have done a fantastic job getting us these views, and Michael, of course.
Chat really wants to stay live, so I think we might work a compromise here. What if we wrap up the commentary, but we keep the cameras rolling? How does that sound, Jack and Chris?
That works for me. I need to eat some beans.
Yeah, I'm getting really spotty comms here, so sorry if I'm a robot, but that sounds good to me.
Yep, and I mean, if this goes on for 4 hours, I might just end the stream because we are burning lots of data right now, but thank you all for the super chat so far, and we've got a lot of support on the stream, so I think we can afford to let this roll a bit longer. So with that, I think we're going to wrap up the commentary, but we will continue to show these live views in Boca Chica. Thank you so much, Jack, for hopping on here and giving us some additional commentary support as we saw this stacking happen.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to our SLS and Starship webinar.
We also had Chris Gebhardt on earlier during our SLS coverage. We had Brady out in the field setting up a camera for our live stream, which is why we got to dodge all the NASA TV hosts and got a clean feed of the tests from start to finish. So really appreciate Brady helping out with that camera. We also had Philip Sloss out there at Stennis Space Center conducting a bunch of interviews for our articles. And then Chris Bergen, of course, was on the stream for the full duration with me, helping out with the commentary, especially during this long stacking process. So I appreciate the support, Chris.
That was fun. Been a good day.
And then finally, and most importantly, Roadside and Boca Chica, Mary is currently catching up on all the action and getting us a lot of video for our daily. So stay tuned. We'll have that video published in a bit. But for now, we're going to sign off on commentary. I am Michael Breitler from NASASpaceflight.com, and our live video will continue as we continue to wait for the final millimeters or inches, whatever you want to call it, of the super heavy stacking coverage. But thank you all for joining us. Okay, I am back. I will turn down that ambient slightly, but that is what looks to be a fully stacked starship. I think we finally just saw that final bit of daylight close. So that is quite exciting. Now that we see that gap closed, I can take us out wide to the other robot, but that is the view from Boca Chica right now. The first ever stacking of a super heavy booster. Wow, what a sight.
History, another bit of history has been made in Boca Chica, and paving the way for more bits of history. I mean, imagine being there for the first Saturn V stacked, or the first shuttle stack, or any of that. That's what's happening right now. That's what we're watching. Good old-fashioned tank watching today, seeing some history get made.
And if you remember where we were 1 year ago today, we were still in the starships cannot maintain flight pressure phase. The Starship SN3 anomaly occurred on April 3rd, 2020. That was, of course, when they had a testing configuration error that caused the Starship vehicle to collapse on itself during a cryogenic proof test. And it was not until SN4 on April 26th that a Starship vehicle successfully passed the cryogenic proof test for the first time. So in a span of less than a year, we've gone from Starship prototypes not being able to withstand flight pressures to full-scale Starship vehicles flying, and now towards the first ever stacking of a full-scale Super Heavy booster. So the rate of progress in Boca Chica is just so incredible. But thank you for hopping on again, Jack. I
Yep.
think that is going to finally wrap up the live stream here. Thank you all for watching, and that is the first ever fully stacked Super Heavy booster. I would just say that one more time because it is quite the milestone. But we will see you all probably on Monday for the Starship SN11 static fire. It does not look like we're getting a road closure for tomorrow. If that changes, I will post some updates on Twitter, but it looks like the SN11 static fire might be headed for next week. But when that happens, we'll be live again from Boca Chica. And our next live stream is probably going to be NSF Live on Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern. Most likely. I will again tweet if something changes. But until next time, see you all later. I might have cut you off there, Jack, to say it one more time.
Webinar.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
The chamber pressure looks good. Following up. Roger, roll, planet.
Water towers, fly!
Flight outside of speed off. Speed off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
The chamber pressure looks good. Following up. Roger, roll, planet.
Water towers, fly!
Flight outside of speed off. Speed off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.
Hello, everybody. What's up, Tank Watchers? I'm Jack Beyer, hosting this beginning of the live stream today. You can see in front of you there is Starship serial number 10 on Pad A, and we are expecting a cryogenic proof test today. Residents have gotten an overpressure notice, which might indicate some other testing is possible, but we don't think those overpressure notices are necessarily good indicators of what's going on. Maybe more of just a cover the bases kind of thing. But as you can see, like I said, Starship serial number 10, look at that vent. Look at it go. So you can see some frost there by the aft flaps, and you can see it is an active vehicle right now. So it looks like they are currently in the stages of conducting a cryogenic proof test. So that is why we are live today, and that is what we are hoping to see. And as always, on the stream, we've got Michael Baylor running stuff in the background, pulling all the various steampunk levers.
Yep,
Michael, what's up?
I'm doing well, and if something is wrong, let me know in chat. We totally were in a rush to get ready because this test started up quite quickly, but looks like chat is saying 5x5 and good audio, so that is a good start so far.
Excellent. Yeah, I forgot to do the whole DOS thing of saying, can you hear me? 5x5. Let me 5x5 in chat. But great. I'm glad to know that you guys can hear us. And I do believe we are getting another feed spooled up from, of course, Mary, who is out there. Boca Chica gal. Is this that feed, Michael?
Yeah, that is Mary's feed.
Nice. Yeah, you can see it's just a much better quality camera. Much closer view.
The flare stack, it has some venting coming out of it right now on Mary's camera.
And that's really interesting behavior we've started to see lately from that flare stack. It no longer flares, seemingly, it just vents. And petition to change the name to Vent Stack. But yeah, it looks like, like I said, tank farm is active. Vehicle is slightly frosty. You can even see just barely there's some vapors coming out from underneath the aft section there. So that is indicative of liquid nitrogen having been loaded onto the vehicle as part of this cryogenic proof test.
Yeah, people are going to be asking, why don't we think it's a static fire? Well, here are the signs you can see right now at the pad. There is very little venting from the tank farm. The methane recondenser is not on, and we are seeing frost on Starship. For a static fire, normally we would not see frosting and venting like this early in the countdown. Sometimes we see a little bit of frost at the bottom during a static fire, but they don't put much repellent in the tanks for a static fire. So right now, we're going to see, most likely, if this goes like the previous cryogenic proof test, we should see the tanks get quite frosty because they put a lot more LN2 in for a proof test than propellant in for a static fire test.
Yeah, that makes sense. And those periodic vents that we're seeing, they look a lot like what we like to call pressure maintenance venting, where sort of, as the liquid nitrogen in the tank is heating up, they want to maintain, whatever pressure that they need for testing, and so periodically they will vent a little bit of that gaseous nitrogen off, and sort of keep things in the corridor that they're wanting it to be in. In a lot of ways, it looks similar to when they test the test tanks, like 7.2 there you can see on the right side of the screen. Because again, that's all cryogenic proof tests, and there's another one of those vents. That's not a depress vent. That's not the classic double depress vent that we always look for when they're doing static fire attempts or flight attempts. That looks like there is there is liquid nitrogen in that liquid oxygen tank, and it is warming up, and they are periodically releasing some of that pressure. But that is a proof test, right? It's like a giant steel balloon, and they are hoping to make double, triple sure that steel balloon can hold pressure, and this is how you do it with a whole bunch of liquid nitrogen, and yeah. So if you guys have any questions, don't forget you can @ NASA Spaceflight in chat, and that helps us see your questions with some nifty software that Michael put together. And I will bring up the host panel right now. So yeah, if you guys have any questions, let us know. I see Kevin asking, is Jack finally home in LA or still in Texas? I am in LA, but we will see for how long. I mean, SN10 is ready to go, but good question there, Kevin. And really quick, a couple super chats. Colin Cleveland, thanks for the $2. They ask, will there be heat shield tiles on both sides of the flaps? I think with 10 and 11, we see some tiles on the leeward side, on the back of Starship, that isn't subjected to re-entry heating, which is an interesting placement for that. I'm curious as to what's going on there, because our understanding is that there won't be heat shield tiles on the leeward side. So good question, Colin. I'm not quite sure how that's all going to play out at this point. It looks like they might just be testing attach points.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say for sure. I mean, I think on the space shuttle you had a little bit of wrapping of those thermal protection tiles around the edges of the wing, sort of, as the plasma probably kind of hits the wings and goes around both sides of it. But the flaps are probably going to be folded back more than they are. Like, they're probably going to be folded back at a steeper angle than they are in the space shuttle, if I had to guess, during re-entry. So I'm not sure how much of that would be needed on Starship. It will be interesting to see how much or how little the back side of the flaps have thermal protection tiles. But on Starship SN10, you can't really see it right now because the aft flaps are folded back. But there are actually heat shield tiles on the leftmost aft flap on the side opposite of the re-entry side. So that's kind of interesting. I think those are probably just a test to see how well they stay on. I'm not sure those are necessarily indicative of the final placement of thermal protection tiles on the aft flaps, but it will definitely be interesting to see where and where not the flaps end up being needed on future starships.
Yeah,
and excuse me, the tiles, not the flaps.
And that honestly, that makes me immediately think of the space shuttle because you brought it up, Michael. I swear I'm not Chris B. I'm Jack B. But no, the space shuttle utilized multiple different thermal protection materials, right? It wasn't just tiles. They also used that reinforced carbon on the leading edge of the wing, and they also used thermal blankets on various portions of the vehicle that didn't experience quite as much heating as the underside of the vehicle. So that makes me immediately wonder if and what we will see in terms of Starship multiple different types of thermal protection system. Will they only do the tiles? Will there be tiles and perhaps some sort of thermal blankets on the leeward side, or what is going to be necessary there? Because we do know that the stainless steel can take a lot more heat than, say, like aluminum that the frame of the space shuttle was made out of. But very good question from Colin, and I just have more questions now. John Sweet, thank you for the $5. They say, am I calculating this correct? Starship payload volume is the same as the interior volume of a fort. What? I don't think it's that much. I think the payload volume of Starship is like 1,100 square feet or cubic feet or something like that. Last time I remember that being calculated. I think 4,750 is way, 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 way high. But thank you for the support there, buddy. Michael Pierce, thanks for the new membership. KD, thanks for the 20 pounds. Say hello, you guys are awesome. You're awesome, KD, for helping us bring this content to people around the world. Thanks for the 20 pounds. It's a lot of money. Richard, thank you for the $5. Praising us. Thank you for the praise. I will bask in it. They say, NSF, love what you guys do and always appreciate your commentary and your efforts to provide accurate info as possible. Keep it up. Yep, we will do what we can. We don't want to string anybody along. We don't want to make stuff up. If we don't know something, I think there's virtue in saying we don't know, We're not just going to make stuff up and lie to you. Moldy Space, thanks for the $2. They say, Merry Fan Club. Here, here, Moldy Space. And, wow, Robert Hobson. Robert Hobson with a $100 super chat says, I'm working and can't think of anything witty to put here. Apologies. Don't apologize, Bob Hobb. And thank you. You are a legendary level supporter. Am I making up levels now? You are a legendary tier supporter. Which I guess is now a thing, and don't ever apologize for not putting something there. We'll find a way to waffle and dither about whatever you put, no matter what, for like 5 minutes. You know us. But seriously, thank you, Bob Hobb. You are a key member of our members and of our supporters. So thank you so much. And Brandon McGruder with a new membership. Awesome. Thanks for the new membership, buddy. Let's see, I'm going to go through some of your questions here. Danny, that's a good question. Danny asking, think we'll see some reaction control system testing during cryo like we saw for serial number 9? That's always a possibility. I mean, a lot of these tests, I think SpaceX has used the terminology as risk buy down, which strikes me in a lot of ways as like corporate speak, but in truth, you do the tests to make sure that the things that you expect the vehicle to do, it will actually do when it comes time and it's actually in flight. So testing that RCS system, the reaction control system, is not something, we can say definitely won't or definitely will happen. It's always a possibility. It's always a treat when you get those. I mean, with Starhopper, they were doing it. I think I caught like 4 or 5 separate ones just in the time that I was there for Starhopper. So they do like their RCS tests. And so do I. DYU what's asking when Jack and Kayak. Oh, man. Kayak. I do need to take that to Boca one of these next times. Let's see. Bum, bum, bum. North Carolina Cars asking, do you think they will make a Pad C? Okay, SpaceX and naming isn't always the most clear thing. I would argue that the orbital pad is Pad C, but it's different than the suborbital pads, so maybe it's like Pad A1. I don't know. I don't think they plan currently to make another suborbital pad. I think A and B are sufficient for what they are doing, but we do not, we don't have any, too much insight into that other than, say, FAA documents and stuff like that. And we haven't seen any requests from SpaceX, environmentally or FAA or otherwise, to put up a Pad C. But good question. Yeah, and John Sweet following up with that first question about the payload volume, 3,800 cubic feet or 1,100 meters cubed. Oh, so it was meters is what I was thinking. Basically the same pressurized volume as the ISS, which is just madness for a single vehicle and a single launch. Looking back at the vehicle now, you can see the vent stack, which is what I'm going to call the flare stack now, is going. It looks like it's frosty. Do you see that, Michael?
Yeah, it seems to have a lot of liquid nitrogen, or at least, I don't know if it's liquid form as it's going through the stack, or if it's already gas by that point, but in any event, very cold nitrogen flowing through that stack right now.
Yeah, indeed. My vehicle's venting a little bit. Is that one of the tri-vents that's pointed at us right now?
I don't think so. I think that's a smaller vent we see above it, but I'm not positive.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Very cool. James Deuce asking when hop. We don't know. Also, you don't need the H in there, just W-E-N, when hop.
Soon.
Yeah, very soon. Jonathan asking, does SpaceX have to submit public plans or get consent for what they build at Boca? Yeah, I do believe that they have to submit environmental assessments, and they have to tell the FAA what they, any modifications to their plans. So I'm not quite sure if there's like a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, like the planning's been in the basement for the last 4 years or whatever. You just had to go look at it. I don't know if there's anything quite like that, but SpaceX does have to get approval for what they are building.
Yeah.
Roanne asking, where is DAS? DAS is working on more robots.
The robot factory is in action, scrambling to beat SN10 so that we get more improved hardware out there for SN10. So DAS is in a race against time. Looks like SN10 is coming along quite quickly. We already saw 3 Raptors be installed, so if the cryogenic proof test today looks good, we could see a static fire later this week, followed by launch in the coming days after that. So not far away, in the best case scenario, from a flight test of SN10. So that is why DAS is scrambling to get some robot upgrades done in time for SN10's flight test.
Yep, and good thing. I mean, SpaceX is not slowing down or resting, and neither is DAS and the robot factory. I mean, I'm starting to think, Michael, that this is going to be the pace that we're just going to see from here on out. I mean, just look that SN10 or SN11 the other day got its nose cone in the high bay. We might even be, depending on if there's any delays, or say when they do a static fire with 10, they have to do a Raptor swap or any kind of minor delay like that to 10's flight. I bet we see 2 Starships on the pad again. I mean, I think Chris B tweeted that the other day. It's crazy the pace that they're going at, and yeah, no slowing down in Boca Chica, so no slowing down with the robots on DAS's part. we thank him for it. Let's see what we got. Amy asking, do we know which Raptor failed on serial number 9? I don't think we know like specifically what serial numbered Raptor was the culprit there. Just one of the 2 landing Raptors. Let's see. Do we know which Raptor engines have been installed on serial number 10? Where did that go? Where did that go? There we go. I think Raptor 50, which is a relatively new one. Raptor 39, which we saw installed briefly on serial number 8 before being removed and presumably repaired. And then a third Raptor, which I don't think we got eyes on the serial number on that third Raptor. But it does have all 3 Raptors, which is quite, you know, they very quickly installed those 3 Raptors on there.
So I think, is 39 the first Raptor to be installed on 2 different starships?
I don't feel comfortable saying definitively, but that sounds right to me. I do feel like maybe one of the Raptors that... no, I think that's the first time that's happened. I can't recall that having happened previously.
And of course, there is one Raptor that is not marked, so it's possible the other Raptor on SN10 right now also could have been, you know, like I think 46 or something was uninstalled on SN9, so perhaps one of those Raptors could have been repaired and installed again on SN10.
Yeah, I do wonder if we start seeing starships land, if they will start reusing Raptors. You know, whenever they start sticking landings, I don't necessarily think that they will reuse an individual starship, given that they have so many in production. But I could see them reusing Raptors. But it's just, you know, one of those things we're kind of have to wait and see, right?
A lot more activity from the tank farm now.
Yeah, the vent stack is really going.
And there's some venting behind it too on the near Star Hopper, but
yeah, by those horizontal white tanks, you can see there's at least one vent that is pretty vigorous. I mean, look at that. You can see it's the column of vapor is rising up almost halfway up that weather station there on top of that black vertical tank to the left of Starhopper. Yeah, look at that. The view from the one of the robot cameras there.
if you go back to the Raptor part briefly that you were just mentioning, Jack, you know, Elon has said in his recent tweet where he had 3 priorities for Starship, and one of them was enough Raptors for the super heavy booster to launch something into orbit. So perhaps they will be trying to conserve as many Raptors as possible for the Starship test so that they can start building out a fleet of Raptors to install on a super heavy booster.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super curious how the first super heavy boosters are going to play out. How many Raptors will get installed on them? What's the minimum number of Raptors necessary to launch a full stack? Even if the Starship doesn't come back, or just burns up on re-entry, just to try and get the feel of how it's so many questions on how this test campaign is going to proceed, but totally could see them starting to reuse Raptors at some point. And I do find it interesting that in that list of 3 items that Elon gave, none of those items was Raptor, right? Like, it was other sort of infrastructural type things, and to me that says Raptor is not the long pole in all of this.
It was Raptor in terms of production, not Raptor in terms of technical, is what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So, perhaps, the Raptor vacuum, and I don't know if we're going to see the Raptor boost variant. I don't know if that's... So Elon said the outer ring of super heavy Raptors would be a special variant of Raptors optimized for more thrust instead of... They would basically sacrifice gimbal capability in favor of more thrust. But I'm not sure if there's, more... The higher thrust variant of Raptor, I'm not sure if that's required to reach orbit, or if they can just use the current version of Raptor to reach orbit. I'm also not sure if, obviously the vacuum optimized version of Raptor is optimal for in-orbit maneuvering of a Starship vehicle, but SpaceX at one point was planning to first just use the sea-level Raptors in space. Well, only the sea-level Raptors in space, and they are going to use the sea-level Raptors in space to steer even with the current Starship plan. So I'm not sure if either of the vacuum optimized Raptor or the thrust optimized version of Raptor are actually required for the first orbital flights. Obviously, those versions will be wanted in the future, but those may not be the long pull items that Elon is most concerned about in order to make orbital flight possible.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Raptor item was make more Raptors, basically, not necessarily make Raptor more reliable or make Raptor better in some way. It's just they just need to start making more of them, which is very interesting.
They do seem to still be having some problems reliably starting up the Raptors. We obviously saw that with one Raptor on SN9's flight, but we also saw a pre-launch board with Starship SN8 that was caused by the Raptors not starting up properly. So really getting that ignition sequence down is going to be critical for them, but not one of Elon's top 3 priorities. Maybe it's in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it's a full flow stage combustion engine, and you have 3 of them, and you're starting them in a staggered startup. And even just one, you need very, very, very precise timing to get the turbo pumps spun up and everything spun up just right. And then doing that in a staggered way with 3 separate Raptors, it's got to be tricky. But I think, igniting a Raptor versus the Raptor's reliability itself, to me that says, maybe the Raptor itself is fine. There's a problem with those sparking igniters or whatever that they use to ignite it. And if we're not using triethylborine, the TEB, that green flash that we always see with Falcon 9, we are just using, I think SpaceX just uses on Starship just a simple like sparkler style igniter, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps some more work needs to be done there, or maybe it's something to do with timing in terms of turbo pump startup or spin up. But yeah, I don't think Raptor is necessarily like in a bad way. I think Raptor is meeting expectations. I mean, it's just a matter of getting them started up right?
Yep, and if you look at Starship right now, we're not really seeing that frost line increase much. That's the next thing we're looking to see on a timeline, but right now, that frost line is holding towards the bottom, so keep an eye on that. But it seems like the tank farm activity is definitely picking up, but not a lot of increase in frost. If anything, the frost has gone down slightly over the past minute or so. So we'll keep an eye on that. But
here's a question. Oh, go for it.
Continue with the questions was what I was going to say as you did that. So go ahead, Jack.
Nice. Here's one that I think I know the answer to, but I'm not positive. John asking, do the turbo pumps require helium to spin start? I think yes, but I'm not positive. Do you have any insight into that, Michael?
Yes, we do. We see a lot of COPVs in the skirt of Starship, and a few times you've gotten the photos of it, so it seems very possible to me. I'm not entirely sure on that, and I think they might be trying to move away from helium as much as possible in terms of the long-term, use of the Starship vehicle. You don't want to be having to refill helium on Mars if you can avoid it. So,
yep.
I'm not sure if that's something they want to do long-term or not, but we have seen some COPVs on the bottom of the Starships. Perhaps that's what those are for.
Yeah, and if they're using it now, like you said, it's not necessarily doesn't mean they're going to use it always, but it's an iterative design system, right? They're going to get it working with what they can, and then they will move on to the harder problems. I mean, I'm sure autogenous pressurization is a challenge, and autogenous pressurization combined with starting up the Raptors, combined with not using another gas like nitrogen or helium or something to spin up. I mean, there's a reason I'm not a rocket scientist. It just hurts my head. It's a hard problem, and I'm glad there are a lot of smart people at SpaceX working on it. But good question from John there.
You can see a little bit of condensation forming on the top left side of the liquid oxygen tank on Starship right now, which of course they're using liquid nitrogen for today's test, most likely because they want to use an inert gas in case something were to go wrong. It's just a proof test. When we say the liquid oxygen in the methane tanks, we mean that liquid nitrogen is being put into what would be the liquid oxygen tank and the methane tank for a static fire or a flight test. But of course, for today's test, liquid nitrogen is what we believe is being used in both tanks. So the liquid oxygen tank on Starship is the lower tank, so it goes from about just below that frost ring is where the thrust puck, which is kind of the bottom bulkhead of the liquid oxygen tank is, and then the liquid oxygen tank stretches up towards the top, just about where that upper condensation point is on Starship right now. And then the methane tank, you can kind of see there's kind of lighter cutouts on the tank section above that. That's the methane tank, and above that is the payload section and the nose cone. So 2 tanks sort of in the middle of Starship are the places we're going to look to see frost form today.
Let's see what else we got here. Cody Young asking, can you explain the purpose? Where did it go? Oh, geez. Cody Young asking, can you explain the purpose of the cryo test versus just loading it like they would for static fire or flight? Well, that's kind of what Michael was just talking about, is if something were to go wrong, if this big steel balloon were to pop during this test, you don't want to have a whole bunch of liquid oxygen and a whole bunch of methane just wafting around, mixing and looking for an ignition source. That is not a good situation, as we saw with serial number 4. So the purpose of a cryo test like this is to verify that all systems and all pressure, holding parts of the vehicle can in fact hold that pressure, and you use an inert gas or liquid like liquid nitrogen, so that if something actually does pop, there is no big danger of explosion, deflagration, conflagration, whatever you want to call it, detonation, any of those things. Not going to happen with just boring old liquid nitrogen. So that is the purpose. It's just a safer way to pressure test the vehicle at the appropriate temperatures, because the liquid methane and liquid oxygen are all similar in temperature to the liquid nitrogen. They're all cryogenic liquids. Let's see, what else we got? Some good questions from everybody today.
Yeah, lots of people asking when hop in chat. I'm guessing people are still, joining the stream as we spool up here for the proof test. I will answer it again. We're not sure exactly when the launch will happen. We still need to see the proof test be successful. Hopefully that item will be checked off today. Then you got the static fire test, which we expect. We expect them to only need to do a minimum of 1 static fire test, although we thought the same with SN9, and SN9 ended up doing something like 6 static fires. So we'll see what happens with the static fire, but in the best case scenario, only 1 static fire, so that could happen Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, given the road closure set up and posted, and then once the static fire happens, within a couple of days, they could fly. That's the best case scenario. Of course, the more realistic scenario is that things may go wrong, and they may need to do multiple static fire attempts. Perhaps the FAA could come into play again. The FAA probably won't be too much of a challenge if SpaceX does a 10-kilometer test flight, exactly like it did with SN9. But if SpaceX tries to go higher, say to 20 or 30 kilometers, then that would be an entirely different FAA approval process that they would have to go through again. Of course, the FAA will also be looking into the SN9 launch and making sure that anomaly has been taken into consideration for SN10's flight. So, again, I don't expect the FAA to be too much of a challenge, especially if they go to 10 kilometers again, but that is one thing to watch, as, of course, is technical readiness of Starship SN10. So, long story short, let's get through a good static fire, and then we will try to tell you when the hop will happen, but as for now, it is pretty much up in the air.
Let's see, Rough Rider Show with 499. Thank you, Rough Riders. They say, so they can proof test without the thrust simulators now. Also, what do you think they will do with serial number 11 if serial number 10 aces its flight? Maybe a higher flight. All right, so is there a difference in terminology, Michael, between a cryo-proof and a cryo-proof with the thrust rams?
I have not heard one.
Yeah, I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Like, I haven't seen Elon tweet something different for each type, so.
Yeah, so if you guys don't, if you're not familiar, there have been cryo-proof tests where they install a thrust simulator on the mount, on the sort of orbital mount there underneath Starship, and it consists of 3 hydraulic rams that push on the thrust section on the little aft bulkhead there to simulate the force of Raptors pushing on it during flight. And I don't think we saw that for serial number 9, and we're not seeing it for serial number 10. Obviously, there's Raptors installed on there, and you can't have the thrust simulator on there when Raptors are in the way. So, this is just a cryo-proof without needing to use the thrust simulator. Perhaps they only need to do that when they are validating the design of a new bulkhead type or a new thrust puck type. And since we already know that those items in particular worked well for serial number 8 and serial number 9, they don't need to test the specific thrust rams on serial number 10. But they are still doing a cryo-proof, which is interesting. And what do we think they will do with serial number 11 if serial number 10 aces its flight? What do you think, Michael? I think higher flight is a reasonable expectation if serial number 10 lands.
Yep, I think SN11 going higher is definitely possible. I'm also interested to see what the plan is for SN10. The current indications seem to indicate it's going to be similar to SN9, but at the same time, part of me wonders, the terminal velocity of a starship falling is going to be the same no matter how high you go. It's just going to come in higher and have to slow down more the higher it goes. So the actual, final 20 seconds of flight might not change too much no matter how high you go. It's just the other portions of flight are a bit different. So I could actually see a justification for launching SN10 higher than SN9, but I have not seen any indication that SpaceX is actually going to do that. But still waiting to see what the final flight plan for SN10 is going to be. We have seen SpaceX change plans with flight tests at the last minute before, so kind of up in the air what exactly SN10 is going to do. But most likely SN10 will do a 10-kilometer test flight as well. So then SN11 would presumably go much higher.
Yeah, that would make sense. And it would streamline things from an FAA standpoint if they're just doing the same thing over again and not changing the profile in any way.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably actually the best justification for doing the same flight again, is that if you do the same flight again, the FAA still might have to give a new launch license, but all the blast analysis and paperwork for that launch license will be pretty much the same. Whereas if you go to 50 kilometers or 80 kilometers or however high you want to go for the next test flight, that's entirely different paperwork for a lot of key aspects. So that kind of restarts the entire process from scratch.
That makes sense. Red Holly Music, thanks for the $5. Hellman, thank you for the $5. They say, thanks, peeps, for your excellent coverage. Here's funds for your production. Thank you. Stefanak, thank you for the new membership. Claire Saunders says, thank you guys for the continued, I don't think I've ever seen thank you abbreviated as TQ. TQ guys for the continued coverage. I love it when Jack's mind is blown. It makes me laugh. It's pretty easy to blow my mind, especially when crazy stuff happens on a regular basis. I mean, I love the Starship program. I'm glad you like my exasperated state. Matlin, thank you for the €5. So do we know what that ring-looking thing that flew away we saw for a frame on the SN9 hop was? I don't think so. Ring-looking thing. Does that ring any bells to you, Michael?
No, I think there was something on Ascent that people saw, but I'm not sure it's actually indicative of a problem. I think one of the things might have actually just been some vapor or something, but I'm not sure exactly what they're referring to. If you want to clarify in chat, was it something on Ascent, was it something on Descent, let us know.
Yeah, Matlin, at me or at Michael or somebody in chat, and I'll see if if I understand your clarification there. And thank you for the support. CA&P Railroad, thank you for the $50. Holy cow. They say, I missed my favorite live stream crew to chill with. Haha, because it's a cryo-proof, get it? Chill. Here to all the live streams I forgot to pay my dues for SN9. Thank you so much, CA&P. We could not do what we do without the support of people like you and Bob Hobb, and everybody that is a member or a contributor or even just people that like and subscribe. So thank you. It's really fun to do this stuff and cover Starship, and we owe it to you all that we are able to do this. So thank you. Leonard Brahms, thanks for the $5. They say, love your videos, guys. One question. If SN10 and SN11 fail, would Elon be worried about the flip maneuver? Thanks, go to Mars. Or thanks, go Mars. I don't think so, but I'm not Elon. But my gut instinct at this point in the test program is that landing flip maneuver is just a matter of time before they nail it. In the same way that it took them a couple tries to nail Falcon 9 first stage landings, they'll stick the landing with the Starship eventually. Whether it's sooner or later, it's just a matter of time and refining out all of the little bugs that occur while they're trying to do something this complicated. And if you think about it, a Starship landing flip maneuver is significantly more dynamic and I'm just going to say more challenging, even though I have no bearing to say that. It's more challenging than a Falcon 9 landing. I mean, a Falcon 9 first stage is in the same orientation. It doesn't need to do any kind of crazy flip. It doesn't need to worry about propellant sloshing in the same way. It doesn't need to worry about the gyroscopic precession of the engines or something affecting the turbines as they rotate from 90 degrees. It's just, I don't know. I'm not a rocket scientist, but to me, that landing flip maneuver is basically a no, is not an issue at this point. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of getting those Raptors lit properly at the right point in time and space. So I don't think he would be worried. Michael, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think the problem has ever been the flip maneuver. The problem has been either not pressurizing the methane header tank properly or getting the Raptors to reignite, both of which are things that would go wrong if they were trying to land vertically too. So I don't think the actual flip has been the problem so far. It's been getting those Raptors properly firing that has been the problem. But I think we also have another person on the call, somebody who is, as you can tell by their Twitter handle, is a massive fan of both the New York Yankees and the New York Giants. So welcome, Thomas.
What in the world did I just get introduced into? I mean, you got one of those right, but you won't mistake me for a Yankees fan. But how's it going, everybody?
Okay, I screwed that up. My bad. I was supposed.
Did you try to? Did you mean to say the Jets?
Yes. For some reason, I had in my mind that you were a Jets fan, which is even worse. So I screwed that up.
Well, I mean, the Yankees part is insulting enough, so you got the point across.
Shots fired.
One day I'll introduce Chris Bergen as a Leeds fan. That's the worst possible thing I could do.
So,
that's risk of being fired from NSF levels there.
The day I'm ready to quit, I'll try that.
Yeah, and we've also got Chris B, notable Leeds fan and shuttle hater.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but I'm glad to join the stream because I've been waiting so long for something to happen in Boca Chica. It seemed like they never do anything down there. So finally, now that they're doing stuff, I'm happy to. I'm just kidding. It's been like a couple days since SN9. Oh man. But cryo test is what we're expecting today, right?
Yep, exactly. A cryo test, not a launch. To be clear, not a hop, not a flight. Not even a static fire, although you never know, that's always a possibility. But we really don't think there's going to be static fire today, despite the residents having gotten that overpressure notice. It seems like more of a sort of a copy and paste sort of situation with that. But yeah, so cryo-proof test, we should see these tanks get fairly frosty if it follows the same sort of flow as for serial number 9's cryo test. So looks like we are sort of holding right now, and we're sort of expecting a lot more frost to accumulate, hopefully rapidly.
And the distinction of that, did we see the recondenser come online? Because we believe that would only be if they're fueling methane. So Correct. If we haven't seen that.
Correct, and there is no recondenser activity right now. And you can see even the flare stack is now venting gaseous nitrogen, and it's all frosty.
Right.
You see it right there in front of those 3 vertical water tanks.
Right. So those are all signs that this is a cryo test, not a static fire attempt.
Yeah, exactly. And
Now,
the
how
window
long
is
is today's
long.
window? Yeah.
Thank you. You read my mind. I think it's what, till 6 p.m., Michael? Oh,
Hold on. Hold on. I will go to my trusty wenhub.com.
There you go.
Yeah, today till 6 p.m. local. So yeah, in theory, they could do a cryo test, and then detank all the nitrogen and stuff, and then fuel methane in there. And yeah, Mary confirmed 6 o'clock local too. So yeah, in theory, I guess they could do a static fire like later today. But obviously, we'll have to look for sort of the normal visual signs of that.
Yep. We're not really expecting it, but it's always a possibility. Things in Boca Chica, as we like to say, are fluid and constantly changing. So, yeah. Thomas.
Fluid like liquid nitrogen?
Oh,
Sorry,
God.
I'll keep the range. Right, that's my...
I set that one up. That's like when I say something is cool during these cryo-proof tests.
Right,
everybody it's like, haha, cool. And I'm like, oh, darn it. But yeah, if you don't mind jumping in here, I'm going to step away for a minute and deal with some stuff on my end, and I will be back in a little bit.
Yeah, you got it, of course.
Thanks, buddy.
We got Yep, you got it. Thanks, Jack. I'll take over some super chats that have come through in the last couple minutes and some questions and stuff. Daniel with the $20 super chat, thank you so much. Just a cryo test, yep, that's all we're expecting. And again, like we just kind of covered, we didn't see that recondenser come online, so it doesn't look like they're fueling methane. Thus, this is probably just a cryogenic proof test. Bob Brown with a super chat, thank you so much. Georgie, hello, noob here. Why do we need the flip maneuver? Why do they do this? A very good question. So basically, the general premise is when you're doing a propulsive landing, you want to start that landing from as low velocity as possible, because that way you need to use less propellant to complete the final landing burn. Falcon 9 accomplishes this by kind of sort of side slipping a little bit and increasing its drag ever so slightly, although it can only do that so much because it doesn't have the big aerodynamic surfaces that a Starship has. Starship is basically taking that to the extreme, since it can come down and land or start landing horizontally. It has much more drag in that configuration, and thus its terminal velocity is way slower. Therefore, when it does that flip maneuver back to the position where the engines are firing in the right direction, that is much more efficient because the Starship is traveling slower at that point, and thus you need less propellant, less fuel to complete the final landing maneuver. So it's all about fuel efficiency and needing less fuel for the landing burn.
It's interesting, Thomas, because before you joined, there was a really clear frost line from this camera angle right here, and as you can see right now, there is no clear frost line on this camera angle. If we go back to Mary's camera, you can still see a little bit of frost, but definitely decreasing. We do see this happen during proof tests quite often, where the frost line kind of goes up and down and up and down, but then at the end it will finally rise up throughout most of the tank section. So we'll keep watching that. I wouldn't be too concerned about it, but just an observation is that frost line has gone down quite a bit.
Yep, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. But continuing on here, a couple new memberships. Taylor Davis, thank you so much. And Joe Benefield with a membership. Thanks for joining on. Appreciate it. Super chat question here. How will terminal velocity on Mars affect the maneuver? Very good question. So, yeah, on Earth, which is of course where we're seeing all these now, the atmosphere is much more dense than Martian atmosphere, and thus your terminal velocity from that sort of what we're calling that skydiving maneuver or the belly flop maneuver is much lower. On Mars, since the atmosphere is not as thick, that terminal velocity is way higher. Thus, the flip maneuver and beginning of the landing burn will have to happen much higher in the atmosphere than it does on Earth, because that terminal velocity will have to be higher, and you won't be able to passively slow down as much. You'll need that active landing burn to be a little longer than it does on Earth. So yeah, the maneuver will actually look less dramatic on Mars, just because it'll happen so much higher up. It won't be as close to the ground at that point. Very good question. But the same principle does apply. It does work the same way. It's just you can't take quite as much advantage of it. Let's see, got a super chat here from Kenneth asking me about something I'm not quite familiar with. Sounds like an on-orbit assembly demonstration. That is something that in theory could be supported by Starship vehicles, but I'm not familiar with that particular demonstration or anything, so I'll have to get back to you on that. And Go Fly with a super chat. Thank you so much for your support. Appreciate it. And then Johan with a super chat. Love your show. Thank you so much. Do you know if the fuel starvation issue from SN8 was actually corrected on SN9? Was this restart a new problem? So yeah, that fuel pressure problem on SN8, which likely resulted in fuel starvation, we have no reason to believe that wasn't corrected from SN8. In theory, SN9 didn't actually get that far. Although we did see the first engine on SN9 start up successfully, so there was no apparent pressure problem. It looks much more like the SN9, the second Raptor engine itself failed, rather than a problem with the pressure system or anything like that. So yeah, this looks like it was a separate problem that will be addressed in a different way, not a sign of a continuing problem from the SN8 issue.
I think we might have another commentator on the line who is a fan of the world famous York City Football Club.
Thank you for
I thought you
saying.
were gonna go for it all, Michael.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, Michael. Because I get back home from work and all I hear is Jack saying I'm a Leeds United fan. I thought, what?
What happened was I introduced Thomas as a Yankees fan, which of course he's a Mets fan.
Ah, yeah.
So I joked if I said you were a Leeds fan, I would get fired. So I did not do that, but we were joking about possibly doing it.
Yeah, that's not even funny. It's just like I'm going to turn this. I'm going to go and sulk in the corner of the room for the rest of the evening. But yeah, what an amazing review again! It's Starship SN10. I'm having trouble remembering which one to say when I'm tweeting because you get into like auto mode where you start tweeting SN8, SN9, SN10 now. So yeah, it's interesting how fast to turn this one around. If they get to the point of doing a static fire this week. I mean, even if they do it today, I still have that in the back of my mind, that notice Mary got last night, warning of the T-minus 10-minute siren. Again, we all think it's a cryo test today, but if Mary says siren, I think we all go, whoa, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
But of course, are we absolutely sure it's, because I'm just catching up myself, are we absolutely sure it's just liquid nitrogen right now?
Yeah, we haven't seen the recondenser come on, so they
Right,
can't be
there we
pumping
go then.
methane
So that's
right
a big
now.
clue.
So at this point, definitely a cryo test. But yeah, obviously they could. I mean, we were talking about they also have a long window, all the way till 6 p.m. local time. So in theory, they could complete a cryo test and then go into a static fire flow. That might be asking for a bit much, but it is Boca Chica. Weirder things have happened, so we can wait and see on that. But I think it's more likely that that notice was just kind of a just in case the plans change again or something like that.
Yeah. The question I'd ask everyone who's listening and in chat as well, because I don't think we really know the answer to this, is how fast can you turn around a Starship from a cryo testing with liquid nitrogen into a static fire test with liquid methane and liquid oxygen? Do they have to really let it detank and depressurize for several hours? Or, I mean, can they do it the same day?
I don't think so. Question mark?
Yeah, see,
if they had
why I
like
was
done
thinking,
this
yeah.
at like 8 in the morning, like at the very beginning of a window, I'd say maybe. But it's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That seems too fast.
Yeah, and also I think the weather forecast after about Wednesday is quite dodgy, so there's no rush as far as, let's try and get everything done and try and launch by Wednesday, because I think that's what bites them in the tail when they rush. So yeah, I think it would be more sensible if they take the approach we think they're taking, which is to do the cryoproofing testing today, which gets that ticked off, that verifies the vehicle can take the pressure. Then they go into the static fire test campaign, knowing that the fact is it's very rare and shouldn't be assumed that one static fire test campaign day will finish up all that test objectives, where they get through the 3-engine firing, the results from the quick look data review, they call them, is passed as acceptable, and they then go to the FAA and say, okay, hi FAA, we're big pals now, aren't we? You're going to let us launch, and then hopefully go from there. So I know Elon is quite driven in the way he wants this to be, which is a fully reusable, rapidly reusable launch vehicle. Rapidly is the key word there. They've got reusability sorted as far as Falcon 9 goes. They're getting the turnaround faster as well with Falcon 9. It's always that methodology of trying to increase the pace. And I think a lot of us have got, especially outside of the community, have got to understand what they're trying to achieve here. So now when we've seen these SN8 and SN9 lose it on landing, we've got to recognise they've got a lot of achievements in the bag already. We kind of, in fact, Elon did predict that he actually said in the tweet it could blow up off the pad with SN8. The fact that he got so close to a landing with SN8 has kind of set everyone's bars a little bit high. We've got to remember this is only going to be the third ever flight of a full stack Starship, and to achieve a landing on its legs on a landing pad, noting that the last two both failed on the landing pad, so they got back over the right area, it's something I always call calibrating expectations. It's something we've got to be careful not to get too carried away with and get too downhearted by the fact they've lost the previous two, because the previous two were lost just right at the end of their profiles. So we're getting closer and closer.
I like to think of Falcon 9 took three actual full-up landing attempts before it actually landed, so I'm hoping that trend continues for Starship and that SN10 is the first one to stick to landing. But that is optimistic.
Of course, I wrote an article last night about the changes Elon wants to implement, which will mitigate against what's happened with SN8 and SN9. First of all, SN9 mitigated what happened with SN8, which was the methane header tank failure, the pressurization failure, where it didn't help the landing burn at all and came down too fast, and obviously that's why it crashed. With SN9, it was one of the Raptors not relighting, and he's looking at the approach of using all three engines to relight them all three. If all three light, he'll deselect the one with the least lever arm, which is going to be the one which we've in the article. In fact, I'll link the article because there's a wonderful little diagram from Brendan, which Elon then replied with by saying yes. In other words, Brendan got it right. And I will put the article into chat right now. There we go. And you'll see about a quarter of the way down the article, I got a bit carried away to 1,500 words. A quarter of the way down the article, you'll see what we mean by the engine with least lever arm. If all three engines light up, he'll deselect that one. Or Starship will, not Elon himself. He's not pressing the buttons. Starship will deselect that engine and they'll land with the two good engines. If the other two engines, one of them has a failure, they'll utilise that third engine there, and then they've got the two engines for the flip. That will achieve a flip. And I do believe they'll still stick with one engine for landing, I do believe. But that is the way of mitigating that. And of course, with all these Starship vehicles at the production site and at the launch site, they can do this. They can lose a couple of vehicles and be ready to go again, as we're seeing right now. That's the crazy thing about this Boca Chica situation, is that they have so many Starships. If one fails, they've got another one down the road, ready to go. Or even next door on a pad, as the case was with SN9 and 10. So it's an incredible cadence that's allowing them these mistakes, I say very carefully, to understand the vehicle and get it right. It'll pay off in the long run, and in short order as well.
I know Elon said that, we were foolish not to, be doing that from the beginning. But of course, hindsight's 20/20. It's kind of hard to.
Yeah.
That wasn't something that a lot of us were
like
talking about ahead of time, of like a big risk item. So.
I think that was just Elon in Twitter mode. I don't think it was foolish. I think it was a lesson learned, and there's nothing foolish about lessons being learned, especially with test vehicles and no crew on board, and no payloads on board. They're
you're not risking much of anything on these tests, exactly.
Yeah.
So, let's see here. We got some more questions and stuff that we can go through, if that works for y'all.
It does, because it's supposed to be talking for 10 minutes about certain things. We'll get no questions.
Chris, you already linked the article. They'll read the article. It's okay.
There we go.
Let's see here. Georgie with a super chat question: do they need to start the landing maneuver earlier? I don't think that's the issue. What we were just talking about, the mitigation is, at least for the SN9 issue, is starting all three Raptor engines. That way, if one of them fails, you can complete the maneuver using the other two, versus only starting two engines and risking that one of them doesn't work. You can't, on a moment's notice, light up the third engine as a backup. Raptor takes a couple seconds to start up most rocket engines. So that wouldn't be able to react fast enough, but if you start all three and they're all working perfectly, then it's much easier to shut down the extra one, versus starting up two, hoping that they both work, and if they don't, then starting up a backup engine. It works better the other way. So that sounds like the mitigation they're doing. Yeah.
Just a quick entry to that. The other issue is that if all three engines do light up, they've got more thrust than they actually designed. They can't lower the throttle range down enough to have 3 engines run at the same time. So you'll have to deselect the one engine, the one with the least lever ramp, really, really, really fast. So if we watch SN10 landing flip in Achieve with 3 engines, you're going to see one of those engines literally flame out straight away because they'll have too much thrust. That's the amazing thing about this.
Exactly. Oh, jeez. All right, look what Michael's done. Here's $5 to tell Thomas that the Yanks are better than the Mets. I will hard disagree with you, Red Holly, but I begrudgingly have to acknowledge your super chat. Thank you for your support, and I'll take your money even though you're wrong. A super chat here from Paulus. Thank you so much. Go Fly with a new membership. Thanks for joining on. And here's a question from Jay asking about the SN9 investigation. First of all, great job, guys. Thank you. Only you can make a cryo test sound exciting. Appreciate it. We try our best. Any news about the FAA investigation? Chris, any word on that front? Of course, the FAA has to investigate SN9's anomaly just like they would any other. What do we know about that?
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of confusion over this FAA situation. A lot of mixed messages. A lot of wording being used to kind of like dilute how it's being done. I think the big take home is the FAA has got a job to do, and they do it. And as much as they may internally be thinking, we understand what this is a test program, there's no one around, it's all right, it's safe, no one's going to die. They have to take it seriously and be shown to be taking it seriously. At the same time, SpaceX knows what it's doing. It's not like they're not like a brand new company who have just basically set up a range in Boca Chica and said, "Oh, fair enough, we're going to launch some rockets." By the way, FAA, this is what we're going to do. They've got experience with them with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, so I get really iffy about how bad this FAA situation is. I think a lot of it is paperwork, a lot of it is posturing on the FAA side, and I think SpaceX are just far too experienced for them to be making the mistakes that the FAA came to intimate, shall we say. They've never said it, they just intimate it. And a lot of the media reports are picking up on what sources are saying. You've got to be so careful with sources that, that even if the source is genuine and is telling what they believe is true, they may have misheard certain things, and then it gets mistranslated, and then it becomes into a food fight in the media. So I just let's see what happens with SN10. If SN10 gets a launch date and there's no Elon tweets about the FAA holding things up, we know everything has been resolved. As far as SN9's situation, I'm sure they've investigated it. They've got to do it. That's their job. But it doesn't mean it's going to be held up for weeks and weeks on end while they keep looking over videos of the explosion and whatever the overpressure was like when it exploded. But we've seen videos on Twitter and stuff from people on the I don't know where it is, the amphitheater area across from the water. And I've seen far bigger shockwaves come over than that. That was nothing in comparison, so I don't think that's a concern. I'll get too long-winded about this one again as well, so I'll be careful by saying, let's just wait and see what SN10's approval process is like.
Can I just really quickly jump in to say Spicy Thomas Fan Club?
What does that mean?
That means you were very spicy about the super chat with the teams, the sports balls teams. I don't know.
Well, yeah, because I just had the tweet that reports that I'm a Yankees fan are categorically false, because now it's showing up on my Twitter, too.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm all about Spicy Thomas. All right, bye.
One thing we'll add towards the FAA discussion is that an investigation for an anomaly, whether it's a test flight or not, is standard FAA practice. The FAA does not have a choice. If there is an anomaly, the FAA has to investigate. So the fact that the FAA put out a statement saying that the SN9 anomaly is being investigated does not mean anything. If the test flight ends in an explosion, you can guarantee, no matter what, FAA statement or not, as we see Starship vent for a second there, that there is going to be an FAA investigation. So the FAA investigation does not mean SpaceX is never going to be allowed to test flight again. It just means that the FAA wants to understand what happened. So I don't think that's a big deal. I wouldn't read too much into it, and I don't expect the SN9 anomaly investigation to be something that holds up SN10 for an extended period of time. I think especially, that might be a depress, but or it could be a sign that they're about to load. It's probably actually that they might be about to load because we do not see much frost yet. But
maybe.
In any case, as I was saying, I think the bigger question for SN10 in terms of FAA approval will be the test flight itself. If SN10 is going to go to 10 kilometers, that's the same as SN9, so the FAA approval will be similar. If SN10 is going to go to 50 kilometers or somewhere else, that'll be an entirely different approval process because that changes all the glass analysis and whatnot. So I would look into more of, is SN10 going to do the same test flight in terms of FAA approval, not is SN9's anomaly going to be a problem, because I don't expect SN9's anomaly to be a problem personally.
Me neither, and I mean, especially if it is limited to a Raptor issue, which I think we're all hoping it is, hopefully that's simpler to resolve and get approved for another test flight.
Yeah, quite clearly SN9 stayed well within its safety corridor.
Right, yeah, there was no issue like that.
Had SN9 come down on Toca Chica Beach or somewhere where it was not supposed to, then you could be expecting a much longer FAA anomaly investigation. But the fact that there is no evidence of any safety issues with SN9 seems to indicate that the FAA will probably not have too much of a problem with what happened.
Let's see, I'm going to bring on some more questions and super chats and things like that. Bill Schindler with a new membership, thank you so much. Here's a super chat question. Do you think Elon will send a test rocket to Mars before humans? I would say that almost certainly. In fact, I'm pretty sure he has confirmed this. Yes. Starship. The first time Starship lands on Mars, there will not be people on board. There'll likely be some cargo on board because it takes a lot of time and energy to get a mission to Mars. So it'd be a little, it would be the greatest if you could send it with nothing on board, even though it will be a test flight. But it'll be some cargo that will be okay if they lose.
Well, there's some Mars transfer windows coming up, and he's going to utilize that. I expect he wants, whether he'll achieve it or not, I don't know, but he wants to send a fleet of cargo vehicles to Mars, and at least have some staging of hardware there, ready in preparation for humans to then utilize it and start making it the initial part of the base, which will be a propellant farm and things like that. So, yeah, definitely.
I wonder. Yeah, that's a good question. How many uncrewed landings before a crewed landing? That could be a good question.
Lots and lots. I mean, this if he's going to try and do what he's envisioning, it's going to take a lot of upmass, and that's the whole thing he's getting around with the circling around the frequency he can launch, the amount of vehicles he can launch, and the amount of upmass with the refilling. Remember, it's not just the upmass; it's the refilling, the capability of Starship, and he wants to do that rapidly, and he wants to utilize the windows for transit time. So I would expect a fleet. How many? We don't know.
Sorry, Chris,
but
you're going to be interrupted quite rudely.
Sorry?
Because Mary just reported in our back channel that vehicles are returning to the pad. So what we just saw there was a depress vent. Sometimes we see venting like this doing a cryogenic proof test. It means they are loading propellant or loading liquid nitrogen rapidly, but in this case it appears that vehicles are returning